Chapter 19. "What do you do sitting there?" Maria asked him. She was standing close beside him, and he turned his head and smiled at her. "Nothing," he said. "I have been thinking." "What of? The bridge?" "No, the bridge is terminated. Of thee, and of a hotel in Madrid where I know some Russians, and of a book I will write sometime." "Are there many Russians in Madrid?" "No, very few." "But in the fascist periodicals it says there are hundreds of thousands." "Those are lies. There are very few." "Do you like the Russians? The one who was here was a Russian." "Did you like him?" "Yes. I was sick then, but I thought he was very beautiful and very brave." "What nonsense, beautiful," Pilar said. "His nose was flat as my hand, and he had cheekbones as wide as a sheep's buttocks." "He was a good friend and comrade of mine," Robert Jordan said to Maria. "I cared for him very much." "Sure," Pilar said. "But you shot him." When she said this, the card players looked up from the table, and Pablo stared at Robert Jordan. Nobody said anything, and then the gypsy, Raphael, asked, "Is it true, Roberto?" "Yes," Robert Jordan said. He wished Pilar had not brought this up, and he wished he had not told it at El Sordo's. At his request, he was badly wounded. "Que cosa más rara," the gypsy said. "All the time he was with us he talked of such a possibility. I don't know how many times I have promised him to perform such an act. What a rare thing," he said again, and shook his head. "He was a very rare man," Primitivo said. "Very singular." "Look, Andres," one of the brothers said, "you who are professor and all, do you believe in the possibility of a man seeing ahead what is to happen to him?" "I believe he cannot see it," Robert Jordan said. Pablo was staring at him curiously, and Pilar was watching him with no expression on her face. In the case of this Russian comrade, he was very nervous from being too much time at the front. He had fought at Irun, which you know was bad, very bad. He had fought later in the north, and since the first groups who did this work behind the lines were formed, he had worked here, in Estremadura and in Andalusia. I think he was very tired and nervous, and he imagined ugly things. "He would undoubtedly have seen many evil things," Fernando said. "Like all the world," Andres said. "But listen to me, Inglés. Do you think there is such a thing as a man knowing in advance what will befall him?" "No," Robert Jordan said. "That is ignorance and superstition." "Go on," Pilar said. "Let us hear the viewpoint of the professor." She spoke as though she were talking to a precocious child. "I believe that fear produces evil visions," Robert Jordan said. "Seeing bad signs, such as the airplanes today," Primitivo said. "Such as thy arrival," Pablo said softly, and Robert Jordan looked across the table at him, saw it was not a provocation but only an expressed thought, then went on. "Seeing bad signs, one with fear imagines an end for himself, and one thinks that imagining comes by divination," Robert Jordan concluded. "I believe there is nothing more to it than that. I do not believe in ogres nor soothsayers, nor in the supernatural things." "But this one with the rare name saw his fate clearly," the gypsy said, "and that was how it happened." "He did not see it," Robert Jordan said. "He had a fear of such a possibility, and it became an obsession. No one can tell me that he saw anything." "Not I?" Pilar asked him, and picked some dust up from the fire and blew it off the palm of her hand. "I cannot tell thee either?" "No. With all wizardry, gypsy and all, thou canst not tell me either." "Because thou art a miracle of deafness," Pilar said, her big face harsh and broad in the candlelight. "It is not that thou art stupid. Thou art simply deaf. One who is deaf cannot hear music. Neither can he hear the radio. So he might say, never having heard them, that such things do not exist. Que va, Inglés. I saw the death of that one with the rare name in his face as though it were burned there with a branding iron." "You did not," Robert Jordan insisted. "You saw fear and apprehension. The fear was made by what he had been through. The apprehension was for the possibility of evil he imagined." "Que va," Pilar said. "I saw death there as plainly as though it were sitting on his shoulder. And what is more, he smelt of death." "He smelt of death?" Robert Jordan jeered. "Of fear, maybe. There is a smell to fear." "De la muerte," Pilar said. "Listen. When Blanquet, who was the greatest peón de brega who ever lived, worked under the orders of Granero. He told me that on the day of Manolo Granero's death, when they stopped in the chapel on the way to the ring, the odor of death was so strong on Manolo that it almost made Blanquet sick. And he had been with Manolo when he had bathed and dressed at the hotel before setting out for the ring. The odor was not present in the motor car when they had sat packed tight together riding to the bull ring. Nor was it distinguishable to anyone else but Juan Luis de la Rosa in the chapel. Neither Marcial nor Chicuelo smelled it neither then nor when the four of them lined up for the paseo. But Juan Luis was dead white, Blanquet told me, and he, Blanquet, spoke to him, saying, "Thou also?" "So that I cannot breathe," Juan Luis said to him, "and from thy matador." "Pues nada," Blanquet said. "There is nothing to do. Let us hope we are mistaken." "And the others?" Juan Luis asked Blanquet. "Nada," Blanquet said. "Nothing. But this one stinks worse than José at Talavera." And it was on that afternoon that the bull Pocapena, of the ranch of Veragua, destroyed Manolo Granero against the planks of the barrier in front of Tendido II, in the Plaza de Toros of Madrid. I was there with Finito, and I saw it. The horn entirely destroyed the cranium, the head of Manolo being wedged under the estribo at the base of the barrera, where the bull had tossed him. "But did you smell anything?" Fernando asked. "Nay," Pilar said. "I was too far away. We were in the 7th row of the Tendido III. It was thus, being at an angle, that I could see all that happened. But that same night, Blanquet, who had been under the orders of Joselito when he too was killed, told Finito about it at Fornos, and Finito asked Juan Luis de la Rosa, and he would say nothing. But he nodded his head that it was true. I was present when this happened. So, Inglés, it may be that thou art deaf to some things, as Chicuelo and Marcial Lalanda, and all of their bandarilleros and picadors, and all of the gente of Juan Luis and Manola Granero were deaf to this thing on this day. But Juan Luis and Blanquet were not deaf. Nor am I deaf to such things." "Why do you say deaf, when it is a thing of the nose?" Fernando asked. "Leche," Pilar said. "Thou shouldst be the professor in place of the Inglés. But I could tell thee of other things, Inglés, and do not doubt what thou simply cannot see, nor cannot hear. Thou canst not hear what a dog hears, nor canst thou smell what a dog smells. But already thou hast experienced a little of what can happen to man." Maria put her hand on Robert Jordan's shoulder, and let it rest there, and he thought suddenly, "Let us finish all this nonsense, and take advantage of what time we have. But it is too early yet. We have to kill this part of the evening." So he said to Pablo, "Thou, believest thou in this wizardry?" "I do not know," Pablo said. "I am more of thy opinion. No supernatural thing has ever happened to me, but fear, yes, certainly, plenty. But I believe that the Pilar can divine events from the hand. If she does not lie, perhaps it is true that she has smelt such a thing." "Que va that I should lie," Pilar said. "This is not a thing of my invention. This man Blanquet was a man of extreme seriousness, and furthermore very devout. He was no gypsy, but a bourgeois from Valencia. Hast thou never seen him?" "Yes," Robert Jordan said. "I have seen him many times. He was small, grey-faced, and no one handled a cape better. He was quick on his feet as a rabbit." "Exactly," Pilar said. "He had a grey face from heart trouble, and gypsies said that he carried death with him, but that he could flick it away with a cape as you might dust a table. Yet he, who was no gypsy, smelled death on Joselito when he fought at Talavera. Although I do not see how he could smell it above the smell of manzanilla. Blanquet spoke of this afterwards with much diffidence, but those to whom he spoke said that it was a fantasy, and that what he had smelled was the life that José led at that time, coming out in sweat from his armpits. But then later came this of Manolo Granero, in which Juan Luis de la Rosa also participated. Clearly Juan Luis was a man of very little honor, but of much sensitiveness in his work, and he was also a great layer of women. But Blanquet was serious, and very quiet, and completely incapable of telling an untruth. And I tell you that I smelled death on your colleague who was here." "I do not believe it," Robert Jordan said. "Also you said that Blanquet smelled this just before the paseo, just before the bullfight started. Now this was a successful action here of you and Kashkin and the train. He was not killed in that. How could you smell it then?" "That has nothing to do with it," Pilar explained. In the last season of Ignacio Sanchez Mejias, he smelled so strongly of death that many refused to sit with him in the café. All gypsies knew of this. After the death, such things are invented, Robert Jordan argued. Everyone knew that Sanchez Mejias was on the road to a coronada, because he had been too long out of training, because his style was heavy and dangerous, and because his strength and the agility in his legs were gone, and his reflexes no longer as they had been. Certainly, Pilar told him, all of that is true. But all the gypsies knew also that he smelled of death, and when he would come into the Villa Rosa, you would see such people as Ricardo and Felipe Gonzalez leaving by the small door behind the bar. They probably owed him money, Robert Jordan said. It is possible, Pilar said, very possible. But they also smelled the thing, and all knew of it. What she says is true, Inglés, the gypsy Raphael said. It is a well-known thing among us. I believe none of it, Robert Jordan said. Listen, Inglés, Anselmo began. I am against all such wizardry, but this Pilar has the fame of being very advanced in such things. But what does it smell like? Fernando asked. What odor has it? If there be an odor, it must be a definite odor. You want to know, Fernandito? Pilar smiled at him. You think that you could smell it? If it actually exists, why should I not smell it as well as another? Why not? Pilar was making fun of him, her big hands folded across her knees. Hast thou ever been aboard a ship, Fernando? Nay, and I would not wish to. Then thou might not recognize it, for part of it is the smell that comes when on a ship there is a storm, and the portholes are closed up. Put your nose against the brass handle of a screwed-tight porthole on a rolling ship that is swaying under you, so that you are faint and hollow in the stomach, and you have a part of that smell. It would be impossible for me to recognize, because I will go on no ship, Fernando said. I have been on ships several times, Pilar said, both to go to Mexico and to Venezuela. What's the rest of it? Robert Jordan asked. Pilar looked at him mockingly, remembering now, proudly, her voyages. All right, Inglés, learn. That's the thing, learn. All right. After that of the ship you must go down the hill in Madrid to the Puente de Toledo, early in the morning to the Matadero, and stand there on the wet paving when there is a fog from the Manzanares, and wait for the old women who go before daylight to drink the blood of the beasts that are slaughtered. When such an old woman comes out of the Matadero, holding her shawl around her, with her face grey and her eyes hollow, and the whiskers of age on her chin and on her cheeks, set in the waxen white of her face as the sprouts grow from the seed of the bean, not bristles, but pale sprouts in the death of her face, put your arms tight around her, Inglés, and hold her to you, and kiss her on the mouth, and you will know the second part that odor is made of. That one has taken my appetite, the gypsy said. That of the sprouts was too much. Do you want to hear some more? Pilar asked Robert Jordan. Surely, he said. If it is necessary for one to learn, let us learn. That of the sprouts in the face of the old women sickens me, the gypsy said. Why should that occur in old women, Pilar? With us it is not so? Nay, Pilar mocked at him. With us the old woman, who was so slender in her youth, except of course for the perpetual bulge that is the mark of her husband's favour, that every gypsy pushes always before her. Do not speak thus, Raphael said. It is ignoble. So thou art hurt, Pilar said. Hast thou ever seen a gitana who was not about to have, or just to have had, a child? Thou? Leave it, Pilar said. There is no one who cannot be hurt. What I was saying is that age brings its own form of ugliness to all. There is no need to detail it. But if the Inglés must learn that odor that he covets to recognize, he must go to the Matadero early in the morning. I will go, Robert Jordan said, but I will get the odor as they pass without kissing one. I fear the sprouts too, as Raphael does. Kiss one, Pilar said. Kiss one, Inglés, for thy knowledge's sake, and then, with this in thy nostrils, walk back up into the city, and when thou seest a refuse pail with dead flowers in it, plunge thy nose deep into it, and inhale so that the scent mixes with those thou hast already in thy nasal passages. Now have I done it, Robert Jordan said. What flowers were they? Chrysanthemums. Continue, Robert Jordan said. I smell them. Then, Pilar went on, it is important that the day be in autumn with rain, or at least some fog, or early winter even, And now thou shouldst continue to walk through the city, and down the Calle de Salud, smelling what thou wilt smell where they are sweeping out the casas de putas, and emptying the slop jars into the drains, and with this odor of love's labor lost, mixed sweetly with soapy water and cigarette butts, only faintly reaching thy nostrils, thou shouldst go on to the Jardín Botánico, where at night those girls who can no longer work in the houses do their work against the iron gates of the park and the iron picketed fences and upon the sidewalks. It is there in the shadow of the trees against the iron railings that they will perform all that a man wishes, from the simplest requests at a remuneration of 10 centimos, up to a peseta for that great act that we are born to, and there, on a dead flower bed that has not yet been plucked out and replanted, and so serves to soften the earth that is so much softer than the sidewalk, thou wilt find an abandoned gunny sack with the odor of the wet earth, the dead flowers, and the doings of that night. In this sack will be contained the essence of it all, both the dead earth and the dead stalks of the flowers, and their rotted blooms, and the smell that is both the death and birth of man. Thou wilt wrap this sack around thy head, and try to breathe through it. No. Yes, Pilar said, thou wilt wrap this sack around thy head and try to breathe, and then, if thou hast not lost any of the previous odors, when thou inhalest deeply, thou wilt smell the odor of death to come as we know it. All right, Robert Jordan said. And you say Kashkin smelt like that when he was here? Yes. Well, said Robert Jordan gravely, if that is true, it is a good thing that I shot him. Olé, the gypsy said. The others laughed. Very good, Primitivo approved. That should hold her for a while. But Pilar, Fernando said, surely you could not expect one of Don Roberto's education to do such vile things. No, Pilar agreed. All of that is of the utmost repugnance. Yes, Pilar agreed. You would not expect him actually to perform those degrading acts. No, Pilar said. Go to bed, will you? But Pilar, Fernando went on. Shut up, will you? Pilar said to him suddenly and viciously. Do not make a fool of thyself, and I will try not to make a fool of myself talking with people who cannot understand what one speaks of. I confess I do not understand, Fernando began. Don't confess, and don't try to understand, Pilar said. Is it still snowing outside? Robert Jordan went to the mouth of the cave, lifted the blanket, and looked out. It was clear and cold in the night outside, and no snow was falling. He looked through the tree trunks where the whiteness lay, and up through the trees to where the sky was now clear. The air came into his lungs sharp and cold as he breathed. El Sordo will leave plenty of tracks if he has stolen horses tonight, he thought. He dropped the blanket and came back into the smoky cave. It is clear, he said. The storm is over. Chapter 20. Now in the night he lay and waited for the girl to come to him. There was no wind now, and the pines were still in the night. The trunks of the pines projected from the snow that covered all the ground, and he lay in the robe, feeling the suppleness of the bed under him that he had made, his legs stretched long against the warmth of the robe, the air sharp and cold on his head and in his nostrils as he breathed. Under his head, as he lay on his side, was the bulge of the trousers and the coat that he had wrapped around his shoes to make a pillow, and against his side was the cold metal of the big automatic pistol he had taken from the holster when he undressed and fastened by its lanyard to his right wrist. He pushed the pistol away and settled deeper into the robe as he watched, across the snow, the dark break in the rocks that was the entrance to the cave. The sky was clear, and there was enough light reflected from the snow to see the trunks of the trees and the bulk of the rocks where the cave was. Earlier in the evening he had taken the axe and gone outside of the cave, and walked through the new snow to the edge of the clearing, and cut down a small spruce tree. In the dark he had dragged it, butt first, to the lee of the rock wall. There, close to the rock, he had held the tree upright, holding the trunk firm with one hand, and holding the axe haft close to the head, had lopped off all the boughs until he had a pile of them. Then, leaving the pile of boughs, he had laid the bare pole of the trunk down in the snow and gone into the cave to get a slab of wood he had seen against the wall. With this slab he scraped the ground clear of the snow along the rock wall, and then picked up his boughs and, shaking them clean of snow, laid them in rows, like overlapping plumes, until he had a bed. He put the pole across the foot of the bough bed to hold the branches in place, and pegged it firm with 2 pointed pieces of wood he split from the edge of the slab. Then he carried the slab and the axe back into the cave, ducking under the blanket as he came in, and leaned them both against the wall. "What do you do outside?" Pilar had asked. "I made a bed." "Don't cut pieces from my new shelf for thy bed." "I am sorry." "It has no importance," she said. "There are more slabs at the sawmill. What sort of bed hast thou made?" "As in my country." "Then sleep well on it," she had said, and Robert Jordan had opened one of the packs and pulled the robe out, and replaced those things wrapped in it back in the pack, and carried the robe out, ducking under the blanket again, and spread it over the boughs so that the closed end of the robe was against the pole that was pegged crosswise at the foot of the bed. The open head of the robe was protected by the rock wall of the cliff. Then he went back into the cave for his packs, but Pilar said, "They can sleep with me as last night." "Will you not have sentries?" he asked. "The night is clear and the storm is over." "Fernando goes," Pilar said. Maria was in the back of the cave, and Robert Jordan could not see her. "Good night to everyone," he had said. "I am going to sleep." Of the others who were laying out blankets and bedrolls on the floor in front of the cooking fire, pushing back the slab tables and the rawhide-covered stools to make sleeping space, Primitivo and Andres looked up and said, "Buenas noches." Anselmo was already asleep in a corner, rolled in his blanket and his cape, not even his nose showing. Pablo was asleep in his chair. "Do you want a sheep hide for thy bed?" Pilar asked Robert Jordan softly. "Nay," he said. "Thank thee. I do not need it." "Sleep well," she said. "I will respond for thy material." Fernando had gone out with him and stood a moment where Robert Jordan had spread the sleeping robe. "You have a curious idea to sleep in the open, Don Roberto," he said, standing there in the dark, muffled in his blanket cape, his carbine slung over his shoulder. "I am accustomed to it. Good night." "Since you are accustomed to it." "When are you relieved?" "At 4. "There is much cold between now and then." "I am accustomed to it," Fernando said. "Since, then, you are accustomed to it," Robert Jordan said politely. "Yes," Fernando agreed. "Now I must get up there. Good night, Don Roberto." "Good night, Fernando." Then he had made a pillow of the things he took off, and gotten into the robe, and then lain and waited, feeling the spring of the boughs under the flannelly, feathered lightness of the robe warmth, watching the mouth of the cave across the snow, feeling his heart beat as he waited. The night was clear, and his head felt as clear and cold as the air. He smelled the odor of the pine boughs under him, the piney smell of the crushed needles and the sharper odor of the resinous sap from the cut limbs. Pilar, he thought. Pilar and the smell of death. This is the smell I love. This and fresh-cut clover, the crushed sage as you ride after cattle, wood smoke, and the burning leaves of autumn. That must be the odor of nostalgia, the smell of the smoke from the piles of raked leaves burning in the streets in the fall in Missoula. Which would you rather smell? Sweet grass the Indians used in their baskets, smoked leather, the odor of the ground in the spring after rain, the smell of the sea as you walk through the gorse on a headland in Galicia, or the wind from the land as you come in toward Cuba in the dark. That was the odor of the cactus flowers, mimosa, and the sea grape shrubs. Or would you rather smell frying bacon in the morning when you are hungry, or coffee in the morning, or a Jonathan apple as you bit into it, or a cider mill in the grinding, or bread fresh from the oven? You must be hungry, he thought, and he lay on his side and watched the entrance of the cave in the light that the stars reflected from the snow. Someone came out from under the blanket, and he could see whoever it was standing by the break in the rock that made the entrance. Then he heard a slithering sound in the snow, and then whoever it was ducked down and went back in. I suppose she won't come until they are all asleep, he thought. It is a waste of time. The night is half gone. Oh, Maria, come now quickly, Maria, for there is little time. He heard the soft sound of snow falling from a branch onto the snow on the ground. A little wind was rising. He felt it on his face. Suddenly he felt a panic that she might not come. The wind rising now reminded him how soon it would be morning. More snow fell from the branches, as he heard the wind now moving the pine tops. "Come now, Maria. Please come here now, quickly," he thought. "Oh, come here now. Do not wait. There is no importance any more to your waiting until they are asleep." Then he saw her coming out from under the blanket that covered the cave mouth. She stood there a moment, and he knew it was she, but he could not see what she was doing. He whistled a low whistle, and she was still at the cave mouth doing something in the darkness of the rock shadow. Then she came running, carrying something in her hands, and he saw her running long-legged through the snow. Then she was kneeling by the robe, her head pushed hard against him, slapping snow from her feet. She kissed him and handed him her bundle. "Put it with thy pillow," she said. "I took these off there to save time." "You came barefoot through the snow?" "Yes," she said, "and wearing only my wedding shirt." He held her close and tight in his arms, and she rubbed her head against his chin. "Avoid the feet," she said. "They are very cold, Roberto." "Put them here and warm them." "Nay," she said, "they will warm quickly. But say quickly now that you love me." "I love thee." "Good, good, good." "I love thee, little rabbit." "Do you love my wedding shirt?" "It is the same one as always." "Yes, as last night. It is my wedding shirt." "Put thy feet here." "Nay, that would be abusive. They will warm of themselves. They are warm to me. It is only that the snow has made them cold toward thee." "Say it again." "I love thee, my little rabbit." "I love thee too, and I am thy wife." Were they asleep? "No," she said, "but I could support it no longer. And what importance has it?" "None," he said, and felt her against him, slim and long and warmly lovely. "No other thing has importance." "Put thy hand on my head," she said, "and then let me see if I can kiss thee." "Was it well?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "Take off thy wedding shirt." "You think I should?" "Yes, if thou wilt not be cold." "Kewa, cold. I am on fire." "I too. But afterwards thou wilt not be cold?" "No. Afterwards we will be as one animal of the forest, and be so close that neither one can tell that one of us is one and not the other. Can you not feel my heart be your heart?" "Yes, there is no difference." "Now, feel. I am thee, and thou art me, and all of one is the other. And I love thee, oh, I love thee so. Are you not truly one? Canst thou not feel it?" "Yes," he said, "it is true." "And feel now. Thou hast no heart but mine." "Nor any other legs, nor feet, nor of the body." "But we are different," she said. "I would have us exactly the same." "You do not mean that." "Yes, I do, I do. That is a thing I have to tell thee." "You do not mean that." "Perhaps I do not," she said, speaking softly with her lips against his shoulder. "But I wish to say it. Since we are different, I am glad that thou art Roberto, and I Maria. But if thou should ever wish to change, I would be glad to change. I would be thee because I love thee so." "I do not wish to change. It is better to be one and each one to be the one he is." "But we will be one now, and there will never be a separate one." Then she said, "I will be thee when thou art not there. Oh, I love thee so, and I must care well for thee." "Maria." "Yes." "Maria."
"Yes."
"Maria."
"Oh, yes, please."
"Art thou not cold?"
"Oh, no. Pull the robe over thy shoulders."
"Maria."
"I cannot speak."
"Oh, Maria, Maria, Maria." Then afterwards, close, with the night cold outside and the long warmth of the robe, her head touching his cheek, she lay quiet and happy against him, and then said softly, "And now?" "Como tu," he said.
"Yes," she said. "But it was not as this afternoon."
"No."
"But I loved it more. One does not need to die."
"Ojalá no," he said. "I hope not."
"I did not mean that."
"I know what thou meanest. We mean the same."
Then why did you say that instead of what I meant?
With a man there is a difference.
Then I am glad that we are different.
And so am I, he said. But I understood about the dying. I only spoke thus as a man from habit. I feel the same as thee.
However thou art, and however thou speakest, is how I would have thee be.
And I love thee, and I love thy name, Maria.
It is a common name.
No, he said, it is not common.
Now should we sleep? She said. I could sleep easily.
Let us sleep, he said, and he felt the long, light body warm against him, comforting against him, abolishing loneliness against him, magically, by a simple touching of flanks, of shoulders and of feet, making an alliance against death with him. And he said, Sleep well, little long rabbit. She said,
I am asleep already.
I am going to sleep, he said. Sleep well, beloved. Then he was asleep, and happy as he slept. But in the night he woke, and held her tight as though she were all of life, and it was being taken from him. He held her feeling she was all of life there was, and it was true. But she was sleeping well and soundly, and she did not wake. So he rolled away onto his side, and pulled the robe over her head, and kissed her once on her neck under the robe, and then pulled the pistol lanyard up, and put the pistol by his side where he could reach it handily, and then he lay there in the night, thinking. Chapter 21. A warm wind came with daylight, and he could hear the snow melting in the trees and the heavy sound of its falling. It was a late spring morning. He knew with the first breath he drew that the snow had been only a freak storm in the mountains, and it would be gone by noon. Then he heard a horse coming, the hoofs balled with the wet snow thumping dully as the horseman trotted. He heard the noise of a carbine scabbard slapping loosely and the creak of leather. "Maria," he said, and shook the girl's shoulder to waken her. "Keep thyself under the robe." And he buttoned his shirt with one hand and held the automatic pistol in the other, loosening the safety catch with his thumb. He saw the girl's cropped head disappear with a jerk under the robe, and then he saw the horseman coming through the trees. He crouched now in the robe, and holding the pistol in both hands, aimed it at the man as he rode toward him. He had never seen this man before. The horseman was almost opposite him now. He was riding a big gray gelding, and he wore a khaki beret, a blanket cape like a poncho, and heavy black boots. From the scabbard on the right of his saddle projected the stock and the long oblong clip of a short automatic rifle. He had a young, hard face, and at this moment he saw Robert Jordan. He reached his hand down toward the scabbard, and as he swung low, turning and jerking at the scabbard, Robert Jordan saw the scarlet of the formalized device he wore on the left breast of his khaki blanket cape. Aiming at the center of his chest, a little lower than the device, Robert Jordan fired. The pistol roared in the snowy woods. The horse plunged as though he had been spurred, and the young man, still tugging at the scabbard, slid over toward the ground, his right foot caught in the stirrup. The horse broke off through the trees, dragging him, bumping, face downward, and Robert Jordan stood up, holding the pistol now in one hand. The big gray horse was galloping through the pines. There was a broad swath in the snow, where the man dragged, with a scarlet streak along one side of it. People were coming out of the mouth of the cave. Robert Jordan reached down and unrolled his trousers from the pillow, and began to put them on. "Get thee dressed," he said to Maria. Overhead he heard the noise of a plane flying very high. Through the trees he saw where the gray horse had stopped and was standing, his rider still hanging face down from the stirrup. "Go catch that horse," he called to Primitivo, who had started over toward him. Then, "Who was on guard at the top?" "Raphael," Pilar said from the cave. She stood there, her hair still down her back in two braids. "There's cavalry out," Robert Jordan said. "Get your damned gun up there." He heard Pilar call, "Augustine," into the cave. Then she went into the cave, and then two men came running out, one with the automatic rifle with its tripod swung on his shoulder, the other with a sackful of the pans. "Get up there with them," Robert Jordan said to Anselmo. "You lie beside the gun and hold the leg still," he said. The three of them went up the trail through the woods at a run. The sun had not yet come up over the tops of the mountains, and Robert Jordan stood straight, buttoning his trousers and tightening his belt, the big pistol hanging from the lanyard on his wrist. He put the pistol in its holster on his belt, and slipped the knot down on the lanyard and passed the loop over his head. "Somebody will choke you with that sometime," he thought. "Well, this has done it." He took the pistol out of the holster, removed the clip, inserted one of the cartridges from the row alongside of the holster, and shoved the clip back into the butt of the pistol. He looked through the trees to where Primitivo, holding the reins of the horse, was twisting the rider's foot out of the stirrup. The body lay face down in the snow, and as he watched, Primitivo was going through the pockets. "Come on," he called. "Bring the horse." As he knelt to put on his rope-soled shoes, Robert Jordan could feel Maria against his knees, dressing herself under the robe. She had no place in his life now. That cavalryman did not expect anything, he was thinking. He was not following horse tracks, and he was not even properly alert, let alone alarmed. He was not even following the tracks up to the post. He must have been one of a patrol scattered out in these hills. But when the patrol misses him, they will follow his tracks here. Unless the snow melts first, he thought. Unless something happens to the patrol. "You better get down below," he said to Pablo. They were all out of the cave now, standing there with the carbines and with grenades on their belts. Pilar held a leather bag of grenades toward Robert Jordan, and he took 3 and put them in his pocket. He ducked into the cave, found his 2 packs, opened the one with the submachine gun in it, and took out the barrel and stock, slipped the stock onto the forward assembly, and put 1 clip into the gun, and 3 in his pockets. He locked the pack and started for the door. "I've got 2 pockets full of hardware," he thought. "I hope the seams hold." He came out of the cave and said to Pablo, "I'm going up above. Can Augustine shoot that gun?" "Yes," Pablo said. He was watching Primitivo leading up the horse. "Mira que caballo," he said. "Look what a horse." The big gray was sweating and shivering a little, and Robert Jordan patted him on the withers. "I will put him with the others," Pablo said. "No," Robert Jordan said. "He has made tracks into here. He must make them out." "True," agreed Pablo. "I will ride him out and will hide him, and bring him in when the snow is melted. Thou hast much head today, Ingles." "Send someone below," Robert Jordan said. "We've got to get up there." "It is not necessary," Pablo said. "Horsemen cannot come that way, but we can get out, by there and by 2 other places. It is better not to make tracks if there are planes coming. Give me the bota with wine, Pilar." "To go off and get drunk," Pilar said. "Here, take these instead." He reached over and put 2 of the grenades in his pockets. "Que va to get drunk," Pablo said. "There is gravity in the situation. But give me the bota. I do not like to do all this on water." He reached his arms up, took the reins, and swung up into the saddle. He grinned and patted the nervous horse. Robert Jordan saw him rub his leg along the horse's flank affectionately. "Que caballo más bonita," he said, and patted the big gray again. "Que caballo más hermoso. Come on. The faster this gets out of here, the better." He reached down and pulled the light automatic rifle from its ventilated barrel, really a submachine gun built to take the 9mm pistol cartridge, from the scabbard, and looked at it. "Look how they are armed," he said. "Look at modern cavalry." "There's modern cavalry over there on his face," Robert Jordan said. "Vámonos." "Do you, Andres, saddle and hold the horses in readiness. If you hear firing, bring them up to the woods behind the gap. Come with thy arms and leave the women to hold the horses. Fernando, see that my sacks are brought also. Above all, that my sacks are brought carefully. Thou to look after my sacks too," he said to Pilar. "Thou to verify that they come with the horses. Vámonos," he said. "Let us go." "The Maria and I will prepare all for leaving," Pilar said. Then to Robert Jordan, "Look at him," nodding at Pablo on the gray horse, sitting him in the heavy-thighed herdsman manner, the horse's nostrils widening as Pablo replaced the clip in the automatic rifle. "See what a horse has done for him?" "That I should have 2 horses," Robert Jordan said fervently. "Danger is thy horse." "Then give me a mule," Robert Jordan grinned. "Strip me that," he said to Pilar, and jerked his head toward where the man lay face down in the snow. "And bring everything, all the letters and papers, and put them in the outside pocket of my sack. Everything, understand?" "Yes." "Vámonos," he said. Pablo rode ahead, and the 2 men followed in a single file in order not to track up the snow. Robert Jordan carried the submachine gun muzzle down, carrying it by its forward hand grip. I wish it took the same ammunition that saddle gun takes, he thought. But it doesn't. This is a German gun. This was old Koshkin's gun. The sun was coming over the mountains now. A warm wind was blowing, and the snow was melting. It was a lovely late spring morning. Robert Jordan looked back and saw Maria now standing with Pilar. Then she came running up the trail. He dropped behind Primitivo to speak to her.
"Thou," she said, "can I go with thee?"
"No, help Pilar." She was walking behind him and put her hand on his arm.
"I'm coming."
"Nay." She kept on walking close behind him.
"I could hold the legs of the gun in the way thou told Anselmo."
"Thou wilt hold no legs, neither of guns nor of nothing." Walking beside him, she reached forward and put her hand in his pocket. "No," he said, "but take good care of thy wedding shirt."
"Kiss me," she said, "if thou goest."
"Thou art shameless," he said.
"Yes," she said, "totally."
"Get thee back now. There is much work to do. We may fight here if they follow these horse tracks."
"Thou," she said, "didst thee see what he wore on his chest?"
"Yes. Why not?"
"It was the Sacred Heart."
"Yes. All the people of Navarre wear it."
"And thou shot for that?"
"No. Below it. Get thee back now."
"Thou," she said, "I saw all."
"Thou saw nothing. One man from a horse. Vete. Get thee back."
"Say that you love me."
"No, not now."
"Not love me now?"
"Dejamos. Get thee back. One does not do that and love all at the same moment."
"I want to go to hold the legs of the gun, and while it speaks, love thee all in the same moment."
"Thou art crazy. Get thee back now."
"I am crazy," she said. "I love thee."
"Then get thee back."
"Good, I go. And if thou dost not love me, I love thee enough for both."
He looked at her and smiled through his thinking. "When you hear firing," he said, "come with the horses. Aid the Pilar with my sacks. It is possible there will be nothing. I hope so."
"I go," she said. "Look what a horse Pablo rides."
The big gray was moving ahead up the trail. "Yes, but go."
"I go."
Her fist, clenched tight in his pocket, beat hard against his thigh. He looked at her and saw there were tears in her eyes. She pulled her fist out of his pocket and put both arms tight around his neck and kissed him.
"I go," she said. "Me voy. I go."
He looked back and saw her standing there, the first morning sunlight on her brown face and the cropped, tawny, burned gold hair. She lifted her fist at him and turned and walked back down the trail, her head down. Primitivo turned around and looked after her. "If she did not have her hair cut so short, she would be a pretty girl," he said. "Yes," Robert Jordan said. He was thinking of something else. "How is she in the bed?" Primitivo asked. "What?" "In the bed." "Watch thy mouth." "One should not be offended when—" "Leave it," Robert Jordan said. He was looking at the position. Chapter 22. "Cut me pine branches," Robert Jordan said to Primitivo, "and bring them quickly." "I do not like the gun there," he said to Augustine. "Why?" "Place it over there," Robert Jordan pointed, "and later I will tell thee. Here, thus. Let me help thee. Here," he said, then squatted down. He looked out across the narrow oblong, noting the height of the rocks on either side. "It must be farther," he said, "farther out. Good. Here. That will do until it can be done properly. There. Put the stones there. Here is one. Put another there at the side. Leave room for the muzzle to swing. The stone must be farther to this side. Anselmo, get thee down to the cave and bring me an axe, quickly." "Have you never had a proper emplacement for the gun?" he said to Augustine. "We always placed it here." "Koshkin never said to put it there?" "No. The gun was brought after he left." "Did no one bring it who knew how to use it?" "No. It was brought by porters." "What a way to do things," Robert Jordan said. "It was just given to you without instruction?" "Yes, as a gift might be given. One for us and one for El Sordo. 4 men brought them. Anselmo guided them." "It was a wonder they did not lose them with 4 men to cross the lines." "I thought so too," Augustine said. "I thought those who sent them meant for them to be lost. But Anselmo brought them well." "You know how to handle it?" "Yes, I have experimented. I know."
Pablo knows. Primitivo knows. So does Fernando. We have made a study of taking it apart and putting it together on the table in the cave. Once we had it apart and could not get it together for 2 days. Since then we have not had it apart.
Does it shoot now?
Yes. But we do not let the gypsy nor others frig with it.
You see, from there it was useless, he said. Look, those rocks which should protect your flanks give cover to those who will attack you. With such a gun you must see a flatness over which to fire. Also you must take them sideways, see? Look now. All that is dominated.
I see, said Augustine. But we have never fought in defense except when our town was taken. At the train there were soldiers with the machina.
Then we will all learn together, Robert Jordan said. There are a few things to observe. Where is the gypsy who should be here?
I do not know.
Where is it possible for him to be?
I do not know.
Pablo had ridden out through the pass and turned once and ridden in a circle across the level space at the top that was the field of fire for the automatic rifle. Now Robert Jordan watched him riding down the slope alongside the tracks the horse had left when he was ridden in. He disappeared in the trees, turning to the left. I hope he doesn't run right into cavalry, Robert Jordan thought. I'm afraid we'd have him right here in our laps. Primitivo brought the pine branches, and Robert Jordan stuck them through the snow into the unfrozen earth, arching them over the gun from either side. Bring more, he said. There must be cover for the 2 men who serve it. This is not good, but it will serve until the axe comes. Listen, he said. If you hear a plane, lie flat wherever thou art in the shadows of the rocks. I am here with the gun. Now, with the sun up and the warm wind blowing, it was pleasant on the side of the rocks where the sun shone. 4 horses, Robert Jordan thought. The 2 women and me, Anselmo, Primitivo, Fernando, Augustine. What the hell is the name of that other brother? That's 8, not counting the gypsy. Makes 9, plus Pablo gone with 1 horse makes 10. Andres is his name, the other brother, plus the other, Eladio, makes 10. That's not 1/2 a horse apiece. 3 men can hold this and 4 can get away, 5 with Pablo. That's 2 left over, 3 with Eladio. Where the hell is he? God knows what will happen to Sordo today if they picked up the trail of those horses in the snow. That was tough, the snow stopping that way. But it melting today will even things up. But not for Sordo. I'm afraid it's too late to even it up for Sordo. If we can last through today and not have to fight, we can swing the whole show tomorrow with what we have. I know we can. Not well, maybe, not as it should be, to be foolproof, not as we would have done. But using everybody we can swing it. If we don't have to fight today. God help us if we have to fight today. I don't know any place better to lay up in the meantime than this. If we move now, we only leave tracks. This is as good a place as any, and if the worst gets to be the worst, there are 3 ways out of this place. There is the dark then to come, and from wherever we are in these hills, I can reach and do the bridge at daylight. I don't know why I worried about it before. It seems easy enough now. I hope they get the planes up on time for once. I certainly hope that. Tomorrow is going to be a day with dust on the road. Well, today will be very interesting or very dull. Thank God we've got that cavalry mount out and away from here. I don't think even if they ride right up here they will go in, the way those tracks are now. They'll think he stopped and circled, and they'll pick up Pablo's tracks. I wonder where the old swine will go. He'll probably leave tracks like an old bull elk spooking out of the country and work way up and then, when the snow melts, circle back below. That horse certainly did things for him. Of course he may have just mucked off with him, too. Well, he should be able to take care of himself. He's been doing this a long time. I wouldn't trust him farther than you can throw Mount Everest, though. I suppose it's smarter to use these rocks and build a good blind for this gun than to make a proper emplacement for it. You'd be digging and get caught with your pants down if they come, or if the planes come. She will hold this, the way she is, as long as it is any use to hold it. And anyway, I can't stay to fight. I have to get out of here with that stuff, and I'm going to take Anselmo with me. Who would stay to cover us while we got away if we have to fight here? Just then, while he was watching all of the country that was visible, he saw the gypsy coming through the rocks to the left. He was walking with a loose, high-hipped, sloppy swing. His carbine was slung on his back, his brown face was grinning, and he carried 2 big hares, 1 in each hand. He carried them by the legs, head swinging. "Hola, Roberto!" he called cheerfully.
Robert Jordan put his hand to his mouth, and the gypsy looked startled. He slid over behind the rocks to where Robert Jordan was crouched beside the brush-shielded automatic rifle. He crouched down and laid the hairs in the snow. Robert Jordan looked up at him. "You hijo de la gran puta," he said softly. "Where the obscenity have you been?" "I tracked them," the gypsy said. "I got them both. They have made love in the snow." "And thy post?" "It was not for long," the gypsy whispered. "What passes? Is there an alarm?" "There is cavalry out." "Re Dios," the gypsy said. "Hast thou seen them?" "There is one at the camp now," Robert Jordan said. "He came for breakfast." "I thought I heard a shot or something like one," the gypsy said. "I obscenity in the milk. Did he come through here?" "Here. Thy post." "Ay, mi madre," the gypsy said. "I am a poor unlucky man." "If thou wert not a gypsy, I would shoot thee." "No, Roberto, don't say that. I am sorry. It was the hares. Before daylight I heard the mail thumping in the snow. You cannot imagine what a debauch they were engaged in. I went toward the noise, but they were gone. I followed the tracks in the snow, and high up I found them together, and slew them both. Feel the fatness of the two for this time of year. Think what the Pilar will do with those two. I am sorry, Roberto, as sorry as thee. Was the cavalryman killed?" "Yes." "By thee?" "Yes." "Que tío," the gypsy said in open flattery. "Thou art a veritable phenomenon." "Thy mother," Robert Jordan said. He could not help grinning at the gypsy. "Take thy hares to camp and bring us up some breakfast." He put a hand out and felt of the hares that lay limp, long, heavy, thick-furred, big-footed, and long-eared in the snow, their round, dark eyes open. "They are fat," he said. "Fat," the gypsy said. "There's a tub of lard on the ribs of each one. In my life have I never dreamed of such hares." "Go then," Robert Jordan said, "and come quickly with the breakfast, and bring to me the documentation of that requete. Ask Pilar for it." "You are not angry with me, Roberto?" "Not angry. Disgusted that you should leave your post. Suppose it had been a troop of cavalry." "Re Dios," the gypsy said. "How reasonable you are." "Listen to me. You cannot leave a post again like that. Never. I do not speak of shooting lightly." "Of course not. And another thing. Never would such an opportunity as the two hares present itself again. Not in the life of one man." "Anda," Robert Jordan said, "and hurry back." The gypsy picked up the two hares and slipped back through the rocks, and Robert Jordan looked out across the flat opening and the slopes of the hill below. 2 crows circled overhead, and then lit in a pine tree below. Another crow joined them, and Robert Jordan, watching them, thought, "Those are my sentinels. As long as those are quiet, there is no one coming through the trees." The gypsy, he thought. He is truly worthless. He has no political development, nor any discipline, and you could not rely on him for anything. But I need him for tomorrow. I have a use for him tomorrow. It's odd to see a gypsy in a war. They should be exempted like conscientious objectors, or as the physically and mentally unfit. They are worthless. But conscientious objectors weren't exempted in this war. No one was exempted. It came to one and all alike. Well, it had come here now to this lazy outfit. They had it now. Augustine and Primitivo came up with the brush, and Robert Jordan built a good blind for the automatic rifle, a blind that would conceal the gun from the air and that would look natural from the forest. He showed them where to place a man high in the rocks to the right, where he could see all the country below and to the right, and another where he could command the only stretch where the left wall might be climbed. "Do not fire if you see anyone from there," Robert Jordan said. "Roll a rock down as a warning, a small rock, and signal to us with thy rifle, thus." He lifted the rifle and held it over his head, as though guarding it. "Thus for numbers." He lifted the rifle up and down. "If they are dismounted, point thy rifle muzzle at the ground, thus. Do not fire from there until thou hearest the machina fire. Shoot at a man's knees when you shoot from that height. If you hear me whistle twice on this whistle, get down, keeping behind cover, and come to these rocks where the machina is." Primitivo raised the rifle. "I understand," he said. "It is very simple." "Send first the small rock as a warning, and indicate the direction and the number. See that you are not seen." "Yes," Primitivo said. "If I can throw a grenade?" "Not until the machina has spoken. It may be that cavalry will come searching for their comrade and still not try to enter. They may follow the tracks of Pablo. We do not want combat if it can be avoided. Above all, that we should avoid it. Now get up there." "Me voy," Primitivo said, and climbed up into the high rocks with his carbine. "Thou, Augustine," Robert Jordan said, "what do you know of the gun?" Augustine squatted there, tall, black, stubbly jeweled, with his sunken eyes and thin mouth, and his big, work-worn hands. "Pues to load it, to aim it, to shoot it, nothing more." "You must not fire until they are within 50 meters, and only when you are sure they will be coming into the pass which leads to the cave," Robert Jordan said. "Yes, how far is that?" "That rock." "If there is an officer, shoot him first. Then move the gun on to the others. Move very slowly. It takes little movement. I will teach Fernando to tap it. Hold it tight so that it does not jump, and sight carefully, and do not fire more than 6 shots at a time if you can help it, for the fire of the gun jumps upward. But each time fire at one man, and then move from him to another. At a man on a horse, shoot at his belly. Yes. One man should hold the tripod still so that the gun does not jump, thus. He will load the gun for thee." "And where will you be?" "I will be here on the left, above where I can see all, and I will cover thy left with this small machina. Here. If they should come, it would be possible to make a massacre, but you must not fire until they are that close." "I believe that we could make a massacre. Menuda matanza." "But I hope they do not come." "If it were not for thy bridge, we could make a massacre here and get out." "It would avail nothing. That would serve no purpose. The bridge is a part of a plan to win the war. This would be nothing. This would be an incident. A nothing." "Que va, nothing. Every fascist dead is a fascist less." "Yes, but with this of the bridge we can take Segovia, the capital of a province. Think of that. It will be the first one we will take." "Thou believest in this seriously? That we can take Segovia?" "Yes. It is possible with the bridge blown correctly." "I would like to have the massacre here, and the bridge too." "Thou hast much appetite," Robert Jordan told him. All this time he had been watching the crows. Now he saw one was watching something. The bird cawed and flew up, but the other crow still stayed in the tree. Robert Jordan looked up toward Primitivo's place high in the rocks. He saw him watching out over the country below, but he made no signal. Robert Jordan leaned forward and worked the lock on the automatic rifle, saw the round in the chamber, and let the lock down. The crow was still there in the tree. The other circled wide over the snow and then settled again. In the sun and the warm wind, the snow was falling from the laden branches of the pines. "I have a massacre for thee for tomorrow morning," Robert Jordan said. "It is necessary to exterminate the post at the sawmill." "I am ready," Augustine said. "Estoy listo." "Also the post at the roadmender's hut below the bridge." "For the one or for the other?" Augustine said. "Or for both?" "Not for both. They will be done at the same time," Robert Jordan said. "Then for either one," Augustine said. "Now for a long time have I wished for action in this war. Pablo has rotted us here with inaction." Anselmo came up with the axe. "Do you wish more branches?" he asked. "To me it seems well hidden." "Not branches," Robert Jordan said. "2 small trees that we can plant here and there to make it look more natural. There are not enough trees here for it to be truly natural." "I will bring them." "Cut them well back so the stumps cannot be seen." Robert Jordan heard the axe sounding in the woods behind him. He looked up at Primitivo above in the rocks, and he looked down at the pines across the clearing. The one crow was still there. Then he heard the first high, throbbing murmur of a plane coming. He looked up and saw it high and tiny and silver in the sun, seeming hardly to move in the high sky. "They cannot see us," he said to Augustine, "but it is well to keep down. That is the second observation plane today." "And those of yesterday?" Augustine asked. "They are like a bad dream now," Robert Jordan said. "They must be at Segovia. The bad dream waits there to become a reality." The plane was out of sight now, over the mountains, but the sound of its motors still persisted. As Robert Jordan looked, he saw the crow fly up. He flew straight away, through the trees, without cawing. Chapter 23. "Get thee down,"
Robert Jordan whispered to Augustine, and he turned his head and flicked his hand, down, down to Anselmo, who was coming through the gap with a pine tree, carrying it over his shoulder like a Christmas tree. He saw the old man drop his pine tree behind a rock, and then he was out of sight in the rocks, and Robert Jordan was looking ahead across the open space toward the timber. He saw nothing and heard nothing, but he could feel his heart pounding, and then he heard the clack of stone on stone and the leaping, dropping clicks of a small rock falling. He turned his head to the right, and looking up saw Primitivo's rifle raised and lowered 4 times horizontally. Then there was nothing more to see but the white stretch in front of him, with the circle of horse tracks and the timber beyond. "Cavalry," he said softly to Augustine. Augustine looked at him, and his dark, sunken cheeks widened at their base as he grinned. Robert Jordan noticed he was sweating. He reached over and put his hand on his shoulder. His hand was still there as they saw the 4 horsemen ride out of the timber, and he felt the muscles in Augustine's back twitch under his hand. 1 horseman was ahead, and 3 rode behind. The one ahead was following the horse tracks. He looked down as he rode. The other 3 came behind him, fanned out through the timber. They were all watching carefully. Robert Jordan felt his heart beating against the snowy ground as he lay, his elbows spread wide, and watched them over the sights of the automatic rifle. The man who was leading rode along the trail to where Pablo had circled and stopped. The others rode up to him, and they all stopped. Robert Jordan saw them clearly over the blued steel barrel of the automatic rifle. He saw the faces of the men, the sabers hanging, the sweat-darkened flanks of the horses, and the cone-like slope of the khaki capes and the Navarrese slant of the khaki berets. The leader turned his horse directly toward the opening in the rocks where the gun was placed, and Robert Jordan saw his young, sun and wind-darkened face, his close-set eyes, hawk nose, and the overlong wedge-shaped chin. Sitting his horse there, the horse's chest toward Robert Jordan, the horse's head high, the butt of the light automatic rifle projecting forward from the scabbard at the right of the saddle, the leader pointed toward the opening, where the gun was. Robert Jordan sunk his elbows into the ground and looked along the barrel at the 4 riders stopped there in the snow. 3 of them had their automatic rifles out. 2 carried them across the pommels of their saddles. The other sat his horse with the rifle swung out to the right, the butt resting against his hip. You hardly ever see them at such range, he thought. Not along the barrel of one of these do you see them like this. Usually the rear sight is raised, and they seem miniatures of men, and you have hell to make it carry up there. Or they come running, flopping, running, and you beat a slope with fire or bar a certain street, or keep it on the windows. Or far away you see them marching on a road. Only at the trains do you see them like this. Only then are they like now, and with 4 of these you can make them scatter. Over the gun sights at this range, it makes them twice the size of men. Thou, he thought, looking at the wedge of the front sight placed now firm in the slot of the rear sight, the top of the wedge against the center of the leader's chest, a little to the right of the scarlet device that showed bright in the morning sun against the khaki cape. Thou, he thought, thinking in Spanish now, and pressing his fingers forward against the trigger guard to keep it away from where it would bring the quick, shocking, hurtling rush from the automatic rifle. Thou, he thought again, thou art dead now in thy youth. And thou, he thought, and thou, and thou. But let it not happen. Do not let it happen. He felt Augustine beside him start to cough, felt him hold it, choke and swallow. Then as he looked along the oiled blue of the barrel out through the opening between the branches, his finger still pressed forward against the trigger guard, he saw the leader turn his horse and point into the timber where Pablo's trail led. The 4 of them trotted into the timber, and Augustine said softly, "Cabrones." Robert Jordan looked behind him at the rocks where Anselmo had dropped the tree. The gypsy Raphael was coming toward them through the rocks, carrying a pair of cloth saddlebags, his rifle slung on his back. Robert Jordan waved him down, and the gypsy ducked out of sight. "We could have killed all 4, Augustine said quietly. He was still wet with sweat. "Yes," Robert Jordan whispered, "but with the firing, who knows what might have come." Just then he heard the noise of another rock falling, and he looked around quickly, but both the gypsy and Anselmo were out of sight. He He looked at his wristwatch and then up to where Primitivo was raising and lowering his rifle in what seemed an infinity of short jerks. Pablo has 45 minutes start, Robert Jordan thought, and then he heard the noise of a body of cavalry coming. No te apures, he whispered to Augustine. Do not worry. They will pass as the others. They came into sight, trotting along the edge of the timber in column of twos, 20 mounted men, armed and uniformed as the others had been, their sabers swinging, their carbines in their holsters, and then they went down into the timber, as the others had. Tu ves? Robert Jordan said to Augustine. Thou seest? There were many, Augustine said. These would we have had to deal with if we had destroyed the others, Robert Jordan said, very softly. His heart had quieted now, and his shirt felt wet on his chest from the melting snow. There was a hollow feeling in his chest. The sun was bright on the snow, and it was melting fast. He could see it hollowing away from the tree trunks, and just ahead of the gun, before his eyes, the snow surface was damp and lacily fragile, as the heat of the sun melted the top, and the warmth of the earth breathed warmly up at the snow that lay upon it. Robert Jordan looked up at Primitivo's post, and saw him signal nothing, crossing his two hands, palms down. Anselmo's head showed above a rock, and Robert Jordan motioned him up. The old man slipped from rock to rock until he crept up and lay down flat beside the gun. Many, he said. Many. I do not need the trees, Robert Jordan said to him. There is no need for further forestal improvement. Both Anselmo and Augustine grinned. This has stood scrutiny well, and it would be dangerous to plant trees now because those people will return and perhaps they are not stupid. He felt the need to talk, that with him was the sign that there had just been much danger. He could always tell how bad it had been by the strength of the desire to talk that came after. It was a good blind, eh? He said. Good, said Augustine. To obscenity with all fascism good. We could have killed the 4 of them. Didst thou see? He said to Anselmo. I saw. Thou, Robert Jordan said to Anselmo, thou must go to the post of yesterday, or another good post of thy selection, to watch the road and report on all movement as of yesterday. Already we are late in that. Stay until dark, then come in and we will send another. But the tracks that I will make. Go from below as soon as the snow is gone. The road will be muddied by the snow. Note if there has been much traffic of trucks, or if there are tank trucks in the softness on the road. That is all we can tell until you are there to observe. With your permission, the old man asked. Surely. With your permission, would it not be better for me to go into La Granja and inquire there what passed last night, and arrange for one to observe today thus in the manner you have taught me? Such a one could report tonight, or better, I could go again to La Granja for the report. Have you no fear of encountering cavalry? Not when the snow is gone. Is there someone in La Granja capable of this? Yes. Of this, yes. It would be a woman. There are various women of trust in La Granja. I believe it, Augustine said. More, I know it. And several who serve for other purposes. You do not wish me to go? Let the old man go. You understand this gun, and the day is not over. I will go when the snow melts, Anselmo said, and the snow is melting fast. What think you of their chance of catching Pablo? Robert Jordan asked Augustine. Pablo is smart, Augustine said. Do men catch a wise stag without hounds? Sometimes, Robert Jordan said. Not Pablo, Augustine said. Clearly he is only a garbage of what he once was. But it is not for nothing that he is alive and comfortable in these hills, and able to drink himself to death while there are so many others that have died against a wall. Is he as smart as they say? He is much smarter. He has not seemed of great ability here. Como que no? If he were not of great ability, he would have died last night. It seems to me you do not understand politics, Inglés, nor guerrilla warfare. In politics, and this other, the first thing is to continue to exist. Look how he continued to exist last night, and the quantity of dung he ate both from me and from thee. Now that Pablo was back in the movements of the unit, Robert Jordan did not wish to talk against him, and as soon as he had uttered it, he regretted saying the thing about his ability. He knew himself how smart Pablo was. It was Pablo who had seen instantly all that was wrong with the orders for the destruction of the bridge. He had made the remark only from dislike, and he knew as he made it that it was wrong. It was part of the talking too much after a strain. So now he dropped the matter, and said to Anselmo, "And to go into La Granja in daylight?" "It is not bad," the old man said. "I will not go with a military band." "Nor with a bell around his neck," Augustine said, "nor carrying a banner." "How will you go?" "Above and down through the forest." "But if they pick you up?" "I have papers." "So have we all. But thou must eat the wrong ones quickly." Anselmo shook his head and tapped the breast pocket of his smock. "How many times have I contemplated that," he said, "and never did I like to swallow paper." "I have thought we should carry a little mustard on them all," Robert Jordan said. "In my left breast pocket I carry our papers, in my right the fascist papers. Thus one does not make a mistake in an emergency." It must have been bad enough when the leader of the first patrol of cavalry had pointed toward the entry, because they were all talking very much. Too much, Robert Jordan thought. "But look, Roberto," Augustine said. "They say the government moves further to the right each day. That in the Republic they no longer say comrade, but signor and signora. Canst shift thy pockets?" "When it moves far enough to the right, I will carry them in my hip pocket," Robert Jordan said, "and sew it in the center." "That they should stay in thy shirt," Augustine said. "Are we to win this war and lose the revolution?" "Nay," Robert Jordan said. "But if we do not win this war, there will be no revolution, nor any republic, nor any thou, nor any me, nor anything, but the most grand carajo." "So say I," Anselmo said, "that we should win the war." "And afterwards shoot the anarchists, and the communists, and all this canalla except the good Republicans," Augustine said. "That we should win this war and shoot nobody," Anselmo said. "That we should govern justly, and that all should participate in the benefits according as they have striven for them, and that those who have fought against us should be educated to see their error." "We will have to shoot many," Augustine said. "Many, many, many." He thumped his closed right fist against the palm of his left hand. "That we should shoot none, not even the leaders, that they should be reformed by work." "I know the work I'd put them at," Augustine said, and he picked up some snow and put it in his mouth. "What, bad one?" Robert Jordan asked. "2 trades of the utmost brilliance." "They are?" Augustine put some more snow in his mouth and looked across the clearing where the cavalry had ridden. Then he spat the melted snow out. "Maya, what a breakfast," he said. "Where is the filthy gypsy?" "What trades?" Robert Jordan asked him. "Speak, bad-mouth." "Jumping from planes without parachutes," Augustine said, and his eyes shone. "That for those we care for. And being nailed to the tops of fence posts to be pushed over backwards for the others." "That way of speaking is ignoble," Anselmo said. "Thus we will never have a republic." "I would like to swim 10 leagues in a strong soup made from the cojones of all of them," Augustine said. "And when I saw those 4 there, and thought that we might kill them, I was like a mare in the corral waiting for the stallion." "You know why we did not kill them, though," Robert Jordan said quietly. "Yes," Augustine said, "yes. But the necessity was on me as it is on a mare in heat. You cannot know what it is if you have not felt it." "You sweated enough," Robert Jordan said. "I thought it was fear." "Fear, yes," Augustine said. "Fear and the other. And in this life there is no stronger thing than the other." Yes, Robert Jordan thought. We do it coldly, but they do not, nor ever have. It is their extra sacrament, their old one, that they had before the new religion came from the far end of the Mediterranean, the one they have never abandoned, but only suppressed and hidden to bring it out again in wars and inquisitions. They are the people of the auto de fe, the act of faith. Killing is something one must do, but ours are different from theirs. And you, he thought, you have never been corrupted by it? You never had it in the Sierra, nor at Usera, nor through all the time in Estremadura, nor at any time? Que va, he told himself, at every train. Stop making dubious literature about the Berbers and the old Iberians and admit that you have liked to kill as all who are soldiers by choice have enjoyed it at some time, whether they lie about it or not. Anselmo does not like it because he is a hunter, not a soldier. Don't idealize him either. Hunters kill animals and soldiers kill men. Don't lie to yourself, he thought, nor make up literature about it. You have been tainted with it for a long time now. And do not think against Anselmo either. He is a Christian, something very rare in Catholic countries. But with Augustine I had thought it was fear, he thought. That natural fear before action. So it was the other, too. Of course he may be bragging now. There was plenty of fear. I felt the fear under my hand. Well, it was time to stop talking. "See if the gypsy brought food," he said to Anselmo. "Do not let him come up. He is a fool. Bring it yourself. And however much he brought, send back for more. I am hungry." Chapter 24. Now the morning was late May. The sky was high and clear, and the wind blew warm on Robert Jordan's shoulders. The snow was going fast, and they were eating breakfast. There were 2 big sandwiches of meat and the goaty cheese apiece, and Robert Jordan had cut thick slices of onion with his clasp knife and put them on each side of the meat and cheese between the chunks of bread.
"You will have a breath that will carry through the forest to the fascists," Augustine said, his own mouth full. "Give me the wineskin and I will rinse the mouth," Robert Jordan said, his mouth full of meat, cheese, onion, and chewed bread. He had never been hungrier, and he filled his mouth with wine, faintly tarry tasting from the leather bag, and swallowed. Then he took another big mouthful of wine, lifting the bag up to let the jet of wine spurt into the back of his mouth, the wineskin touching the needles of the blind of pine branches that covered the automatic rifle as he lifted his hand, his head leaning against the pine branches as he bent it back to let the wine run down. "Dost thou want this other sandwich?"
Augustine asked him, handing it toward him across the gun. "No, thank you. Eat it."
"I cannot. I am not accustomed to eat in the morning."
"You do not want it, truly?"
"Nay, take it."
Robert Jordan took it and laid it on his lap while he got the onion out of his side jacket pocket where the grenades were and opened his knife to slice it. He cut off a thin sliver of the surface that had dirtied in his pocket, then cut a thick slice. An outer segment fell, and he picked it up and bent the circle together and put it into the sandwich.
"Eatest thou always onions for breakfast?" Augustine asked.
"When there are any."
"Do all in thy country do this?"
"Nay," Robert Jordan said. "It is looked on badly there."
"I am glad," Augustine said. "I had always considered America a civilized country."
"What hast thou against the onion?"
"The odor, nothing more. Otherwise it is like the rose."
Robert Jordan grinned at him with his mouth full. "Like the rose," he said. "Mighty like the rose. A rose is an onion."
"Thy onions are affecting thy brain," Augustine said. "Take care."
"An onion is an onion is an onion," Robert Jordan said cheerily, and he thought, "A stone is a stein, is a rock, is a boulder, is a pebble."
"Rinse thy mouth with wine," Augustine said. "Thou art very rare, Inglés. There is great difference between thee and the last dynamiter who worked with us."
"There is one great difference."
"Tell it to me."
"I am alive and he is dead," Robert Jordan said. Then, what's the matter with you, he thought. Is that the way to talk? Does food make you that slap-happy? What are you, drunk on onions? Is that all it means to you now? It never meant much, he told himself truly. You tried to make it mean something, but it never did. There is no need to lie in the time that is left. "No," he said, seriously now. That one was a man who had suffered greatly.
"And thou? Hast thou not suffered?"
"No," said Robert Jordan. "I am of those who suffer little."
"Me also," Augustine told him. "There are those who suffer and those who do not. I suffer very little."
"Less bad," Robert Jordan tipped up the wineskin again. "And with this, less."
"I suffer for others."
"As all good men should."
"But for myself, very little."
"Hast thou a wife?"
"No."
"Me neither."
"But now you have the Maria."
"Yes."
"There's a rare thing," Augustine said. Since she came to us at the train, the Pilar has kept her away from all as fiercely as though she were in a convent of Carmelites. You cannot imagine with what fierceness she guarded her. You come, and she gives her to thee as a present. How does that seem to thee?
It was not thus.
How was it then?
She has put her in my care.
And thy care is to hold there with her all night?
With luck.
What a manner to care for one.
You do not understand that one can take good care of one thus?
Yes, but such care could have been furnished by any one of us.
Let us not talk of it any more, Robert Jordan said. I care for her seriously.
Seriously?
As there can be nothing more serious in this world.
And afterwards? After this of the bridge?
She goes with me.
Then, Augustine said, that no one speaks of it further, and that the two of you go with all luck.
He lifted the leather wine bag and took a long pull, then handed it to Robert Jordan.
One thing more, Inglés, he said.
Of course.
I have cared much for her too.
Robert Jordan put his hand on his shoulder.
Much, Augustine said. Much. More than one is able to imagine.
I can imagine.
She has made an impression on me that does not dissipate.
I can imagine.
Look, I say this to thee in all seriousness.
Say it.
I have never touched her, nor had anything to do with her, but I care for her greatly. Inglés, do not treat her lightly. Because she sleeps with thee, she is no whore.
I will care for her.
I believe thee. But more, you do not understand how such a girl would be if there had been no revolution. You have much responsibility. This one, truly, has suffered much. She is not as we are.
I will marry her.
Nay, not that. There is no need for that under the revolution. But,
he nodded his head,
it would be better.
I will marry her, Robert Jordan said, and could feel his throat swelling as he said it. I care for her greatly.
Later, Augustine said, when it is convenient. The important thing is to have the intention.
I have it.
Listen,
Augustine said.
I am speaking too much of a matter in which I have no right to intervene. But hast thou known many girls of this country?
A few.
Whores?
Some who were not.
How many?
Several.
And did you sleep with them?
No.
You see?
Yes.
What I mean is that this Maria does not do this lightly.
Nor I.
If I thought you did, I would have shot you last night as you lay with her. For this we kill much here.
Listen, old one, Robert Jordan said. It is because of the lack of time that there has been informality. What we do not have is time. Tomorrow we must fight. To me that is nothing. But for the Maria and me, it means that we must live all of our life in this time.
And a day and a night is little time, Augustine said.
Yes, but there has been yesterday and the night before, and last night.
Look, Augustine said, if I can aid thee.
No, we are all right.
If I could do anything for thee, or for the cropped head.
No.
Truly there is little one man can do for another.
No, there is much.
What?
No matter what passes today and tomorrow in respect to combat, give me thy confidence, and obey, even though the orders may appear wrong.
You have my confidence, since this of the cavalry and the sending away of the horse.
That was nothing. You see that we are working for one thing, to win the war. Unless we win, all other things are futile. Tomorrow, we have a thing of great importance, of true importance. Also, we will have combat. In combat, there must be discipline. For many things are not as they appear. Discipline must come from trust and confidence. Augustine spat on the ground.
The Maria and all such things are apart, he said. That you and the Maria should make use of what time there is as two human beings. If I can aid thee, I am at thy orders. But for the thing of tomorrow, I will obey thee blindly. If it is necessary that one should die for the thing of tomorrow, one goes gladly, and with the heart light.
Thus do I feel, Robert Jordan said, but to hear it from thee brings pleasure.
And more, Augustine said. That one above, He pointed toward Primitivo. "Is a dependable value. The Pilar is much, much more than thou canst imagine. The old man Anselmo also. Andres also. Eladio also. Very quiet, but a dependable element. And Fernando. I do not know how thou hast appreciated him. It is true he is heavier than Mercury. He is fuller of boredom than a steer drawing a cart on the high road. But to fight and to do as he is told, es muy hombre. Thou wilt see."
"We are lucky."
"No, we have two weak elements, the gypsy and Pablo. But the band of Sordo are as much better than we are as we are better than goat manure."
"All is well, then."
"Yes," Augustine said. "But I wish it was for today."
"Me too, to finish with it. But it is not."
"Do you think it will be bad?"
"It can be."
"But thou art very cheerful now, Inglés."
"Yes."
"Me also, in spite of this of the Maria and all."
"Do you know why?"
"No."
"Me neither. Perhaps it is the day. The day is good."
"Who knows? Perhaps it is that we will have action."
"I think it is that," Robert Jordan said. "But not today. Of all things, of all importance, we must avoid it today." As he spoke, he heard something. It was a noise far off that came above the sound of the warm wind in the trees. He could not be sure, and he held his mouth open and listened, glancing up at Primitivo as he did so. He thought he heard it, but then it was gone. The wind was blowing in the pines, and now Robert Jordan strained all of himself to listen. Then he heard it faintly coming down the wind.
"It is nothing tragic with me," he heard Augustine say. "That I should never have the Maria is nothing. I will go with the whores, as always."
"Shut up," he said, not listening, and lying beside him, his head having been turned away. Augustine looked over at him suddenly.
"¿Qué pasa?"
he asked. Robert Jordan put his hand over his own mouth and went on listening. There it came again. It came faint, muted, dry, and far away. But there was no mistaking it now. It was the precise, crackling, curling roll of automatic rifle fire. It sounded as though pack after pack of miniature firecrackers were going off at a distance that was almost out of hearing. Robert Jordan looked up at Primitivo, who had his head up now, his face looking toward them, his hand cupped to his ear. As he looked, Primitivo pointed up the mountain toward the highest country. "They are fighting at El Sordo's," Robert Jordan said.
"Then let us go to aid them," Augustine said. "Collect the people. Vámonos."
"No," Robert Jordan said. "We stay here." Chapter 25. Robert Jordan looked up at where Primitivo stood now in his lookout post, holding his rifle and pointing. He nodded his head, but the man kept pointing, putting his hand to his ear, and then pointing insistently, and as though he could not possibly have been understood. "Do you stay with this gun, and unless it is sure that they are coming in, do not fire. And then, not until they reach that shrub," Robert Jordan pointed. "Do you understand?"
"Yes, but—"
"No but. I will explain to thee later. I go to Primitivo." Anselmo was by him, and he said to the old man, "Viejo, stay there with Augustine with the gun." He spoke slowly and unhurriedly. "He must not fire unless cavalry is actually entering. If they merely present themselves, he must let them alone as we did before. If he must fire, hold the legs of the tripod firm for him, and hand him the pans when they are empty." "Good," the old man said. "And La Granja?" "Later." Robert Jordan climbed up, over and around the gray boulders that were wet now under his hands as he pulled himself up. The sun was melting the snow on them fast. The tops of the boulders were drying, and as he climbed he looked across the country and saw the pine woods and the long open glade and the dip of the country before the high mountains beyond. Then he stood beside Primitivo in a hollow behind two boulders, and the short, brown-faced man said to him, "They are attacking Sordo. What is it that we do?" "Nothing," Robert Jordan said. He heard the firing clearly here, and as he looked across the country, he saw far off, across the distant valley where the country rose steeply again, a troop of cavalry ride out of the timber and cross the snowy slope, riding uphill in the direction of the firing. He saw the oblong double line of men and horses dark against the snow, as they forced at an angle up the hill. He watched the double line top the ridge and go into the farther timber. "We have to aid them," Primitivo said. His voice was dry and flat. "It is impossible," Robert Jordan told him. "I have expected this all morning." "How?" "They went to steal horses last night. The snow stopped, and they tracked them up there." "But we have to aid them," Primitivo said. "We cannot leave them alone to this. Those are our comrades." Robert Jordan put his hand on the other man's shoulder. "We can do nothing," he said. "If we could, I would do it." "There is a way to reach there from above. We can take that way with the horses and the 2 guns, this one below and thine. We can aid them thus." "Listen," Robert Jordan said. "That is what I listen to," Primitivo said. The firing was rolling in overlapping waves. Then they heard the noise of hand grenades, heavy and sodden in the dry rolling of the automatic rifle fire. "They are lost," Robert Jordan said. "They were lost when the snow stopped. If we go there, we are lost too. It is impossible to divide what force we have." There was a gray stubble of beard stippled over Primitivo's jaws, his lip and his neck. The rest of his face was flat brown, with a broken, flattened nose and deep-set gray eyes, and watching him Robert Jordan saw the stubble twitching at the corners of his mouth and over the cord of his throat. "Listen to it," he said. "It is a massacre." "If they have surrounded the hollow, it is that," Robert Jordan said. "Some may have gotten out." "Coming on them now, we could take them from behind," Primitivo said. "Let 4 of us go with the horses." "And then what? What happens after you take them from behind?" "We join with Sordo." "To die there? Look at the sun. The day is long." The sky was high and cloudless, and the sun was hot on their backs. There were big, bare patches now on the southern slope of the open glade below them, and the snow was all dropped from the pine trees. The boulders below them that had been wet as the snow melted were steaming faintly now in the hot sun. "You have to stand it," Robert Jordan said. "Hay que aguantarse. There are things like this in a war." "But there is nothing we can do? Truly?" Primitivo looked at him, and Robert Jordan knew he trusted him. "Thou couldst not send me and another with the small machine gun?" "It would be useless," Robert Jordan said. He thought he saw something that he was looking for, but it was a hawk that slid down into the wind and then rose above the line of the farthest pine woods. "It would be useless if we all went," he said. Just then the firing doubled in intensity, and in it was the heavy bumping of the hand grenades. "Oh, obscenity them," Primitivo said with an absolute devoutness of blasphemy, tears in his eyes and his cheeks twitching. "Oh, God and the Virgin, obscenity them in the milk of their filth." "Calm thyself," Robert Jordan said. "You will be fighting them soon enough. Here comes the woman." Pilar was climbing up to them, making heavy going of it in the boulders. Primitivo kept saying, "Obscenity them! Oh, God and the Virgin, befoul them!" Each time, for firing rolled down the wind, and Robert Jordan climbed down to help Pilar up. "Que tal, woman?" he said, taking hold of both her wrists and hoisting as she climbed heavily over the last boulder. "Thy binoculars," she said, and lifted their strap over her head. "So, it has come to Sordo?" "Yes." "Pobre," she said in commiseration. "Poor Sordo." She was breathing heavily from the climb, and she took hold of Robert Jordan's hand and gripped it tight in hers as she looked out over the country. "How does the combat seem?" "Bad, very bad." "He's jodido?" "I believe so." "Pobre," she said. "Doubtless because of the horses?" "Probably." "Pobre," Pilar said. Then, "Raphael recounted me all of an entire novel of dung about cavalry. What came?" "A patrol, and part of a squadron." "Up to what point?" Robert Jordan pointed out where the patrol had stopped and showed her where the gun was hidden. From where they stood, they could just see one of Augustine's boots protruding from the rear of the blind. "The gypsy said they rode to where the gun muzzle pressed against the chest of the horse of the leader," Pilar said. "What a race. Thy glasses were in the cave." "Have you packed?" "All that can be taken. Is there news of Pablo?" "He was 40 minutes ahead of the cavalry. They took his trail." Pilar grinned at him. She still held his hand, Now she dropped it. "They'll never see him," she said. "Now for Sordo. Can we do anything?" "Nothing." "Pobre," she said. "I was fond of Sordo. Thou art sure that he is jodido?" "Yes. I have seen much cavalry." "More than were here?" "Another full troop on their way up there." "Listen to it," Pilar said. "Pobre Sordo." They listened to the firing. "Primitivo wanted to go up there," Robert Jordan said. "Art thou crazy?" Pilar said to the flat-faced man. "What kind of locos are we producing here?" "I wish to aid them." "Que va," Pilar said. "Another romantic. Dost thou not believe thou wilt die quick enough here without useless voyages?" Robert Jordan looked at her, at the heavy brown face with the high Indian cheekbones, the wide-set dark eyes, and the laughing mouth with the heavy, bitter upper lip. "Thou must act like a man," she said to Primitivo. "A grown man. You with your grey hairs and all." "Don't joke at me," Primitivo said sullenly. "If a man has a little heart, and a little imagination—" "He should learn to control them," Pilar said. "Thou wilt die soon enough with us. There is no need to seek that with strangers. As for thy imagination, the gypsy has enough for all. What a novel he told me." "If thou had seen it, thou wouldst not call it a novel," Primitivo said. "There was a moment of great gravity." "Que va," Pilar said. "Some cavalry rode here, and they rode away, and you all make yourselves a heroism. It is to this we have come with so much inaction." "And this of Sordo is not grave?" Primitivo said, contemptuously now. He suffered visibly each time the firing came down the wind, and he wanted either to go to the combat, or have Pilar go and leave him alone. "Total, que?" Pilar said. "It has come, so it has come. Don't lose thy cojones for the misfortune of another." "Go defile thyself," Primitivo said. "There are women of a stupidity and brutality that is insupportable." "In order to support and aid those men poorly equipped for procreation," Pilar said. "If there is nothing to see, I am going." Just then Robert Jordan heard the plane high overhead. He looked up, and in the high sky it looked to be the same observation plane that he had seen earlier in the morning. Now it was returning from the direction of the lines, and it was moving in the direction of the high country, where El Sordo was being attacked. "There is the bad luck bird," Pilar said. "Will it see what goes on there?" "Surely," Robert Jordan said, "if they are not blind." They watched the plane moving high and silvery and steady in the sunlight. It was coming from the left, and they could see the round discs of light the two propellers made. "Keep down," Robert Jordan said. Then the plane was overhead, its shadows passing over the open glade, the throbbing reaching its maximum of portent. Then it was past, and headed toward the top of the valley. They watched it go steadily on its course until it was just out of sight, and then they saw it coming back in a wide dipping circle, to circle twice over the high country, and then disappear in the direction of Segovia. Robert Jordan looked at Pilar. There was perspiration on her forehead, and she shook her head. She had been holding her lower lip between her teeth. "For each one there is something," she said. "For me it is those." "Thou hast not caught my fear?" Primitivo said sarcastically. "Nay," she put her hand on his shoulder. "Thou hast no fear to catch. I know that. I am sorry I joked too roughly with thee. We are all in the same cauldron." Then she spoke to Robert Jordan. "I will send up food and wine. Dost need anything more?" "Not in this moment. Where are the others?" "Thy reserve is intact below with the horses," she grinned. "Everything is out of sight. Everything to go is ready. Maria is with thy material. If by any chance we should have aviation, keep her in the cave." "Yes, my lord Inglés," Pilar said. "Thy gypsy, I give him to thee, I have sent to gather mushrooms to cook with the hares. There are many mushrooms now, and it seemed to me we might as well eat the hares, although they would be better tomorrow, or the day after." "I think it is best to eat them," Robert Jordan said, and Pilar put her big hand on his shoulder where the strap of the submachine gun crossed his chest, then reached up and mussed his hair with her fingers. "What an Inglés," Pilar said. "I will send the Maria with the puchero when they are cooked." The firing from far away and above had almost died out, and now there was only an occasional shot. "You think it is over?" Pilar asked. "No," Robert Jordan said. From the sound that we have heard, they have attacked and been beaten off. Now I would say the attackers have them surrounded. They have taken cover and they wait for the plains. Pilar spoke to Primitivo. Thou, dost understand there was no intent to insult thee? Ya lo sé, said Primitivo. I have put up with worse than that from thee. Thou hast a vile tongue. But watch thy mouth, woman. Sordo was a good comrade of mine. And not of mine? Pilar asked him. Listen, Flatface. In war one cannot say what one feels. We have enough of our own without taking Sordos. Primitivo was still sullen. You should take a physic, Pilar told him. Now I go to prepare the meal. Did you bring the documentation of the requete? Robert Jordan asked her. How stupid I am, she said. I forgot it. I will send the Maria. Chapter 26. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon before the plains came. The snow had all been gone by noon, and the rocks were hot now in the sun. There were no clouds in the sky, and Robert Jordan sat in the rocks with his shirt off, browning his back in the sun, and reading the letters that had been in the pockets of the dead cavalrymen. From time to time he would stop reading to look across the open slope to the line of timber, look over the high country above, and then return to the letters. No more cavalry had appeared. At intervals there would be the sound of a shot from the direction of El Sordo's camp. But the firing was desultory. From examining his military papers, he knew the boy was from Tafalla, in Navarra, 21 years old, unmarried, and the son of a blacksmith. His regiment was the Nth Cavalry, which surprised Robert Jordan, for he had believed that regiment to be in the north. He was a Carlist, and he had been wounded at the fighting for Irun at the start of the war. I've probably seen him run through the streets ahead of the bulls at the feria in Pamplona, Robert Jordan thought. You never kill anyone that you want to kill in a war, he said to himself. Well, hardly ever, he amended, and went on reading the letters. The first letters he read were very formal, very carefully written, and dealt almost entirely with local happenings. They were from his sister, and Robert Jordan learned that everything was all right in Tafalla, that father was well, that mother was the same as always, but with certain complaints about her back, that she hoped he was well, and not in too great danger, and she was happy he was doing away with the Reds to liberate Spain from the domination of the Marxist hordes. Then there was a list of those boys from Tafalla who had been killed or badly wounded since she wrote last. She mentioned 10 who were killed. That is a great many for a town the size of Tafalla, Robert Jordan thought. There was quite a lot of religion in the letter, and she prayed to St. Anthony, to the Blessed Virgin of Pilar, and to other virgins to protect him, and she wanted him never to forget that he was also protected by the Sacred Heart of Jesus that he wore still, she trusted, at all times over his own heart, where it had been proven innumerable, this was underlined, times to have the power of stopping bullets. She was, as always, his loving sister Concha. This letter was a little stained around the edges, and Robert Jordan put it carefully back with the military papers, and opened a letter with a less severe handwriting. It was from the boy's novia, his fiancée, and it was quietly, formally, and completely hysterical with concern for his safety. Robert Jordan read it through, and then put all the letters together with the papers into his hip pocket. He did not want to read the other letters. I guess I've done my good deed for today, he said to himself. I guess you have, all right, he repeated. What are those you were reading? Primitivo asked him. The documentation and the letters of that requete we shot this morning. Do you want to see it? I can't read, Primitivo said. Was there anything interesting? No, Robert Jordan told him. They are personal letters. How are things going where he came from? Can you tell from the letters? They seem to be going all right, Robert Jordan said. There are many losses in his town. He looked down to where the blind for the automatic rifle had been changed a little and improved after the snow melted. It looked convincing enough. He looked off across the country. From what town is he? Primitivo asked. Tafalla, Robert Jordan told him. All right, he said to himself. I'm sorry, if that does any good. It doesn't, he said to himself. All right, then, drop it, he said to himself. All right, it's dropped. But it would not drop that easily. How many is that you have killed? He he asked himself. I don't know. Do you think you have a right to kill anyone? No, but I have to. How many of those you have killed have been real fascists? Very few. But they are all the enemy to whose force we are opposing force. But you like the people of Navarra better than those of any other part of Spain? Yes. And you kill them? Yes. If you don't believe it, go down there to the camp. Don't you know it is wrong to kill? Yes. But you do it? Yes. And you still believe absolutely that your cause is right? Yes. It is right, he told himself, not reassuringly, but proudly. I believe in the people, and their right to govern themselves as they wish. But you mustn't believe in killing, he told himself. You must do it as a necessity, but you must not believe in it. If you believe in it, the whole thing is wrong. But how many do you suppose you have killed? I don't know, because I won't keep track. But do you know? Yes. How many? You can't be sure how many. Blowing the trains, you kill many. Very many. But you can't be sure. But of those you are sure of? More than 20. And of those, how many were real fascists? 2 that I am sure of, because I had to shoot them when we took them prisoners at Usera. And you did not mind that? No. Nor did you like it? No. I decided never to do it again. I have avoided it. I have avoided killing those who are unarmed. Listen, he told himself. You better cut this out. This is very bad for you and for your work. Then himself said back to him, You listen, see? Because you are doing something very serious, and I have to see you understand it all the time. I have to keep you straight in your head. Because if you are not absolutely straight in your head, you have no right to do the things you do, for all of them are crimes, and no man has a right to take another man's life unless it is to prevent something worse happening to other people. So get it straight, and do not lie to yourself. But I won't keep account of people I have killed as though it were a trophy record, or a disgusting business like notches in a gun, he told himself. I have a right to not keep count, and I have a right to forget them. No, himself said. You have no right to forget anything. You have no right to shut your eyes to any of it, nor any right to forget any of it, nor to soften it, nor to change it. Shut up, he told himself. You're getting awfully pompous. Nor ever to deceive yourself about it, himself went on. All right, he told himself. Thanks for all the good advice. And is it all right for me to love Maria? Yes, himself said. Even if there isn't supposed to be any such thing as love in a purely materialistic conception of society? Since when did you ever have any such conception? Himself asked. Never. And you never could have. You're not a real Marxist, and you know it. You believe in liberty, equality, and fraternity. You believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Don't ever kid yourself with too much dialectics. They are for some, but not for you. You have to know them in order not to be a sucker. You have put many things in abeyance to win a war. If this war is lost, all of those things are lost. But afterwards you can discard what you do not believe in. There is plenty you do not believe in, and plenty that you do believe in. And another thing, don't ever kid yourself about loving someone. It is just that most people are not lucky enough ever to have it. You never had it before, and now you have it. What you have with Maria, whether it lasts just through today and a part of tomorrow, or whether it lasts for a long life, is the most important thing that can happen to a human being. There will always be people who say it does not exist because they cannot have it. But I tell you it is true, and that you have it, and that you are lucky even if you die tomorrow. Cut out the dying stuff, he said to himself. That's not the way we talk. That's the way our friends, the anarchists, talk. Whenever things get really bad, they want to set fire to something and to die. It's a very odd kind of mind they have. Very odd. Well, we're getting through today, old-timer, he told himself. It's nearly 3 o'clock now, and there's going to be some food sooner or later. They are still shooting up at Sordo's, which means that they have him surrounded, and are waiting to bring up more people, probably, though they have to make it before dark. I wonder what it is like up at Sordo's. That's what we all have to expect, given enough time. I imagine it is not too jovial up at Sordo's. We certainly got Sordo into a fine jam with that horse business. How does it go in Spanish? Un callejón sin salida. A passageway with no exit. I suppose I could go through with it all right. You only have to do it once, and it is soon over with. But wouldn't it be luxury to fight in a war sometime where, when you were surrounded, you could surrender? Estamos copados. We are surrounded. That was the great panic cry of this war. Then the next thing was that you were shot, with nothing bad before, if you were lucky. Sordo wouldn't be lucky that way. Neither would they, when the time ever came. It was 3 o'clock. Then he heard the far-off, distant throbbing, and looking up, he saw the plains. Chapter 27. El Sordo was making his fight on a hilltop. He did not like this hill, and when he saw it, he thought it had the shape of a canker. But he had had no choice except this hill, and he had picked it as far away as he could see it, and galloped for it, the automatic rifle heavy on his back, the horse laboring, barrel heaving between his thighs, the sack of grenades swinging against one side, the sack of automatic rifle pans banging against the other, and Joaquin and Ignacio halting and firing to give him some time to get the gun in place. There had still been snow then, the snow that had ruined them, and when his horse was hit so that he wheezed in a slow, jerking, climbing stagger up the last part of the crest, splattering the snow with a bright, pulsing jet, Sordo had hauled him along by the bridle, the reins over his shoulder as he climbed. He climbed as hard as he could with the bullets spatting on the rocks, with the 2 sacks heavy on his shoulders, and then holding the horse by the mane, had shot him quickly, expertly, and tenderly, just where he had needed him, so that the horse pitched, head forward, down to plug a gap between 2 rocks. He had gotten the gun to firing over the horse's back, and he fired 2 pans, the gun clattering, the empty shells pitching into the snow, the smell of burnt hair from the burnt hide where the hot muzzle rested, him firing at what came up to the hill, forcing them to scatter for cover, while all the time there was a chill in his back from not knowing what was behind him. Once the last of the 5 men had reached the hilltop, the chill went out of his back, and he had saved the pans he had left until he would need them. There were 2 more horses dead along the slope, and 3 more were dead here on the hilltop. He had only succeeded in stealing 3 horses last night, and 1 had bolted when they tried to mount him bareback in the corral at the camp when the first shooting had started. Of the 5 men who had reached the hilltop, 3 were wounded. Sordo was wounded in the calf of his leg and in 2 places in his left arm. He was very thirsty, his wounds had stiffened, and one of the wounds in his left arm was very painful. He also had a bad headache, and as he lay waiting for the planes to come, he thought of a joke in Spanish. It was, "Hay que tomar la muerte como si fuera aspirina," which means, "You will have to take death as an aspirin." But he did not make the joke aloud. He grinned somewhere inside the pain in his head and inside the nausea that came whenever he moved his arm, and looked around at what there was left of his band. The 5 men were spread out like the points of a 5-pointed star. They had dug with their knees and hands and made mounds in front of their heads and shoulders with the dirt and piles of stones. Using this cover, they were linking the individual mounds up with stones and dirt. Joaquin, who was 18 years old, had a steel helmet that he dug with, and he passed dirt in it. He had gotten this helmet at the blowing up of the train. It had a bullet hole through it, and everyone had always joked at him for keeping it. But he had hammered the jagged edges of the bullet hole smooth, and driven a wooden plug into it, and then cut the plug off, and smoothed it even with the metal inside the helmet. When the shooting started, he had clapped this helmet on his head so hard it banged his head, as though he had been hit with a casserole, and in the last lung-aching, leg-dead, mouth-dry, bullet-spatting, bullet-cracking, bullet-singing run up the final slope of the hill after his horse was killed, the helmet had seemed to weigh a great amount, and to ring his bursting forehead with an iron band. But he had kept it. Now he dug with it, in a steady, almost machine-like desperation. He had not yet been hit. "It serves for something, finally," Sordo said to him, in his deep, throaty voice. "Resistir y fortificar es vencer," Joaquin said, his mouth stiff with the dryness of fear which surpassed the normal thirst of battle. It was one of the slogans of the Communist Party, and it meant, "Hold out and fortify, and you will win." Sordo looked away and down the slope at where a cavalryman was sniping from behind a boulder. He was very fond of this boy, and he was in no mood for slogans.
"What did you say?"
One of the men turned from the building that he was doing. This man was lying flat on his face, reaching carefully up with his hands to put a rock in place, while keeping his chin flat against the ground. Joaquin repeated the slogan in his dried-up boy's voice, without checking his digging for a moment. "What was the last word?" the man with his chin on the ground asked. "Vencer," the boy said. "Win." "Mierda," the man with his chin on the ground said. "There is another that applies to here," Joaquin said, bringing them out as though they were talismans. "Pasionaria says it is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees." "Mierda again," the man said, and another man said over his shoulder, "We're on our bellies, not our knees." "Thou, communist, do you know your Pasionaria has a son thy age in Russia since the start of the movement?" "It's a lie," Joaquin said. "Que va, it's a lie," the other said. "The dynamiter with the rare name told me. He was of thy party, too. Why should he lie?" "It's a lie," Joaquin said. "She would not do such a thing as keep a son hidden in Russia out of the war." "I wish I were in Russia," another of Sordo's men said. "Will not thy Pasionaria send me now from here to Russia, communist?" "If thou believest so much in thy Pasionaria, get her to get us off this hill," one of the men who had a bandaged thigh said. "The fascists will do that," the man with his chin in the dirt said. "Do not speak thus," Joaquin said to him. "Wipe the pap of your mother's breasts off thy lips and give me a hatful of that dirt," the man with his chin on the ground said. "No one of us will see the sun go down this night." El Sordo was thinking, "It is shaped like a canker, or the breast of a young girl with no nipple, or the top cone of a volcano. You have never seen a volcano," he thought, "nor will you ever see one, and this hill is like a canker. Let the volcanoes alone. It's late now for the volcanoes." He looked very carefully around the withers of the dead horse, and there was a quick hammering of firing from behind a boulder well down the slope, and he heard the bullets from the submachine gun thud into the horse. He crawled along behind the horse and looked out of the angle between the horse's hindquarters and the rock. There were 3 bodies on the slope just below him, where they had fallen when the fascists had rushed the crest under cover of the automatic rifle and submachine gun fire, and he and the others had broken down the attack by throwing and rolling down hand grenades. There were other bodies that he could not see on the other sides of the hill crest. There was no dead ground by which attackers could approach the summit, and Sordo knew that as long as his ammunition and grenades held out, and he had as many as 4 men, they could not get him out of there, unless they brought up a trench mortar. He did not know whether they had sent to La Granja for a trench mortar. Perhaps they had not, because surely soon the planes would come. It had been 4 hours since the observation plane had flown over them. "This hill is truly like a canker," Sordo thought, "and we are the very pus of it. But we killed many when they made that stupidness. How could they think that they would take us thus? They have such modern armament that they lose all their sense with overconfidence. He had killed the young officer who had led the assault with a grenade that had gone bouncing and rolling down the slope as they came up it, running, bent half over. In the yellow flash and gray roar of smoke, he had seen the officer dive forward to where he lay now like a heavy, broken bundle of old clothing, marking the farthest point that the assault had reached. Sordo looked at this body, and then down the hill at the others. "They are brave but stupid people," he thought. "But they have sense enough now not to attack us again until the planes come, unless, of course, they have a mortar coming. It would be easy with a mortar. The mortar was the normal thing, and he knew that they would die as soon as a mortar came up. But when he thought of the planes coming up, he felt as naked on that hilltop as though all of his clothing and even his skin had been removed. There is no nakeder thing than I feel, he thought. A flayed rabbit is as well covered as a bear in comparison. But why should they bring planes? They could get us out of here with a trench mortar easily. They are proud of their planes, though, and they will probably bring them, just as they were so proud of their automatic weapons that they made that stupidness. But undoubtedly they must have sent for a mortar, too. One of the men fired, then jerked the bolt and fired again quickly. "Save thy cartridges," Sordo said.
"One of the sons of the great whore tried to reach that boulder," the man pointed. "Did you hit him?" Sordo asked, turning his head with difficulty. "Nay," the man said. "The fornicator ducked back." "Who is a whore of whores is Pilar," the man with his chin in the dirt said. "That whore knows we are dying here." "She could do no good," Sordo said. The man had spoken on the side of his good ear, and he had heard him without turning his head. "What could she do?" "Take these sluts from the rear." "Gewa," Sordo said. "They are spread around a hillside. How would she come on them? There are 150 of them, maybe more now." "But if we hold out until dark," Joaquin said. "And if Christmas comes on Easter," the man with his chin on the ground said. "And if thy aunt had cojones, she would be thy uncle," another said to him. "Send for thy pasionaria. She alone can help us." "I do not believe that about the son," Joaquin said. "Or if he is there, he is training to be an aviator or something of that sort." "He is hidden there for safety," the man told him. "He is studying dialectics. Thy pasionaria has been there. So have Lister and Modesto and others. The one with the rare name told me." "That they should go to study and return to aid us," Joaquin said. "That they should aid us now," another man said. "That all the cruts of Russian-sucking swindlers should aid us now." He fired and said, "Me cago en tal, I missed him again." "Save thy cartridges, and do not talk so much, or thou wilt be very thirsty," Sordo said. "There is no water on this hill." "Take this," the man said, and rolling on his side he pulled a wineskin that he wore slung from his shoulder over his head, and handed it to Sordo. "Wash thy mouth out, old one. Thou must have much thirst with thy wounds." "Let all take it," Sordo said. "Then I will have some first," the owner said, and squirted a long stream into his mouth before he handed the leather bottle around. "Sordo, when thinkest thou the planes will come?" the man with his chin in the dirt asked. "Any time," said Sordo. "They should have come before." "Do you think these sons of the great whore will attack again?" "Only if the planes do not come." He did not think there was any need to speak about the mortar. They would know it soon enough when the mortar came. "God knows they've enough planes with what we saw yesterday." "Too many," Sordo said. His head hurt very much, and his arm was stiffening so that the pain of moving it was almost unbearable. He looked up at the bright, high, blue early summer sky as he raised the leather wine bottle with his good arm. He was 52 years old, and he was sure this was the last time he would see that sky. He was not at all afraid of dying, but he was angry at being trapped on this hill which was only utilizable as a place to die. If we could have gotten clear, he thought, if we could have made them come up the long valley, or if we could have broken loose across the road, it would have been all right. But this canker of a hill. We must use it as well as we can, and we have used it very well so far. If he had known how many men in history have had to use a hill to die on, it would not have cheered him any, for in the moment he was passing through, men are not impressed by what has happened to other men in similar circumstances, any more than a widow of one day is helped by the knowledge that other loved husbands have died. Whether one has fear of it or not, one's death is difficult to accept. Sordo had accepted it, but there was no sweetness in its acceptance, even at 52, with 3 wounds and him surrounded on a hill. He joked about it to himself, but he looked at the sky, and at the far mountains, and he swallowed the wine, and he did not want it. If one must die, he thought, and clearly one must, I can die. But I hate it. Dying was nothing, and he had no picture of it, nor fear of it in his mind, but living was a field of grain blowing in the wind on the side of a hill. Living was a hawk in the sky. Living was an earthen jar of water in the dust of the threshing with the grain flailed out and the chaff blowing. Living was a horse between your legs and a carbine under one leg, and a hill and a valley and a stream with trees along it, and the far side of the valley and the hills beyond. Sordo passed the wine bottle back and nodded his head in thanks. He leaned forward and patted the dead horse on the shoulder where the muzzle of the automatic rifle had burned the hide. He could still smell the burnt hair. He thought how he had held the horse there, trembling, with the fire around them, whispering and cracking, over and around them like a curtain, and had carefully shot him just at the intersection of the cross lines between the 2 eyes and the ears.
Then as the horse pitched down, he had dropped down behind his warm, wet back to get the gun to going as they came up the hill.
"Erras mucho caballo,"
he said, meaning, "Thou wert plenty of horse." El Sordo lay now on his good side and looked up at the sky. He was lying on a heap of empty cartridge hulls, but his head was protected by the rock, and his body lay in the lee of the horse. His wounds had stiffened badly, and he had much pain, and he felt too tired to move.
"What passes with thee, old one?"
the man next to him asked.
"Nothing. I am taking a little rest."
"Sleep," the other said.
"They will wake us when they come."
Just then, someone shouted from down the slope.
"Listen! Bandits!"
The voice came from behind the rocks where the closest automatic rifle was placed.
"Surrender now before the planes blow you to pieces."
"What is it he says?" Sordo asked. Joaquin told him. Sordo rolled to one side and pulled himself up so that he was crouched behind the gun again.
"Maybe the planes aren't coming," he said. "Don't answer them, and do not fire. Maybe we can get them to attack again."
"If we should insult them a little?" the man who had spoken to Joaquin about La Pasionaria's son in Russia asked.
"No," Sordo said. "Give me thy big pistol. Who has a big pistol?"
"Here."
"Give it to me."
Crouched on his knees, he took the big 9mm Star and fired one shot into the ground beside the dead horse, waited, then fired again 4 times at irregular intervals. Then he waited while he counted 60, and then fired a final shot directly into the body of the dead horse. He grinned and handed back the pistol.
"Reload it," he whispered, "and that everyone should keep his mouth shut and no one shoot." "Bandidos!" the voice shouted from behind the rocks.
No one spoke on the hill.
"Bandidos! Surrender now before we blow thee to little pieces."
"They're biting," Sordo whispered happily. As he watched, a man showed his head over the top of the rocks. There was no shot from the hilltop, and the head went down again. El Sordo waited, watching, but nothing more happened. He turned his head and looked at the others who were all watching down their sectors of the slope. As he looked at them, the others shook their heads.
"Let no one move," he whispered.
"Sons of the great whore!" the voice came now from behind the rocks again.
"Red swine! Mother rapers! Eaters of the milk of thy fathers!"
Sordo grinned. He could just hear the bellowed insults by turning his good ear. This is better than the aspirin, he thought. How many will we get? Can they be that foolish? The voice had stopped again, and for 3 minutes they heard nothing and saw no movement. Then the sniper behind the boulder 100 yards down the slope exposed himself and fired. The bullet hit a rock and ricocheted with a sharp whine. Then Sordo saw a man, bent double, run from the shelter of the rocks where the automatic rifle was, across the open ground to the big boulder behind which the sniper was hidden. He almost dove behind the boulder. Sordo looked around. They signaled to him that there was no movement on the other slopes. El Sordo grinned happily and shook his head. This is 10 times better than the aspirin, he thought. And he waited, as happy as only a hunter can be happy. Below on the slope, the man who had run from the pile of stones to the shelter of the boulder was speaking to the sniper.
"Do you believe it?"
"I don't know," the sniper said.
"It would be logical,"
the man who was the officer in command said.
"They are surrounded. They have nothing to expect but to die."
The sniper said nothing.
"What do you think?"
the officer asked. "Nothing," the sniper said.
"Have you seen any movement since the shots?"
"None at all." The officer looked at his wristwatch. It was 10 minutes to 3 o'clock.
"The plane should have come an hour ago," he said.
Just then another officer flopped in behind the boulder. The sniper moved over to make room for him.
"Thou, Paco,"
the first officer said.
"How does it seem to thee?"
The second officer was breathing heavily from his sprint up and across the hillside from the automatic rifle position.
"For me it is a trick," he said. "But if it is not, what a ridicule we make waiting here and laying siege to dead men."
"We have done something worse than ridiculous already," the second officer said.
Look at that slope.
He looked up the slope to where the dead were scattered close to the top. From where he looked, the line of the hilltop showed the scattered rocks, the belly, projecting legs, shod hooves jutting out of Sordo's horse, and the fresh dirt thrown up by the digging.
"What about the mortars?"
asked the second officer.
"They should be here in an hour, if not before."
"Then wait for them. There has been enough stupidity already."
"Bandidos!"
the first officer shouted suddenly, getting to his feet and putting his head well up above the boulder so that the crest of the hill looked much closer as he stood upright.
"Red swine! Cowards!"
The second officer looked at the sniper and shook his head. The sniper looked away, but his lips tightened. The first officer stood there, his head all clear of the rock, and with his hand on his pistol butt. He cursed and vilified the hilltop. Nothing happened. Then he stepped clear of the boulder and stood there looking up the hill.
"Fire, cowards, if you are alive!" he shouted. "Fire on one who has no fear of any red that ever came out of the belly of the great whore."
This last was quite a long sentence to shout, and the officer's face was red and congested as he finished. The second officer, who was a thin, sunburned man with quiet eyes, a thin, long-lipped mouth, and a stubble of beard over his hollow cheeks, shook his head again. It was this officer who was shouting who had ordered the first assault. The young lieutenant who was dead up the slope had been the best friend of this other lieutenant, who was named Paco Berendo, and who was listening to the shouting of the captain, who was obviously in a state of exaltation.
"Those are the swine who shot my sister and my mother," the captain said.
He had a red face and a blond, British-looking mustache, and there was something wrong about his eyes. They were a light blue, and the lashes were light too. As you looked at them, they seemed to focus slowly. Then,
"Reds!" he shouted. "Cowards!"
and commenced cursing again. He stood absolutely clear now, and sighting carefully, fired his pistol at the only target that the hilltop presented, the dead horse that had belonged to Sordo. The bullet threw up a puff of dirt 15 yards below the horse. The captain fired again. The bullet hit a rock and sung off. The captain stood there looking at the hilltop. The Lieutenant Berendo was looking at the body of the other lieutenant, just below the summit. The sniper was looking at the ground under his eyes. Then he looked up at the captain.
"There is no one alive up there," the captain said. "Thou," he said to the sniper, "go up there and see."
The sniper looked down. He said nothing.
"Don't you hear me?"
the captain shouted at him. "Yes, my captain," the sniper said, not looking at him.
"Then get up and go."
The captain still had his pistol out.
"Do you hear me?"
"Yes, my captain."
"Why don't you go, then?"
"I don't want to, my captain."
"You don't want to?"
The captain pushed the pistol against the small of the man's back.
"You don't want to?"
"I am afraid, my captain," the soldier said with dignity. Lieutenant Berendo, watching the captain's face and his odd eyes, thought he was going to shoot the man then.
"Captain Mora?" he said.
"Lieutenant Berendo?" "It is possible the soldier is right."
"That he is right to say he is afraid? That he is right to say he does not want to obey an order?"
"No, that he is right that it is a trick."
"They are all dead," the captain said. "Don't you hear me say they are all dead?"
"You mean our comrades on the slope?" Berendo asked him. "I agree with you."
"Paco," the captain said, "don't be a fool. Do you think you are the only one who cared for Julian? I tell you the Reds are dead, look."
He stood up, then put both hands on top of the boulder and pulled himself up, kneeing up awkwardly, then getting on his feet.
"Shoot!"
he shouted, standing on the gray granite boulder, and waved both his arms.
"Shoot me! Kill me!"
On the hilltop El Sordo lay behind the dead horse and grinned. What a people, he thought. He laughed, trying to hold it in because the shaking hurt his arm.
"Reds!" came the shout from below. "Red canaille! Shoot me! Kill me!"
Sordo, his chest shaking, barely peeped past the horse's crupper and saw the captain on top of the boulder waving his arms. Another officer stood by the boulder. The sniper was standing at the other side. Sordo kept his eye where it was, and shook his head happily.
"Shoot me," he said softly to himself. "Kill me."
Then his shoulders shook again. The laughing hurt his arm, and each time he laughed his head felt as though it would burst. But the laughter shook him again like a spasm. Captain Mora got down from the boulder.
"Now do you believe me, Paco?"
he questioned Lieutenant Berendo. "No," said Lieutenant Berendo.
"Cajones," the captain said. "Here there is nothing but idiots and cowards."
The sniper had gotten carefully behind the boulder again, and Lieutenant Berendo was squatting beside him. The captain, standing in the open beside the boulder, commenced to shout filth at the hilltop. There is no language so filthy as Spanish. There are words for all the vile words in English, and there are other words and expressions that are used only in countries where blasphemy keeps pace with the austerity of religion. Lieutenant Berendo was a very devout Catholic, so was the sniper. They were Carlists from Navarra, and while both of them cursed and blasphemed when they were angry, they regarded it as a sin, which they regularly confessed. As they crouched now behind the boulder, watching the captain and listening to what he was shouting, they both disassociated themselves from him and what he was saying. They did not want to have that sort of talk on their consciences, on a day in which they might die. Talking thus will not bring luck, the sniper thought. Speaking thus of the Virgen is bad luck. This one speaks worse than the Reds. Julian is dead, Lieutenant Berendo was thinking. Dead there on the slope on such a day as this is, and this foul-mouth stands there bringing more ill fortune with his blasphemies. Now the captain stopped shouting and turned to Lieutenant Berendo. His eyes looked stranger than ever.
"Paco," he said happily, "you and I will go up there."
"Not me."
"What?"
The captain had his pistol out again. I hate these pistol brandishers, Berendo was thinking. They cannot give an order without jerking a gun out. They probably pull out their pistols when they go to the toilet and order the move they will make. "I will go if you order me to, but under protest," Lieutenant Berendo told the captain.
"Then I will go alone," the captain said. "The smell of cowardice is too strong here."
Holding his pistol in his right hand, he strode steadily up the slope. Berendo and the sniper watched him. He was making no attempt to take any cover, and he was looking straight ahead of him at the rocks, the dead horse, and the fresh-dug dirt of the hilltop. El Sordo lay behind the horse at the corner of the rock, watching the captain come striding up the hill. Only one, he thought. We get only one. But from his manner of speaking, he is a cada mayor. Look at him walking. Look what an animal. Look at him stride forward. This one is for me. This one I take with me on the trip. This one coming now makes the same voyage I do. Come on, comrade voyager. Come striding. Come right along. Come along to meet it. Come on. Keep on walking. Don't slow up. Come right along. Come as thou art coming. Don't stop and look at those. That's right. Don't even look down. Keep on coming with your eyes forward. Look, he has a mustache. What do you think of that? He runs to a mustache, the comrade voyager. He is a captain. Look at his sleeves. I said he was a cada mayor. He has the face of an Inglés. Look, with a red face and blonde hair and blue eyes, with no cap on and his mustache is yellow, with blue eyes, with pale blue eyes, with pale blue eyes with something wrong with them, with pale blue eyes that don't focus. Close enough. Too close. Yes, comrade voyager. Take it, comrade voyager. He squeezed the trigger of the automatic rifle gently, and it pounded back 3 times against his shoulder with the slippery jolt the recoil of a tripoded automatic weapon gives. The captain lay on his face on the hillside. His left arm was under him. His right arm that had held the pistol was stretched forward of his head. From all down the slope they were firing on the hill crest again. Crouched behind the boulder, thinking that now he would have to sprint across that open space under fire, Lieutenant Berendo heard the deep, hoarse voice of Sordo from the hilltop.
"Bandidos!" the voice came. "Bandidos! Shoot me! Kill me!"
On the top of the hill El Sordo lay behind the automatic rifle, laughing so that his chest ached. so that he thought the top of his head would burst.
"Bandidos!" he shouted again happily. "Kill me, bandidos!"
Then he shook his head happily. We have lots of company for the voyage, he thought. He was going to try for the other officer with the automatic rifle when he would leave the shelter of the boulder. Sooner or later he would have to leave it. Sordo knew that he could never command from there, and he thought he had a very good chance to get him. Just then the others on the hill heard the first sound of the coming of the planes. El Sordo did not hear them. He was covering the downslope edge of the boulder with his automatic rifle, and he was thinking, "When I see him he will be running already, and I will miss him if I am not careful. I could shoot behind him all across that stretch. I should swing the gun with him and ahead of him, or let him start and then get on him and ahead of him. I will try to pick him up there at the edge of the rock and swing just ahead of him." Then he felt a touch on his shoulder, and he turned and saw the gray, fear-drained face of Joaquin, and he looked where the boy was pointing, and saw the 3 planes coming. At this moment Lieutenant Berendo broke from behind the boulder, and with his head bent and his legs plunging, ran down and across the slope to the shelter of the rocks where the automatic rifle was placed. Watching the planes, Sordo never saw him go. "Help me to pull this out," he said to Joaquin, and the boy dragged the automatic rifle clear from between the horse and the rock. The planes were coming on steadily. They were in echelon, and each second they grew larger, and their noise was greater. "Lie on your backs to fire at them," Sordo said. "Fire ahead of them as they come." He was watching them all the time. "Cabrones, hijos de puta," he said rapidly. "Ignacio," he said, "put the gun on the shoulder of the boy. Thou," to Joaquin, "sit there and do not move. Crouch over. More." He lay back and sighted with the automatic rifle as the planes came on steadily. "Thou, Ignacio, hold me the 3 legs of that tripod." They were dangling down the boy's back, and the muzzle of the gun was shaking from the jerking of his body that Joaquin could not control as he crouched with bent head, hearing the droning roar of their coming. Lying flat on his belly and looking up into the sky watching them come, Ignacio gathered the legs of the tripod into his 2 hands and steadied the gun. "Keep thy head down," he said to Joaquin. "Keep thy head forward." "Pasionaria says, better to die on thy—" Joaquin was saying to himself as the drone came nearer them. Then he shifted suddenly into, "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Holy Mary, Mother of God—" he started. Then he remembered quickly, as the roar came now unbearably, and started an act of contrition, racing in it. "O my God, I am heartily sorry for having offended thee, who art worthy of all my love." Then there were the hammering explosions past his ears, and the gun barrel hot against his shoulder. It was hammering now again, and his ears were deafened by the muzzle blast. Ignacio was pulling down hard on the tripod, and the barrel was burning his back. It was hammering now in the roar, and he could not remember the act of contrition. All he could remember was at the hour of our death, Amen. At the hour of our death, Amen. At the hour, Amen. The others all were firing, now and at the hour of our death, Amen. Then through the hammering of the gun there was the whistle of the air splitting apart, and then in the red-black roar the earth rolled under his knees, and then waved up to hit him in the face, and then dirt and bits of rock were falling all over, and Ignacio was lying on him, and the gun was lying on him. But he was not dead, because the whistle came again, and the earth rolled under him with the roar. Then it came again, and the earth lurched under his belly, and one side of the hilltop rose into the air, and then fell slowly over them where they lay. The planes came back 3 times and bombed the hilltop, but no one on the hilltop knew it. Then the planes machine-gunned the hilltop and went away. As they dove on the hill for the last time with their machine guns hammering, the first plane pulled up and winged over, and then each plane did the same, and they moved from the echelon to V formation and went away into the sky in the direction of Segovia. Keeping a heavy fire on the hilltop, Lieutenant Berendo pushed a patrol up to one of the bomb craters from where they could throw grenades onto the crest. He was taking no chances of anyone being alive and waiting for them in the mess that was up there, and he threw 4 grenades into the confusion of dead horses, broken and split rocks, and torn, yellow-stained, explosive, stinking earth before he climbed out of the bomb crater and walked over to have a look. No one was alive on the hilltop except the boy Joaquin, who was unconscious under the dead body of Ignacio. Joaquin was bleeding from the nose and from the ears. He had known nothing, and had no feeling since he had suddenly been in the very heart of the thunder, and the breath had been wrenched from his body when the one bomb struck so close, and Lieutenant Berendo made the sign of the cross, and then shot him in the back of the head, as quickly and as gently, if such an abrupt movement can be gentle, as Sordo had shot the wounded horse. Lieutenant Berendo stood on the hilltop and looked down the slope at his own dead, and then across the country, seeing where they had galloped before Sordo had turned at bay here. He noticed all the dispositions that had been made of the troops, and then he ordered the dead men's horses to be brought up, and the bodies tied across the saddles so that they might be packed in to La Granja. "Take that one, too," he said. "The one with his hands on the automatic rifle. That should be Sordo. He is the oldest, and it was he with the gun. No, cut the head off and wrap it in a poncho." He considered a minute. "You might as well take all the heads, and of the others below on the slope and where we first found them. Collect the rifles and pistols, and pack that gun on a horse." Then he walked down to where the lieutenant lay who had been killed in the first assault. He looked down at him, but did not touch him. "Que cosa más mala es la guerra," he said to himself, which meant, "What a bad thing war is." Then he made the sign of the cross again, and as he walked down the hill he said 5 Our Fathers and 5 Hail Marys for the repose of the soul of his dead comrade. He did not wish to stay to see his orders being carried out. Chapter 28. After the planes went away, Robert Jordan and Primitivo heard the firing start, and his heart seemed to start again with it. A cloud of smoke drifted over the last ridge that he could see in the high country, and the planes were 3 steadily receding specks in the sky. "They've probably bombed hell out of their own cavalry and never touched Sordo and company," Robert Jordan said to himself. "The damned planes scare you to death, but they don't kill you." "The combat goes on," Primitivo said, listening to the heavy firing. He had winced at each bomb thud, and now he licked his dry lips. "Why not?" Robert Jordan said. "Those things never kill anybody." Then the firing stopped absolutely, and he did not hear another shot. Lieutenant Berendo's pistol shot did not carry that far. When the firing first stopped, it did not affect him. Then, as the quiet kept on, a hollow feeling came in his chest. Then he heard the grenades burst, and for a moment his heart rose. Then everything was quiet again, and the quiet kept on, and he knew that it was over. Maria came up from the camp with a tin bucket of stewed hare with mushrooms sunken in the rich gravy, and a sack with bread, a leather wine bottle, 4 tin plates, 2 cups, and 4 spoons. She stopped at the gun, and ladled out 2 plates for Augustine and Eladio, who had replaced Anselmo at the gun, and gave them bread, and unscrewed the horn tip of the wine bottle and poured 2 cups of wine. Robert Jordan watched her climbing lithely up to his lookout post, the sack over her shoulder, the bucket in one hand, her cropped head bright in the sun. He climbed down and took the bucket and helped her up the last boulder. "What did the aviation do?" she asked, her eyes frightened. "Bombed Sordo." He had the bucket open and was ladling out stew onto a plate. "Are they still fighting?" "No, it is over." "Oh," she said, and bit her lip and looked out across the country. "I have no appetite," Primitivo said. "Eat anyway," Robert Jordan told him. "I could not swallow food." "Take a drink of this, man," Robert Jordan said, and handed him the wine bottle. "Then eat." "This of Sordo has taken away desire," Primitivo said. "Eat thou, I have no desire." Maria went over to him and put her arms around his neck and kissed him. "Eat, old one," she said. "Each one should take care of his strength." Primitivo turned away from her. He took the wine bottle and, tipping his head back, swallowed steadily, while he squirted a jet of wine into the back of his mouth. Then he filled his plate from the bucket and commenced to eat. Robert Jordan looked at Maria and shook his head. She sat down by him and put her arm around his shoulder. Each knew how the other felt, and they sat there, and Robert Jordan ate the stew, taking time to appreciate the mushrooms completely, and he drank the wine, and they said nothing. "You may stay here, Guapa, if you want," he said after a while, when the food was all eaten. "Nay," she said, "I must go to Pilar." "It is all right to stay here. I do not think that anything will happen now." "Nay, I must go to Pilar. She is giving me instruction." "What does she give thee?" "Instruction?" She smiled at him and then kissed him. "Did you never hear of religious instruction?" She blushed. "It is something like that." She blushed again, but different. "Go to thy instruction," he said, and patted her on the head. She smiled at him again, then said to Primitivo, "Do you want anything from below?" "No, daughter," he said. They both saw that he was still not yet recovered. "Salud, old one," she said to him. "Listen," Primitivo said. "I have no fear to die, but to leave them alone thus—" His voice broke. "There was no choice," Robert Jordan told him. "I know. But all the same—" "There was no choice," Robert Jordan repeated. "And now it is better not to speak of it." "Yes, but there alone, with no aid from us." "Much better not to speak of it," Robert Jordan said. "And thou, Guapa, get thee to thy instruction." He watched her climb down through the rocks. Then he sat there for a long time thinking and watching the high country. Primitivo spoke to him, but he did not answer. It was hot in the sun, but he did not notice the heat while he sat watching the hill slopes and the long patches of pine trees that stretched up the highest slope. An hour passed, and the sun was far to his left now, when he saw them coming over the crest of the slope, and he picked up his glasses. The horses showed small and minute as the first two riders came into sight on the long green slope of the high hill. Then there were 4 more horsemen coming down, spread out across the wide hill, and then through his glasses he saw the double column of men and horses ride into the sharp clarity of his vision. As he watched them, he felt sweat come from his armpits and run down his flanks. One man rode at the head of the column. Then came more horsemen. Then came the riderless horses with their burdens tied across the saddles. Then there were 2 riders. Then came the wounded with men walking by them as they rode. Then came more cavalry to close the column. Robert Jordan watched them ride down the slope and out of sight into the timber. He could not see at that distance the load one saddle bore, of a long rolled poncho tied at each end and at intervals, so that it bulged between each lashing, as a pod bulges with peas. This was tied across the saddle, and at each end it was lashed to the stirrup leathers. Alongside this, on the top of the saddle, the automatic rifle Sordo had served was lashed arrogantly. Lieutenant Berendo, who was riding at the head of the column, his flankers out, his point pushed well forward, felt no arrogance. He felt only the hollowness that comes after action. He was thinking, taking the heads is barbarous, but proof and identification is necessary. I will have trouble enough about this as it is, and who knows? This of the heads may appeal to them. There are those of them who like such things. It is possible they will send them all to Burgos. It is a barbarous business. The plains were muchos, much. But we could have done it all, and almost without losses, with a Stokes mortar. 2 mules to carry the shells, and a mule with a mortar on each side of the pack saddle. What an army we would be then, with the firepower of all these automatic weapons, and another mule, no, 2 mules to carry ammunition. Leave it alone, he told himself. It is no longer cavalry. Leave it alone. You're building yourself an army. Next you will want a mountain gun. Then he thought of Julian, dead on the hill, dead now, tied across a horse there in the first troop, and as he rode down into the dark pine forest, leaving the sunlight behind him on the hill, riding now in the quiet dark of the forest, he started to say a prayer for him again. "Hail, Holy Queen, Mother of Mercy," he started, "our life, our sweetness, and our hope. To thee do we send up our sighs, mournings and weepings in this valley of tears. He went on with the prayer, the horses' hooves soft on the fallen pine needles, the light coming through the tree trunks in patches as it comes through the columns of a cathedral, and as he prayed he looked ahead to see his flankers riding through the trees. He rode out of the forest onto the yellow road that led into La Granja, and the horses' hooves raised a dust that hung over them as they rode. It powdered the dead who were tied face down across the saddles, and the wounded, and those who walked beside them were in thick dust. It was here that Anselmo saw them ride past in their dust. He counted the dead and the wounded, and he recognized Sordo's automatic rifle. He did not know what the poncho-wrapped bundle was which flapped against the led horse's flanks as the stirrup leathers swung, but when on his way home he came in the dark onto the hill where Sordo had fought, he knew at once what the long poncho roll contained. In the dark he could not tell who had been up on the hill, but he counted those that lay there, and then made off across the hills for Pablo's camp. Walking alone in the dark, with a fear like a freezing of his heart from the feeling the holes of the bomb craters had given him, from them and from what he had found on the hill, he put all thought of the next day out of his mind. He simply walked as fast as he could to bring the news. And as he walked he prayed for the souls of Sordo and of all his band. It was the first time he had prayed since the start of the movement. "Most kind, most sweet, most clement Virgin," he prayed. But he could not keep from thinking of the next day finally. So he thought, "I will do exactly as the Inglés says, and as he says to do it. But let me be close to him, O Lord, and may his instructions be exact, for I do not think that I could control myself under the bombardment of the plains. Help me, O Lord, tomorrow to comport myself as a man should in his last hours. Help me, O Lord, to understand clearly the needs of the day. Help me, O Lord, to dominate the movement of my legs that I should not run when the bad moment comes. Help me, O Lord, to comport myself as a man tomorrow in the day of battle. Since I have asked this aid of thee, please grant it, knowing I would not ask it if it were not serious, and I will ask nothing more of thee again." Walking in the dark alone, he felt much better from having prayed, and he was sure now that he would comport himself well. Walking now down from the high country, he went back to praying for the people of Sordo, and in a short time he had reached the upper post, where Fernando challenged him. "It is I," he answered, "Anselmo." "Good," Fernando said. "You know of this of Sordo, old one?" Anselmo asked Fernando, the two of them standing at the entrance of the big rocks in the dark. "Why not?" Fernando said. "Pablo has told us." "He was up there?" "Why not?" Fernando said stolidly. "He visited the hill as soon as the cavalry left." "He told you?" "He told us all," Fernando said. "What barbarians these fascists are. We must do away with all such barbarians in Spain." He stopped, then said bitterly, "In them is lacking all conception of dignity." Anselmo grinned in the dark. An hour ago he could not have imagined that he would ever smile again. What a marvel, that Fernando, he thought. "Yes," he said to Fernando, "we must teach them. We must take away their planes, their automatic weapons, their tanks, their artillery, and teach them dignity." "Exactly," Fernando said. "I am glad that you agree." Anselmo left him standing there alone with his dignity, and went on down to the cave. Chapter 29. Anselmo found Robert Jordan sitting at the plank table inside the cave with Pablo opposite him. They had a bowl poured full of wine between them, and each had a cup of wine on the table. Robert Jordan had his notebook out, and he was holding a pencil. Pilar and Maria were in the back of the cave, out of sight. There was no way for Anselmo to know that the woman was keeping the girl back there to keep her from hearing the conversation, and he thought that it was odd that Pilar was not at the table. Robert Jordan looked up as Anselmo came in under the blanket that hung over the opening. Pablo stared straight at the table. His eyes were focused on the wine bowl, but he was not seeing it. "I come from above," Anselmo said to Robert Jordan. "Pablo has told us," Robert Jordan said. "There were 6 dead on the hill, and they had taken their heads," Anselmo said. "I was there in the dark." Robert Jordan nodded. Pablo sat there looking at the wine bowl and saying nothing. There was no expression on his face, and his small pig eyes were looking at the wine bowl as though he had never seen one before. "Sit down," Robert Jordan said to Anselmo. The old man sat down at the table on one of the hide-covered stools, and Robert Jordan reached under the table and brought up the pinch bottle of whiskey that had been the gift of Sordo. It was about half full. Robert Jordan reached down the table for a cup and poured a drink of whiskey into it, and shoved it along the table to Anselmo. "Drink that, old one," he said. Pablo looked from the wine bowl to Anselmo's face as he drank, and then he looked back at the wine bowl. As Anselmo swallowed the whiskey, he felt a burning in his nose, his eyes, and his mouth, and then a happy, comforting warmth in his stomach. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Then he looked at Robert Jordan and said, "Can I have another?" "Why not?" Robert Jordan said, and poured another drink from the bottle, and handed it this time, instead of pushing it. This time there was not the burning when he swallowed, but the warm comfort doubled. It was as good a thing for his spirit as a saline injection is for a man who has suffered a great hemorrhage. The old man looked toward the bottle again. "The rest is for tomorrow," Robert Jordan said. "What passed on the road, old one?" "There was much movement," Anselmo said. "I have it all noted down as you showed me. I have one watching for me and noting now. Later I will go for her report." "Did you see anti-tank guns? Those on rubber tires with the long barrels?" "Yes," Anselmo said. "There were 4 camions which passed on the road. In each of them there was such a gun, with pine branches spread across the barrels. In the trucks rode 6 men with each gun." "4 guns, you say?" Robert Jordan asked him. "4, Anselmo said. He did not look at his papers. "Tell me what else went up the road." While Robert Jordan noted, Anselmo told him everything he had seen move past him on the road. He told it from the beginning, and in order, with the wonderful memory of those who cannot read or write, and twice while he was talking, Pablo reached out for more wine from the bowl. "There was also the cavalry which entered La Granja, from the high country where El Sordo fought," Anselmo went on. Then he told the number of the wounded he had seen, and the number of the dead across the saddles. "There was a bundle packed across one saddle that I did not understand," he said, "but now I know it was the heads." He went on without pausing. "It was a squadron of cavalry. They had only 1 officer left. He was not the one who was here in the early morning, when you were by the gun. He must have been one of the dead. 2 of the dead were officers by their sleeves. They were lashed face down over the saddles, their arms hanging. Also they had the máquina of El Sordo tied to the saddle that bore the heads. The barrel was bent. That is all," he finished. "It is enough," Robert Jordan said, and dipped his cup into the wine bowl. "Who beside you has been through the lines to the side of the Republic?" "Andrés and Eladio." "Which is the better of those 2? "Andrés." "How long would it take him to get to Navacerrada from here?" "Carrying no pack and taking his precautions, in 3 hours with luck. We came by a longer, safer route because of the material." "He can surely make it?" "No sé. There is no such thing as surely." "Not for thee, either?" "Nay." That decides that, Robert Jordan thought to himself. If he had said that he could make it surely I would have sent him. "Andrés can get there as well as thee?" "As well or better. He is younger." "But this must absolutely get there." "If nothing happens, he will get there. If anything happens, it could happen to anyone." "I will write a dispatch and send it by him," Robert Jordan said. "I will explain to him where he can find the general. He will be at the Estado Mayor of the division." "He will not understand all this of divisions and all," Anselmo said. "Always has it confused me. He should have the name of the general and where he can be found." "But it is at the Estado Mayor of the division that he will be found." "But is that not a place?" "Certainly it is a place, old one," Robert Jordan explained patiently. "But it is a place the general will have selected. It is where he will make his headquarters for the battle." "Where is it, then?" Anselmo was tired, and the tiredness was making him stupid. Also words like brigades, divisions, army corps confused him. First there had been columns, then there were regiments, then there were brigades. Now there were brigades and divisions both. He did not understand. A place was a place. "Take it slowly, old one," Robert Jordan said. He knew that if he could not make Anselmo understand, he could never explain it clearly to Andrés either. The Estado Mayor of the division is a place the general will have picked to set up his organization to command. He commands a division, which is 2 brigades. I do not know where it is because I was not there when it was picked. It will probably be a cave or dugout, a refuge, and wires will run to it. Andres must ask for the general and for the Estado Mayor of the division. He must give this to the general, or to the chief of his Estado Mayor, or to another whose name I will write. One of them will surely be there, even if the others are out inspecting the preparations for the attack. Do you understand now? Yes. Then get Andres, and I will write it now and seal it with this seal. He showed him the small, round, wooden-backed rubber stamp with the seal of the SIM and the round, tin-covered inking pad, no bigger than a 50-cent piece he carried in his pocket. That seal they will honor. Get Andres now, and I will explain to him. He must go quickly, but first he must understand. He will understand if I do, but you must make it very clear. This of staffs and divisions is a mystery to me. Always have I gone to such things as definite places such as a house. In Navacerrada, it is in the old hotel where the place of command is. In Guadarrama, it is in a house with a garden. With this general, Robert Jordan said, it will be some place very close to the lines. It will be underground to protect from the planes. Andres will find it easily by asking, if he knows what to ask for. He will only need to show what I have written. But fetch him now, for this should get there quickly. Anselmo went out, ducking under the hanging blanket. Robert Jordan commenced writing in his notebook. "Listen, Inglés," Pablo said, still looking at the wine bowl. "I am writing," Robert Jordan said, without looking up. "Listen, Inglés." Pablo spoke directly to the wine bowl. "There is no need to be disheartened in this. Without Sordo, we have plenty of people to take the posts and blow thy bridge." "Good," Robert Jordan said, without stopping writing. "Plenty," Pablo said. "I have admired thy judgment much today, Inglés," Pablo told the wine bowl. "I think thou hast much picardia, that thou art smarter than I am. I have confidence in thee." Concentrating on his report to Goltz, trying to put it in the fewest words and still make it absolutely convincing, trying to put it so the attack would be cancelled, absolutely, yet convince them he wasn't trying to have it called off because of any fears he might have about the danger of his own mission, but wished only to put them in possession of all the facts. Robert Jordan was hardly half listening. "Inglés," Pablo said. "I am writing," Robert Jordan told him, without looking up. "I probably should send 2 copies, he thought. But if I do, we will not have enough people to blow it if I have to blow it. What do I know about why this attack is made? Maybe it is only a holding attack. Maybe they want to draw those troops from somewhere else. Perhaps they make it to draw those planes from the north. Maybe that is what it is about. Perhaps it is not expected to succeed. What do I know about it? This is my report to Goltz. I do not blow the bridge until the attack starts. My orders are clear, and if the attack is called off, I blow nothing. But I've got to keep enough people here for the bare minimum necessary to carry the orders out." "What did you say?" he asked Pablo. "That I have confidence, Inglés." Pablo was still addressing the wine bowl. Man, I wish I had, Robert Jordan thought. He went on writing. Chapter 30. So now everything had been done that there was to do that night. All orders had been given. Everyone knew exactly what he was to do in the morning. Andres had been gone 3 hours. Either it would come now with the coming of the daylight, or it would not come. I believe that it will come, Robert Jordan told himself, walking back down from the upper post where he had gone to speak to Primitivo. Goltz makes the attack, but he has not the power to cancel it. Permission to cancel it will have to come from Madrid. The chances are they won't be able to wake anybody up there, and if they do wake up, they will be too sleepy to think. I should have gotten word to Goltz sooner of the preparations they have made to meet the attack, but how could I send word about something until it happened? They did not move up that stuff until just at dark. They did not want to have any movement on the road spotted by planes. But what about all their planes? What about those fascist planes? Surely our people must have been warned by them. But perhaps the fascists were faking for another offensive down through Guadalajara with them. There were supposed to be Italian troops concentrated in Soria, and at Sigüenza again, besides those operating in the north. They haven't enough troops or material to run 2 major offensives at the same time, though. That is impossible. So it must be just a bluff. But we know how many troops the Italians have landed all last month, and the month before at Cadiz. It is always possible they will try again at Guadalajara, not stupidly as before, but with 3 main fingers coming down to broaden it out and carry it along the railway to the west of the plateau. There was a way that they could do it all right. Hans had shown him. They made many mistakes the first time. The whole conception was unsound. They had not used any of the same troops in the Arganda offensive against the Madrid-Valencia road that they used at Guadalajara. Why had they not made those same drives simultaneously? Why? Why? When would we know why? Yet we had stopped them both times with the very same troops. We never could have stopped them if they had pulled both drives at once. Don't worry, he told himself. Look at the miracles that have happened before this. Either you will have to blow that bridge in the morning or you will not have to. But do not start deceiving yourself into thinking you won't have to blow it. You will blow it one day or you will blow it another. Or if it is not this bridge, it will be some other bridge. It is not you who decides what shall be done. You follow orders. Follow them, and do not try to think beyond them. The orders on this are very clear, too very clear. But you must not worry, nor must you be frightened. For if you allow yourself the luxury of normal fear, that fear will infect those who must work with you. But that heads business was quite a thing all the same, he told himself. And the old man running onto them on the hilltop alone? How would you have liked to run onto them like that? That impressed you, didn't it? Yes, that impressed you, Jordan. You have been quite impressed more than once today. But you have behaved okay. So far you have behaved all right. You do very well for an instructor in Spanish at the University of Montana, he joked at himself. You do all right for that. But do not start to thinking that you are anything very special. You haven't gotten very far in this business. Just remember Duran, who never had any military training, and who was a composer and lad about town before the movement, and is now a damned good general commanding a brigade. It was all as simple and easy to learn and understand to Duran as chess to a child chess prodigy. You had read on and studied the art of war ever since you were a boy, and your grandfather had started you on the American Civil War. Except that grandfather always called it the War of the Rebellion. But compared with Duran, you were like a good, sound chess player against a boy prodigy. Old Duran. It would be good to see Duran again. He would see him at Gaylord's after this was over. Yes, after this was over. See how well he was behaving? I'll see him at Gaylord's, he said to himself, after this is over. Don't kid yourself, he said. You do it all perfectly okay, cold, without kidding yourself. You aren't going to see Duran anymore, and it is of no importance. Don't be that way either, he told himself. Don't go in for any of those luxuries. Nor for heroic resignation either. We do not want any citizens full of heroic resignation in these hills. Your grandfather fought 4 years in our Civil War, and you are just finishing your first year in this war. You have a long time to go yet, and you are very well fitted for the work. And now you have Maria, too. Why, you've got everything. You shouldn't worry. What is a little brush between a guerrilla band and a squadron of cavalry? That isn't anything. What if they took their heads? Does that make any difference? None at all. The Indians always took the scalps when grandfather was at Fort Kearny after the war. Do you remember the cabinet in your father's office with the arrowheads spread out on a shelf, and the eagle feathers of the war bonnets that hung on the wall, their plumes slanting, the smoked buckskin smell of the leggings and the shirts, and the feel of the beaded moccasins? Do you remember the great stave of the buffalo bow that leaned in a corner of the cabinet, and the 2 quivers of hunting and war arrows, and how the bundle of shafts felt when you closed your hand around them? Remember something like that. Remember something concrete and practical. Remember grandfather's saber, bright and well-oiled in its dented scabbard, and grandfather showed you how the blade had been thinned from the many times it had been to the grinders. Remember grandfather's Smith & Wesson. It was a single-action, officer's model, .32 caliber, and there was no trigger guard. It had the softest, sweetest trigger pull you had ever felt, and it was always well oiled, and the bore was clean, although the finish was all worn off, and the brown metal of the barrel and the cylinder was worn smooth from the leather of the holster. It was kept in the holster with a US on the flap, in a drawer in the cabinet with its cleaning equipment and 200 rounds of cartridges. Their cardboard boxes were wrapped and tied neatly with waxed twine. You could take the pistol out of the drawer and hold it. "Handle it freely," was Grandfather's expression, but you could not play with it because it was a serious weapon. You asked Grandfather once if he had ever killed anyone with it, and he said, "Yes." Then you said, "When, Grandfather?" And he said, "In the War of the Rebellion, and afterwards." You said, "Will you tell me about it, Grandfather?" And he said, "I do not care to speak about it, Robert." Then after your father had shot himself with this pistol, and you had come home from school and they'd had the funeral, the coroner had returned it after the inquest, saying, "Bob, I guess you might want to keep the gun. I'm supposed to hold it, but I know your dad set a lot of store by it because his dad packed it all through the war, besides out here when he first came out with the cavalry. And it's still a hell of a good gun. I had her out trying her this afternoon. She don't throw much of a slug, but you can hit things with her." He had put the gun back in the drawer in the cabinet where it belonged, but the next day he took it out and he had ridden up to the top of the high country above Red Lodge with Chubb, where they had built the road to Cook City now over the pass and across the Beartooth Plateau, and up there where the wind was thin and there was snow all summer on the hills, they had stopped by the lake, which was supposed to be 800 feet deep and was a deep green color, and Chubb held the two horses, and he climbed out on a rock and leaned over and saw his face in the still water, and saw himself holding the gun, and then he dropped it, holding it by the muzzle, and saw it go down, making bubbles until it was just as big as a watch charm in that clear water, and then it was out of sight. Then he came back off the rock, and when he swung up into the saddle, he gave old Bess such a clout with the spurs she started to buck like an old rocking horse. He bucked her out along the shore of the lake, and as soon as she was reasonable, they went on back along the trail. "I know why you did that with the old gun, Bob," Chubb said. "Well, then we don't have to talk about it," he had said. They never talked about it, and that was the end of Grandfather's sidearms, except for the saber. He still had the saber in his trunk with the rest of his things at Missoula. I wonder what Grandfather would think of this situation, he thought. Grandfather was a hell of a good soldier, everybody said. They said if he had been with Custer that day, he never would have let him be sucked in that way. How could he ever not have seen the smoke nor the dust of all those lodges down there in the draw along the Little Bighorn, unless there must have been a heavy morning mist? But there wasn't any mist. I wish Grandfather were here instead of me. Well, maybe we will all be together by tomorrow night. If there should be any such damn fool business as a hereafter, and I'm sure there isn't, he thought, I would certainly like to talk to him, because there are a lot of things I would like to know. I have a right to ask him now, because I have had to do the same sort of things myself. I don't think he'd mind my asking now. I had no right to ask before. I understand him not telling me because he didn't know me. But now I think that we would get along all right. I'd like to be able to talk to him now and get his advice. Hell, if I didn't get advice, I'd just like to talk to him. It's a shame there is such a jump in time between ones like us. Then, as he thought, he realized that if there was any such thing as ever meeting, both he and his grandfather would be acutely embarrassed by the presence of his father. Anyone has a right to do it, he thought, but it isn't a good thing to do. I understand it, but I do not approve of it. Lâche was the word. But you do understand it? Sure, I understand it, but... Yes, but... You have to be awfully occupied with yourself to do a thing like that. Oh, hell, I wish Grandfather was here, he thought, for about an hour anyway. Maybe he sent me what little I have through that other one that misused the gun. Maybe that is the only communication that we have. But damn it. Truly damn it. But I wish the time lag wasn't so long, so that I could have learned from him what the other one never had to teach me. But suppose the fear he had to go through and dominate and just get rid of finally in 4 years of that, and then in the Indian fighting, although in that mostly there couldn't have been so much fear, had made a cobarde out of the other one the way second-generation bullfighters almost always are. Suppose that. And maybe the good juice only came through straight again after passing through that one. I'll never forget how sick it made me the first time I knew he was a cobarde. Go on, say it in English. Coward. It's easier when you have it said, and there is never any point in referring to a son of a bitch by some foreign term. He wasn't any son of a bitch, though. He was just a coward, and that was the worst luck any man could have. Because if he wasn't a coward, he would have stood up to that woman, and not let her bully him. I wonder what I would have been like if he had married a different woman. That's something you'll never know, he thought, and grinned. Maybe the bully in her helped to supply what was missing in the other. And you, take it a little easy. Don't get to referring to the good juice and such other things until you are through tomorrow. Don't be snotty too soon, and then don't be snotty at all. We'll see what sort of juice you have tomorrow. But he started thinking about grandfather again. George Custer was not an intelligent leader of cavalry, Robert, his grandfather had said. He was not even an intelligent man. He remembered that when his grandfather said that, he felt resentment that anyone should speak against that figure in the buckskin shirt, the yellow curls blowing, that stood on that hill, holding a service revolver, as the Sioux closed in around him in the old Anheuser-Busch lithograph that hung on the poolroom wall in Red Lodge. He just had a great ability to get himself in and out of trouble, his grandfather went on. And on the Little Bighorn, he got into it, but he couldn't get out. Now, Phil Sheridan was an intelligent man, and so was Jeb Stuart. But John Mosby was the finest cavalry leader that ever lived. He had a letter in his things in the trunk at Missoula, from General Phil Sheridan to old Killy the Horse Kilpatrick, that said his grandfather was a finer leader of irregular cavalry than John Mosby. I ought to tell Goltz about my grandfather, he thought. He wouldn't ever have heard of him, though. He probably never even heard of John Mosby. The British all had heard of them, though, because they had to study our Civil War, much more than people did on the continent. Kharkov said after this was over, I could go to the Lenin Institute in Moscow if I wanted to. He said I could go to the military academy of the Red Army if I wanted to do that. I wonder what grandfather would think of that. Grandfather, who never knowingly sat at table with a Democrat in his life. Well, I don't want to be a soldier, he thought. I know that, so that's out. I just want us to win this war. I guess really good soldiers are really good at very little else, he thought. That's obviously untrue. Look at Napoleon and Wellington. You're very stupid this evening, he thought. Usually his mind was very good company, and tonight it had been when he thought about his grandfather. Then thinking of his father had thrown him off. He understood his father, and he forgave him everything, and he pitied him, but he was ashamed of him. You'd better not think at all, he told himself. Soon you will be with Maria, and you won't have to think. That's the best way, now that everything is worked out. When you have been concentrating so hard on something you can't stop, and your brain gets to racing like a flywheel with the weight gone, you better just not think. But just suppose, he thought, just suppose that when the planes unload they smash those anti-tank guns, and just blow hell out of the positions, and the old tanks roll good up whatever hill it is for once, and old Goltz boots that bunch of drunks, clochards, bums, fanatics, and heroes that make up the 14e Brigade ahead of him, and I know how good Duran's people are in Goltz's other brigade, and we are in Segovia tomorrow night. Yes, just suppose, he said to himself. I'll settle for La Granja, he told himself, but you are going to have to blow that bridge. He suddenly knew absolutely. There won't be any calling off, because the way you have just been supposing there for a minute is how the possibilities of that attack look to those who have ordered it. Yes, you will have to blow the bridge, he knew truly. Whatever happens to Andres doesn't matter. Coming down the trail there in the dark, alone with the good feeling that everything that had to be done was over for the next 4 hours, and with the confidence that had come from thinking back to concrete things, the knowledge that he would surely have to blow the bridge came to him almost with comfort. The uncertainty, the enlargement of the feeling of being uncertain, as when, through a misunderstanding of possible dates, one does not know whether the guests are really coming to a party, that had been with him ever since he had dispatched Andres with the report to Goltz, had all dropped from him now. He was sure now that the festival would not be cancelled. It's much better to be sure, he thought. It's always much better to be sure. Chapter 31. So now they were in the robe again together, and it was late in the last night. Maria lay close against him, and he felt the long smoothness of her thighs against his, and her breasts like two small hills that rise out of the long plain where there is a well, and the far country beyond the hills was the valley of her throat, where his lips were. He lay very quiet, and did not think, and she stroked his head with her hand. "Roberto," Maria said very softly, and kissed him. "I am ashamed. I do not wish to disappoint thee, but there is a great soreness and much pain. I do not think I would be any good to thee." "There is always a great soreness and much pain," he said. "Nay, Rabbit, that is nothing. We will do nothing that makes pain." "It is not that. It is that I am not good to receive thee as I wish to." "That is of no importance. That is a passing thing. We are together when we lie together." "Yes, but I am ashamed. I think it was from when things were done to me that it comes, not from thee and me." "Let us not talk of that." "Nor do I wish to. I meant I could not bear to fail thee now on this night, and so I sought to excuse myself." "Listen, Rabbit," he said. "All such things pass, and then there is no problem." But he thought it was not good luck for the last night. Then he was ashamed and said, "Lie close against me, Rabbit. I love thee as much feeling thee against me in here in the dark as I love thee making love." "I am deeply ashamed because I thought it might be again tonight as it was in the high country when we came down from El Sordos." "Que va," he said to her. "That is not for every day. I like it thus as well as the other." He lied, putting aside disappointment. "We will be here together quietly, and we will sleep. Let us talk together. I know thee very little from talking." "Should we speak of tomorrow, and of thy work? I would like to be intelligent about thy work." "No," he said, and relaxed completely into the length of the robe, and lay now quietly with his cheek against her shoulder, his left arm under her head. "The most intelligent is not to talk about tomorrow, nor what happened today. In this we do not discuss the losses, and what we must do tomorrow we will do. Thou art not afraid?" "Que va," she said. "I am always afraid. But now I am afraid for thee so much I do not think of me." "Thou must not, Rabbit. I have been in many things, and worse than this," he lied. Then suddenly surrendering to something, to the luxury of going into unreality, he said, "Let us talk of Madrid, and of us in Madrid." "Good," she said. Then, "Oh, Roberto, I am sorry I have failed thee. Is there not some other thing that I can do for thee?" He stroked her head and kissed her, and then lay close and relaxed beside her, listening to the quiet of the night. "Thou canst talk with me of Madrid," he said, and thought, "I'll keep any oversupply of that for tomorrow. I'll need all of that there is tomorrow. There are no pine needles that need that now as I will need it tomorrow. Who was it cast his seed upon the ground in the Bible? Onan? How did Onan turn out?" he thought. "I don't remember ever hearing any more about Onan." He smiled in the dark. Then he surrendered again and let himself slip into it, feeling a voluptuousness of surrender into unreality that was like a sexual acceptance of something that could come in the night when there was no understanding, only the delight of acceptance. "My beloved," he said, and kissed her. "Listen. The other night I was thinking about Madrid, and I thought how I would get there and leave thee at the hotel while I went up to see people at the Hotel of the Russians. But that was false. I would not leave thee at any hotel." "Why not?" "Because I will take care of thee. I will not ever leave thee. I will go with thee to the Seguridad to get papers. Then I will go with thee to buy those clothes that are needed." "They are few, and I can buy them." "Nay, they are many, and we will go together and buy good ones, and thou wilt be beautiful in them." "I would rather we stayed in the room in the hotel and sent out for the clothes. Where is the hotel?" It is on the Plaza del Callao. We will be much in that room in that hotel. There is a wide bed with clean sheets, and there is hot running water in the bathtub, and there are 2 closets, and I will keep my things in one, and thou wilt take the other. And there are tall, wide windows that open, and outside in the streets there is the spring. Also I know good places to eat that are illegal but with good food, and I know shops where there is still wine and whiskey. And we will keep things to eat in the room for when we are hungry, and also whiskey for when I wish a drink, and I will buy thee manzanilla. I would like to try the whiskey. But since it is difficult to obtain, and if thou likest manzanilla— Keep thy whiskey, Roberto, she said. Oh, I love thee very much. Thou and thy whiskey that I could not have. What a pig thou art. Nay, you shall try it, but it is not good for a woman. And I have only had things that were good for a woman, Maria said. Then there in bed I will still wear my wedding shirt? Nay, I will buy thee various nightgowns, and pajamas too, if you should prefer them. I will buy 7 wedding shirts, she said, 1 for each day of the week, and I will buy a clean wedding shirt for thee. Dost ever wash thy shirt? Sometimes. I will keep everything clean, and I will pour thy whiskey and put the water in it, as it was done at Sordo's. I will obtain olives and salted codfish and hazelnuts for thee to eat while thou drinkest, and we will stay in the room for a month and never leave it. If I am fit to receive thee, she said, suddenly unhappy. That is nothing, Robert Jordan told her. Truly, it is nothing. It is possible thou wert hurt there once, and now there is a scar that makes a further hurting. Such a thing is possible. All such things pass. And also there are good doctors in Madrid if there is truly anything. But all was good before, she said pleadingly. That is the promise that all will be good again. Then let us talk again about Madrid. She curled her legs between his and rubbed the top of her head against his shoulder. But will I not be so ugly there with this cropped head that thou wilt be ashamed of me? Nay, thou art lovely. Thou hast a lovely face and a beautiful body, long and light, and thy skin is smooth and the color of burnt gold, and everyone will try to take thee from me. Que va, take me from thee, she said. No other man will ever touch me till I die. Take me from thee, que va. But many will try. Thou wilt see. They will see I love thee so, that they will know it would be as unsafe as putting their hands into a cauldron of melted lead to touch me. But thou, when thou seest beautiful women of the same culture as thee, thou wilt not be ashamed of me? Never. And I will marry thee. If you wish, she said. But since we no longer have the church, I do not think it carries importance. I would like us to be married. If you wish. But listen. If we were ever in another country, where there still was the church, perhaps we could be married in it there. In my country they still have the church, he told her. There we can be married in it, if it means aught to thee. I have never been married. There is no problem. I am glad thou hast never been married, she said. But I am glad thou knowest about such things, as you have told me, for that means thou hast been with many women, and the Pilar told me that it is only such men who are possible for husbands. But thou wilt not run with other women now? Because it would kill me. I have never run with many women, he said truly. Until thee I did not think that I could love one deeply. She stroked his cheeks, and then held her hands clasped behind his head. Thou must have known very many. Not to love them. Listen, the Pilar told me something. Say it. No, it is better not to. Let us talk again about Madrid. What was it you were going to say? I do not wish to say it. Perhaps it would be better to say it if it could be important. You think it is important? Yes. But how can you know when you do not know what it is? From thy manner. I will not keep it from you then. The Pilar told me that we would all die tomorrow, and that you know it as well as she does, and that you give it no importance. She said this not in criticism, but in admiration. She said that? He said. The crazy bitch, he thought, and he said, that is more of her gypsy manure. That is the way old market women and cafe cowards talk. That is manuring obscenity. He felt the sweat that came from under his armpits and slid down between his arm and his side, and he said to himself, "So you are scared, eh?" And aloud he said, "She is a manure-mouthed, superstitious bitch. Let us talk again of Madrid." "Then you know no such thing?" "Of course not." "Do not talk such manure," he said, using a stronger, ugly word. But this time when he talked about Madrid there was no slipping into make-believe again. Now he was just lying to his girl, and to himself, to pass the night before battle, and he knew it. He liked to do it, but all the luxury of the acceptance was gone. But he started again. "I have thought about thy hair," he said, "and what we can do about it. You see it grows now all over thy head the same length, like the fur of an animal, and it is lovely to feel, and I love it very much, and it is beautiful, and it flattens and rises like a wheat field in the wind when I pass my hand over it." "Pass thy hand over it?" He did, and left his hand there and went on talking to her throat, as he felt his own throat swell. "But in Madrid I thought we could go together to the coiffeurs, and they could cut it neatly on the sides and in the back as they cut mine, and that way it would look better in the town while it was growing out." "I would look like thee," she said, and held him close to her, "and then I never would want to change it." "Nay, it will grow all the time, and that will only be to keep it neat at the start while it is growing long." "How long will it take to grow long?" "Really long?" "No, I mean to thy shoulders. It is thus I would have thee wear it." "As Garbo in the cinema?" "Yes," he said thickly. Now the making-believe was coming back in a great rush, and he would take it all to him. It had him now, and again he surrendered and went on. "So it will hang straight to thy shoulders, and curl at the ends, as a wave of the sea curls, and it will be the color of ripe wheat, and thy face the color of burnt gold, and thine eyes the only color they could be with thy hair and thy skin, gold with the dark flecks in them, and I will push thy head back and look in thy eyes, and hold thee tight against me." "Where?" "Anywhere, wherever it is that we are." "How long will it take for thy hair to grow?" "I do not know, because it never had been cut before. But I think in 6 months it should be long enough to hang well below my ears, and in a year, as long as thou couldst ever wish. But do you know what will happen first?" "Tell me." "We will be in the big clean bed in thy famous room, in our famous hotel, and we will sit in the famous bed together, and look into the mirror of the armoire, and there will be thee, and there will be me in the glass, and then I will turn to thee thus, and put my arms around thee thus, and then I will kiss thee thus." Then they lay quiet and close together in the night, hot, aching, rigid, close together and holding her. Robert Jordan held closely too all those things that he knew could never happen, and he went on with it deliberately and said, "Rabbit, we will not always live in that hotel." "Why not?" "We can get an apartment in Madrid, on that street that runs along the Parque of the Buen Retiro. I know an American woman who furnished apartments and rented them before the movement, and I know how to get such an apartment for only the rent that was paid before the movement. There are apartments there that face on the park, and you can see all of the park from the windows, the iron fence, the gardens, and the gravel walks, and the green of the lawns where they touch the gravel, and the trees deep with shadows, and the many fountains, and now the chestnut trees will be in bloom. In Madrid we can walk in the park, and row on the lake if the water is back in it now." "Why would the water be out?" "They drained it in November because it made a mark to sight from when the planes came over for bombing, but I think that the water is back in it now. I'm not sure. But even if there is no water in it, we can walk through all the park away from the lake, and there is a part that is like a forest with trees from all parts of the world with their names on them, with placards that tell what trees they are and where they came from." "I would almost as soon go to the cinema," Maria said, "but the trees sound very interesting, and I will learn them all with thee if I can remember them." "They are not as in a museum," Robert Jordan said. "They grow naturally, and there are hills in the park, and part of the park is like a jungle. Then below it there is the book fair, where along the sidewalks there are hundreds of booths with second-hand books in them, and now since the movement there are many books, stolen in the looting of the houses which have been bombed, and from the houses of the fascists, and brought to the book fair by those who stole them. I could spend all day every day at the stalls of the book fair, as I once did in the days before the movement. if I ever could have any time in Madrid. While thou art visiting the book fair, I will occupy myself with the apartment, Maria said. We will have enough money for a servant? Surely. I can get Petra, who is at the hotel, if she pleases thee. She cooks well and is clean. I have eaten there with newspapermen that she cooks for. They have electric stoves in their rooms. If you wish her, Maria said, or I can find someone. But wilt thou not be away much with thy work? They would not let me go with thee on such work as this. Perhaps I can get work in Madrid. I have done this work now for a long time, and I have fought since the start of the movement. It is possible that they would give me work now in Madrid. I have never asked for it. I have always been at the front, or in such work as this. Do you know that until I met thee, I have never asked for anything, nor wanted anything, nor thought of anything except the movement and the winning of this war? Truly, I have been very pure in my ambitions. I have worked much, and now I love thee. And, he said it now in a complete embracing of all that would not be, I love thee as I love all that we have fought for. I love thee as I love liberty and dignity and the rights of all men to work and not be hungry. I love thee as I love Madrid that we have defended, and as I love all my comrades that have died. And many have died, many, many. Thou canst not think how many. But I love thee as I love what I love most in the world, and I love thee more. I love thee very much, Rabbit, more than I can tell thee. But I say this now to tell thee a little. I have never had a wife, and now I have thee for a wife, and I am happy. I will make thee as good a wife as I can, Maria said. Clearly I am not well trained, but I will try to make up for that. If we live in Madrid, good. If we must live in any other place, good. If we live nowhere, and I can go with thee, better. If we go to thy country, I will learn to talk Inglés like the most Inglés that there is. I will study all their manners, and as they do, so will I do. Thou wilt be very comic. Surely, I will make mistakes, but you will tell me, and I will never make them twice, or maybe only twice. Then in thy country, if thou art lonesome for our food, I can cook for thee, and I will go to a school to learn to be a wife, if there is such a school, and study at it. There are such schools, but thou dost not need that schooling. Pilar told me that she thought they existed in your country. She had read of them in a periodical, and she told me also that I must learn to speak Inglés, and to speak it well, so thou wouldst never be ashamed of me. When did she tell you this? Today while we were packing. Constantly she talked to me about what I should do to be thy wife. I guess she was going to Madrid too, Robert Jordan thought, and said, What else did she say? She said I must take care of my body, and guard the line of my figure as though I were a bullfighter. She said this was of great importance. It is, Robert Jordan said, but thou hast not to worry about that for many years. No. She said those of our race must watch that always, as it can come suddenly. She told me she was once as slender as I, but that in those days women did not take exercise. She told me what exercises I should take, and that I must not eat too much. She told me which things not to eat, but I have forgotten, and must ask her again. Potatoes, he said. Yes, she went on, it was potatoes, and things that are fried. Also when I told her about this of the soreness, she said I must not tell thee, but must support the pain and not let thee know. But I told thee because I do not wish to lie to thee ever, and also I feared that thou might think we did not have the joy in common any longer, and that other, as it was in the high country, had not truly happened. It was right to tell me. Truly? For I am ashamed, and I will do anything for thee that thou should wish. Pilar has told me of things one can do for a husband. There is no need to do anything. What we have together, and we will keep it and guard it. I love thee thus, lying beside thee, and touching thee, and knowing thou art truly there, and when thou art ready again, we will have all. But hast thou not necessities that I can care for? She explained that to me. Nay, we will have our necessities together. I have no necessities apart from thee. That seems much better to me. But understand always that I will do what you wish, but thou must tell me, for I have great ignorance, and much of what she told me I did not understand clearly, for I was ashamed to ask, and she is of such great and varied wisdom. Rabbit, he said, thou art very wonderful. Que va, she said, but to try to learn all of that which goes into wifehood in a day, while we are breaking camp and packing for a battle with another battle passing in the country above, is a rare thing, and if I make serious mistakes, thou must tell me, for I love thee. It could be possible for me to remember things incorrectly, and much that she told me was very complicated. What else did she tell thee? Pues, so many things I cannot remember them. She said, I could tell thee of what was done to me if I ever began to think of it again, because thou art a good man, and already have understood it all. But that it were better never to speak of it, unless it came on me as a black thing as it had been before, and then that telling it to thee might rid me of it. Does it weigh on thee now? No. It is as though it had never happened since we were first together. There is the sorrow for my parents always, but that there will be always. But I would have thee know that which you should know for thy own pride, if I am to be thy wife. Never did I submit to anyone. Always I fought, and always it took 2 of them or more to do me the harm. One would sit on my head and hold me. I tell thee this for thy pride. My pride is in thee, do not tell it. Nay, I speak of thy own pride, which it is necessary to have in thy wife. And another thing. My father was the mayor of the village, and an honorable man. My mother was an honorable woman, and a good Catholic, and they shot her with my father because of the politics of my father, who was a Republican. I saw both of them shot, and my father said, Viva la Repubblica, when they shot him, standing against the wall of the slaughterhouse of our village. My mother, standing against the same wall, said, Viva my husband, who was the mayor of this village. And I hoped they would shoot me too, and I was going to say, Viva la Repubblica y vivan mis padres. But instead there was no shooting, but instead the doing of the things. Listen, I will tell thee of one thing, since it affects us. After the shooting of the Matadero, they took us, those relatives who had seen it but were not shot, back from the Matadero up the steep hill into the main square of the town. Nearly all were weeping, but some were numb with what they had seen, and the tears had dried in them. I myself could not cry. I did not notice anything that passed, for I could only see my father and my mother at the moment of the shooting, and my mother saying, Long live my husband who was mayor of this village, and this was in my head like a scream that would not die but kept on and on. For my mother was not a Republican, and she would not say Viva la Repubblica, but only Viva my father, who lay there, on his face, by her feet. But what she had said very loud, like a shriek, and then they shot, and she fell, and I tried to leave the line to go to her, but we were all tied. The shooting was done by the Guardia Civil, and they were still there waiting to shoot more when the Phalangists herded us away and up the hill, leaving the Guardia Civiles leaning on their rifles and leaving all the bodies there against the wall. We were tied by the wrists in a long line of girls and women, and they herded us up by the hill and through the streets to the square, and in the square they stopped in front of the barber shop, which was across the square from the city hall. Then the 2 men looked at us, and one said, That is the daughter of the mayor, and the other said, Commence with her. Then they cut the rope that was on each of my wrists, one saying to others of them, Tie up the line, and these 2 took me by the arms and into the barber shop, and lifted me up and put me in the barber's chair, and held me there. I saw my face in the mirror of the barber shop, and the faces of those who were holding me, and the faces of 3 others who were leaning over me. And I knew none of their faces, but in the glass I saw myself and them, but they saw only me. And it was as though one were in the dentist's chair, and there were many dentists, and they were all insane. My own face I could hardly recognize because my grief had changed it, but I looked at it and knew that it was me. But my grief was so great that I had no fear, nor any feeling but my grief. At that time I wore my hair in 2 braids, and as I watched in the mirror one of them lifted one of my braids and pulled on it so it hurt me suddenly through my grief, and then cut it off, close to my head with a razor. And I saw myself with one braid and a slash where the other had been. Then he cut off the other braid, but without pulling on it, and the razor made a small cut on my ear, and I saw blood come from it. Canst thou feel the scar with thy finger? Yes. But would it be better not to talk of this? This is nothing. I will not talk of that which is bad. So he had cut both braids close to my head with a razor, and the others laughed, and I did not even feel the cut on my ear, and then he stood in front of me and struck me across the face with the braids, while the other two held me, and he said, "This is how we make red nuns. This will show thee how to unite with thy proletarian brothers, bride of the Red Christ." And he struck me again and again across the face with the braids which had been mine, and then he put the two of them in my mouth and tied them tight around my neck, knotting them in the back to make a gag, and the two holding me laughed. And all of them who saw it laughed, and when I saw them laugh in the mirror I commenced to cry, because until then I had been too frozen in myself from the shooting to be able to cry. Then the one who had gagged me ran a clippers all over my head, first from the forehead all the way to the back of the neck, and then across the top, and then all over my head, and close behind my ears, and they held me so I could see into the glass of the barber's mirror all the time that they did this, and I could not believe it as I saw it done, and I cried, but I could not look away from the horror that my face made, with the mouth open, and the braids tied in it, and my head coming naked under the clippers. And when the one with the clippers was finished, he took a bottle of iodine from the shelf of the barber. They had shot the barber too, for he belonged to a syndicate, and he lay in the doorway of the shop, and they had lifted me over him as they brought me in. And with the glass wand that is in the iodine bottle, he touched me on the ear where it had been cut, and the small pain of that came through my grief and through my horror. Then he stood in front of me, and wrote UHP on my forehead with the iodine, lettering it slowly and carefully as though he were an artist. And I saw all of this as it happened in the mirror, and I no longer cried, for my heart was frozen in me for my father and my mother, and what happened to me now was nothing, and I knew it. Then when he had finished the lettering, the phalangist stepped back and looked at me to examine his work, and then he put down the iodine bottle and picked up the clippers and said, "Next." And they took me out of the barber shop, holding me tight by each arm, and I stumbled over the barber lying there still in the doorway on his back with his grey face up, and we nearly collided with Concepcion Garcia, my best friend, that two of them were bringing in, and when she saw me, she did not recognize me, and then she recognized me and she screamed, and I could hear her screaming all the time they were shoving me across the square, and into the doorway, and up the stairs of the city hall, and into the office of my father where they laid me onto the couch. And it was there that the bad things were done. "My rabbit," Robert Jordan said, and held her as close and as gently as he could, but he was as full of hate as any man could be. "Do not talk more about it. Do not tell me any more, for I cannot bear my hatred now." She was stiff and cold in his arms, and she said, "Nay, I will never talk more of it. But they are bad people, and I would like to kill some of them with thee if I could. But I have told thee this only for thy pride, if I am to be thy wife, so thou wouldst understand." "I am glad you told me," he said. "For tomorrow, with luck, we will kill plenty." "But will we kill phalangists? It was they who did it." "They do not fight," he said gloomily. "They kill at the rear. It is not them we fight in battle." "But can we not kill them in some way? I would like to kill some very much." "I have killed them," he said, "and we will kill them again. At the trains we have killed them." "I would like to go for a train with thee," Maria said. "The time of the train that Pilar brought me back from, I was somewhat crazy. Did she tell thee how I was?" "Yes, do not talk of it." "I was dead in my head with a numbness, and all I could do was cry. But there is another thing that I must tell thee. This I must. Then perhaps thou wilt not marry me. But Roberto, if thou should not wish to marry me, can we not then just be always together?" "I will marry thee." "Nay, I had forgotten this. Perhaps you should not. It is possible that I can never bear thee either a son or a daughter, for the Pilar says that if I could, it would have happened to me with the things which were done. I must tell thee that. Oh, I do not know why I had forgotten that." "It is of no importance, Rabbit," he said. "First, it may not be true. That is for a doctor to say. Then, I would not wish to bring either a son or a daughter into this world, as this world is. And also you take all the love I have to give." "I would like to bear thy son and thy daughter," she told him. "And how can the world be made better if there are no children of us who fight against the fascists?" "Thou," he said, "I love thee. Hearest thou? And now we must sleep, Rabbit, for I must be up long before daylight, and the dawn comes early in this month." "Then it is all right about the last thing I said? We can still be married?" We are married now. I marry thee now. Thou art my wife. But go to sleep, my rabbit, for there is little time now. And we will truly be married? Not just a talking? Truly. Then I will sleep, and think of that if I wake. I too. Good night, my husband. Good night, he said. Good night, wife. He heard her breathing steadily and regularly now, and he knew she was asleep, and he lay awake and very still, not wanting to waken her by moving. He thought of all the parts she had not told him, and he lay there hating, and he was pleased there would be killing in the morning. But I must not take any of it personally, he thought. Though how can I keep from it? I know that we did dreadful things to them too, but it was because we were uneducated and knew no better. But they did that on purpose and deliberately. Those who did that are the last flowering of what their education has produced. Those are the flowers of Spanish chivalry. What a people they have been. What sons of bitches, from Cortez, Pizarro, Menendez de Avila, all down through Enrique Lister to Pablo. And what wonderful people. There is no finer and no worse people in the world, no kinder people and no crueler. And who understands them? Not me, because if I did I would forgive it all. To understand is to forgive. That's not true. Forgiveness has been exaggerated. Forgiveness is a Christian idea, and Spain has never been a Christian country. It has always had its own special idol worship within the church. Otra Virgen más. I suppose that was why they had to destroy the virgins of their enemies. Surely it was deeper with them, with the Spanish religion fanatics, than it was with the people. The people had grown away from the church because the church was in the government, and the government had always been rotten. This was the only country that the Reformation never reached. They were paying for the Inquisition now, all right. Well, it was something to think about, something to keep your mind from worrying about your work. It was sounder than pretending. God, he had done a lot of pretending tonight, and Pilar had been pretending all day, sure. What if they were killed tomorrow? What did it matter as long as they did the bridge properly? That was all they had to do tomorrow. It didn't. You couldn't do these things indefinitely, but you weren't supposed to live forever. Maybe I have had all my life in 3 days, he thought. If that's true, I wish we would have spent the last night differently. But last nights are never any good. Last nothings are any good. Yes, last words were good sometimes. Viva my husband, who was mayor of this town, was good. He knew it was good because it made a tingle run all over him when he said it to himself. He leaned over and kissed Maria, who did not wake. In English he whispered very quietly, "I'd like to marry you, Rabbit. I'm very proud of your family." Chapter 32. On that same night in Madrid, there were many people at the Hotel Gaylord. A car pulled up under the porte cochere of the hotel, its headlights painted over with blue calcimine, and a little man in black riding boots, grey riding breeches, and a short, grey high-button jacket stepped out and returned the salute of the 2 sentries as he opened the door, nodded to the secret policeman who sat at the concierge's desk, and stepped into the elevator. There were 2 sentries seated on chairs inside the door, one on each side of the marble entrance hall, and these only looked up as the little man passed them at the door of the elevator. It was their business to feel everyone they did not know along the flanks, under the armpits, and over the hip pockets to see if the person entering carried a pistol, and if he did, have him check it with the concierge. But they knew the short man in riding boots very well, and they hardly looked up as he passed. The apartment where he lived in Gaylord's was crowded as he entered. People were sitting and standing about and talking together as in any drawing-room, and the men and the women were drinking vodka, whiskey and soda, and beer from small glasses filled from great pitchers. 4 of the men were in uniform. The others wore windbreakers or leather jackets, and 3 of the 4 women were dressed in ordinary street dresses, while the 4th, who was haggardly thin and dark, wore a sort of severely cut militia woman's uniform, with a skirt with high boots under it. When he came into the room, Kharkov went at once to the woman in the uniform and bowed to her and shook hands. She was his wife, and he said something to her in Russian that no one could hear, and for a moment the insolence that had been in his eyes as he entered the room was gone. Then it lighted again, as he saw the mahogany-colored head and the love-lazy face of the well-constructed girl who was his mistress, and he strode with short, precise steps over to her, and bowed and shook her hand in such a way that no one could tell it was not a mimicry of his greeting to his wife. His wife had not looked after him as he walked across the room. She was standing with a tall, good-looking Spanish officer, and they were talking Russian now. "Your great love is getting a little fat," Kharkov was saying to the girl. "All of our heroes are fattening now as we approach the second year." He did not look at the man he was speaking of. "You are so ugly you would be jealous of a toad," the girl told him cheerfully. She spoke in German. "Can I go with thee to the offensive tomorrow?" "No, nor is there one." "Everyone knows about it," the girl said. "Don't be so mysterious. Dolores is going. I will go with her or Carmen. Many people are going." "Go with whoever will take you," Kharkov said. "I will not." Then he turned to the girl and asked seriously, "Who told thee of it? Be exact." "Richard," she said as seriously. Kharkov shrugged his shoulders and left her standing. Kharkov, a man of middle height with a grey, heavy, sagging face, puffed eye-pouches and a pendulous underlip, called to him in a dyspeptic voice, "Have you heard the good news?" Kharkov went over to him, and the man said, "I only have it now, not 10 minutes ago. It is wonderful. All day the fascists have been fighting among themselves near Segovia. They have been forced to quell the mutinies with automatic rifle and machine gun fire. In the afternoon they were bombing their own troops with planes." "Yes?" asked Kharkov. "That is true," the puffy-eyed man said. "Dolores brought the news herself. She was here with the news and was in such a state of radiant exultation as I have never seen. The truth of the news shone from her face. That great face," he said happily. "That great face," Kharkov said, with no tone in his voice at all. "If you could have heard her," the puffy-eyed man said. "The news itself shone from her with a light that was not of this world. In her voice you could tell the truth of what she said. I am putting it in an article for Izvestia. It was one of the greatest moments of the war to me, when I heard the report in that great voice, where pity, compassion, and truth are blended. Goodness and truth shine from her as from a true saint of the people. Not for nothing is she called La Pasionaria." "Not for nothing," Kharkov said in a dull voice. "You'd better write it for Izvestia now, before you forget that last beautiful lead." "That is a woman that is not to joke about, not even by a cynic like you," the puffy-eyed man said. "If you could have been here to hear her and see her face." "That great voice," Kharkov said. "That great face. Write it," he said. "Don't tell it to me. Don't waste whole paragraphs on me. Go and write it now." "Not just now." "I think you'd better," Kharkov said, and looked at him, and then looked away. The puffy-eyed man stood there a couple of minutes more, holding his glass of vodka, his eyes, puffy as they were, absorbed in the beauty of what he had seen and heard, and then he left the room to write it. Kharkov went over to another man of about 48, who was short, chunky, jovial-looking, with pale blue eyes, thinning blonde hair, and a gay mouth under a bristly yellow mustache. This man was in uniform. He was a divisional commander, and he was a Hungarian. "Were you here when the Dolores was here?" Kharkov asked the man. "Yes." "What was the stuff?" "Something about the fascists fighting among themselves. Beautiful if true." "You hear much talk of tomorrow?" "Scandalous. All the journalists should be shot as well as most of the people in this room, and certainly the intriguing German unmentionable of a Richard. Whoever gave that Sunday Fugler command of a brigade should be shot. Perhaps you and me should be shot too. It is possible," the general laughed. "Don't suggest it, though." "That is a thing I never like to talk about," Kharkov said. "That American who comes here sometimes is over there. You know that one, Jordan, who is with the partisan group? He is there where this business they spoke of is supposed to happen." "Well, he should have a report through on it tonight, then," the general said. "They don't like me down there, or I'd go down and find out for you. He works with Goltz on this, doesn't he? You'll see Goltz tomorrow. Early tomorrow. Keep out of his way until it's going well," the general said. "He hates you bastards as much as I do.
though he has a much better temper. But about this, it was probably the fascists having maneuvers. The general grinned. Well, we'll see if Goltz can maneuver them a little. Let Goltz try his hand at it. We maneuvered them at Guadalajara. I hear you are traveling too, Kharkov said, showing his bad teeth as he smiled. The general was suddenly angry. And me too. Now is the mouth on me, and on all of us always. This filthy sewing circle of gossip. One man who could keep his mouth shut could save the country if he believed he could. Your friend Prieto can keep his mouth shut, but he doesn't believe he can win. How can you win without belief in the people? You decide that, Kharkov said. I am going to get a little sleep. He left the smoky, gossip-filled room and went into the back bedroom and sat down on the bed and pulled his boots off. He could still hear them talking, so he shut the door and opened the window. He did not bother to undress, because at 2 o'clock he would be starting for the drive by Colmenar, Cerceda, and Navacerrada, up to the front where Goltz would be attacking in the morning. Chapter 33. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when Pilar waked him. As her hand touched him, he thought at first it was Maria, and he rolled toward her and said, "Rabbit." Then the woman's big hand shook his shoulder, and he was suddenly, completely and absolutely awake, and his hand was around the butt of the pistol that lay alongside of his bare right leg, and all of him was as cocked as the pistol, with its safety catch slipped off. In the dark he saw it was Pilar, and he looked at the dial of his wristwatch with the 2 hands shining in the short angle close to the top, and seeing it was only 2, he said, "What passes with thee, woman?" "Pablo is gone," the big woman said to him. Robert Jordan put on his trousers and shoes. Maria had not waked. "When?" he asked. "It must be an hour." "And?" "He has taken something of thine," the woman said miserably. "So? What?" "I do not know," she told him. "Come and see." In the dark they walked over to the entrance of the cave, ducked under the blanket, and went in. Robert Jordan followed her, in the dead ashes, bad air, and sleeping men smell of the cave, shining his electric torch so that he would not step on any of those who were sleeping on the floor. Anselmo woke and said, "Is it time?" "No," Robert Jordan whispered. "Sleep, old one." The 2 sacks were at the head of Pilar's bed, which was screened off with a hanging blanket from the rest of the cave. The bed smelt stale and sweat-dried and sickly sweet, the way an Indian's bed does, as Robert Jordan knelt on it and shone the torch on the 2 sacks. There was a long slit from top to bottom in each one. Holding the torch in his left hand, Robert Jordan felt in the first sack with his right hand. This was the one that he carried his robe in, and it should not be very full. It was not very full. There was some wire in it still, but the square wooden box of the exploder was gone. So was the cigar box with the carefully wrapped and packed detonators. So was the screw-top tin with the fuse and the caps. Robert Jordan felt in the other sack. It was still full of explosive. There might be 1 packet missing. He stood up and turned to the woman. There is a hollow, empty feeling that a man can have when he is waked too early in the morning, that is almost like the feeling of disaster, and he had this multiplied 1,000 times. "And this is what you call guarding one's materials?" he said. "I slept with my head against them, and 1 arm touching them," Pilar told him. "You slept well." "Listen," the woman said. "He got up in the night, and I said, 'Where do you go, Pablo?' 'To urinate, woman,' he told me, and I slept again. When I woke again, I did not know what time had passed, but I thought when he was not there that he had gone down to look at the horses, as was his custom. Then," she finished miserably, "when he did not come, I worried, and when I worried I felt of the sacks to be sure all was well, and there were the slit places, and I came to thee." "Come on," Robert Jordan said. They were outside now, and it was still so near the middle of the night that you could not feel the morning coming. "Can he get out with the horses other ways than by the sentry?" "2 ways." "Who's at the top?" "Eladio." Robert Jordan said nothing more until they reached the meadow where the horses were staked out to feed. There were 3 horses feeding in the meadow. The big bay and the gray were gone. "How long ago do you think it was he left you?" "It must have been an hour." "And that is that,"
Robert Jordan said. "I go to get what is left of my sacks and go back to bed."
"I will guard them."
"Kewa, you will guard them. You've guarded them once already."
"Inglés," the woman said, "I feel in regard to this as you do. There is nothing I would not do to bring back thy property. You have no need to hurt me. We have both been betrayed by Pablo."
As she said this, Robert Jordan realized that he could not afford the luxury of being bitter, that he could not quarrel with this woman. He had to work with this woman on that day that was already 2 hours and more gone. He put his hand on her shoulder. "It is nothing, Pilar," he told her. "What is gone is of small importance. We shall improvise something that will do as well."
"But what did he take?"
"Nothing, woman. Some luxuries that one permits oneself."
"Was it part of thy mechanism for the exploding?"
"Yes. But there are other ways to do the exploding. Tell me, did Pablo not have caps and fuse? Surely they would have equipped him with those."
"He has taken them," she said miserably. "I looked at once for them. They are gone too."
They walked back through the woods to the entrance of the cave. "Get some sleep," he said. "We are better off with Pablo gone."
"I go to see Eladio."
"He will have gone another way."
"I go anyway. I have betrayed thee with my lack of smartness."
"Nay," he said. "Get some sleep, woman. We must be under way at 4. He went into the cave with her and brought out the 2 sacks, carrying them together in both arms so that nothing could spill from the slits.
"Let me sew them up."
"Before we start," he said softly, "I take them not against you, but so that I can sleep."
"I must have them early to sew them."
"You shall have them early," he told her. "Get some sleep, woman."
"Nay," she said. "I have failed thee, and I have failed the Republic."
"Get thee some sleep, woman," he told her gently. "Get thee some sleep." Chapter 34. The fascists held the crests of the hills here. Then there was a valley that no one held except for a fascist post in a farmhouse with its outbuildings and its barn that they had fortified. Andres, on his way to Goltz with the message from Robert Jordan, made a wide circle around this post in the dark. He knew where there was a tripwire laid that fired a set gun, and he located it in the dark, stepped over it, and started along the small stream bordered with poplars whose leaves were moving with the night wind. A cock crowed at the farmhouse that was the fascist post, and as he walked along the stream he looked back and saw, through the trunks of the poplars, a light showing at the lower edge of one of the windows of the farmhouse. The night was quiet and clear, and Andres left the stream and struck across the meadow. There were 4 haycocks in the meadow that had stood there ever since the fighting in July of the year before. No one had ever carried the hay away, and the 4 seasons that had passed had flattened the cocks and made the hay worthless. Andres thought what a waste it was as he stepped over a tripwire that ran between 2 of the haycocks. But the Republicans would have had to carry the hay up the steep Guadarrama slope that rose beyond the meadow, and the fascists did not need it, I suppose, he thought. They have all the hay they need, and all the grain. They have much, he thought. But we will give them a blow tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning we will give them something for Sordo. What barbarians they are. But in the morning there will be dust on the road. He wanted to get this message taking over and be back for the attack on the posts in the morning. Did he really want to get back, though? Or did he only pretend he wanted to be back? He knew the reprieved feeling he had felt when the Inglés had told him he was to go with the message. He had faced the prospect of the morning calmly. It was what was to be done. He had voted for it, and would do it. The wiping out of Sordo had impressed him deeply. But after all, that was Sordo. That was not them. What they had to do, they would do. But when the Inglés had spoken to him of the message, he had felt the way he used to feel when he was a boy, and he had wakened in the morning of the festival of his village and heard it raining hard so that he knew that it would be too wet and that the bull baiting in the square would be cancelled. He loved the bull baiting when he was a boy, and he looked forward to it, and to the moment when he would be in the square in the hot sun and the dust, with the carts ranged all around to close the exits and to make a closed place into which the bull would come, sliding down out of his box, breaking with all 4 feet when they pulled the end gate up. He looked forward with excitement, delight, and sweating fear to the moment when, in the square, he would hear the clatter of the bull's horns knocking against the wood of his traveling box, and then the sight of him as he came, sliding, breaking out into the square, his head up, his nostrils wide, his ears twitching, dust in the sheen of his black hide, dried crut splashed on his flanks, watching his eyes set wide apart, unblinking eyes under the widespread horns, as smooth and solid as driftwood polished by the sand, the sharp tips up-tilted, so that to see them did something to your heart. He looked forward all the year to that moment when the bull would come out into the square on that day, when you watched his eyes while he made his choice of whom in the square he would attack, in that sudden, head-lowering, horn-reaching, quick cat gallop that stopped your heart dead when it started. He had looked forward to that moment all the year when he was a boy. But the feeling when the Inglés gave the order about the message was the same as when you woke to hear the reprieve of the rain falling on the slate roof, against the stone wall, and into the puddles on the dirt street of the village. He had always been very brave with the bull in those village capellas, as brave as any in the village, or of the other nearby villages, and not for anything would he have missed it any year, although he did not go to the capellas of other villages. He was able to wait still when the bull charged, and only jumped aside at the last moment. He waved a sack under his muzzle to draw him off when the bull had someone down, and many times he had held and pulled on the horns when the bull had someone on the ground, and pulled sideways on the horn, had slapped and kicked him in the face until he left the man to charge someone else. He had held the bull's tail to pull him away from a fallen man, bracing hard and pulling and twisting. Once he had pulled the tail around with one hand until he could reach a horn with the other, and when the bull had lifted his head to charge him, he had run backwards, circling with the bull, holding the tail in one hand and the horn in the other, until the crowd had swarmed onto the bull with their knives and stabbed him. In the dust and the heat, the shouting, the bull and man and wine smell, he had been the first of the crowd that threw themselves onto the bull, and he knew the feeling when the bull rocked and bucked under him, and he lay across the withers with one arm locked around the base of the horn, and his hand holding the other horn tight, his fingers locked as his body tossed and wrenched, and his left arm felt as though it would tear from the socket while he lay on the hot, dusty, bristly, tossing slope of muscle, the ear clenched tight in his teeth, and drove his knife again and again and again into the swelling, tossing bulge of the neck that was now spouting hot on his fist as he let his weight hang on the high slope of the withers and banged into the neck. The first time he had bit the ear like that and held on to it, his neck and jaws stiffened against the tossing, they had all made fun of him afterwards. But though they joked him about it, they had great respect for him, and every year after that he had to repeat it. They called him the bulldog of Villconejos, and joked about him eating cattle raw. But everyone in the village looked forward to seeing him do it, and every year he knew that first the bull would come out, then there would be the charges and the tossing, and then when they yelled for the rush for the killing, he would place himself to rush through the other attackers and leap for his hold. Then when it was over, and the bull settled and sunk dead finally under the weight of the killers, he would stand up and walk away, ashamed of the ear part, but also as proud as a man could be. And he would go through the carts to wash his hands at the stone fountain, and men would clap him on the back and hand him wineskins and say, "Hooray for you, bulldog! Long life to your mother!" Or they would say, "That's what it is to have a pair of cojones, year after year." Andres would be ashamed, empty-feeling, proud and happy, and he would shake them all off and wash his hands and his right arm, and wash his knife well, and then take one of the wineskins and rinse the ear taste out of his mouth for that year, spitting the wine on the stone flags of the plaza before he lifted the wineskin high and let the wine spurt into the back of his mouth. Surely, he was the bulldog of Villconejos, and not for anything would he have missed doing it each year in his village. But he knew there was no better feeling than that one the sound of the rain gave, when he knew he would not have to do it. "But I must go back," he told himself. "There is no question but that I must go back for the affair of the posts and the bridge. My brother Eladio is there, who is of my own bone and flesh. Anselmo, Primitivo, Fernando, Augustine, Raphael, though clearly he is not serious, the two women, Pablo and the Inglés, though the Inglés does not count since he is a foreigner and under orders. They are all in for it. It is impossible that I should escape this proving through the accident of a message. I must deliver this message now quickly and well, and then make all haste to return in time for the assault on the posts. It would be ignoble of me not to participate in this action because of the accident of this message. That could not be clearer. And besides, he told himself, as one who suddenly remembers that there will be pleasure too in an engagement only the onerous aspects of which he has been considering, and besides I will enjoy the killing of some fascists. It has been too long since we have destroyed any. Tomorrow can be a day of much valid action. Tomorrow can be a day of concrete acts. Tomorrow can be a day which is worth something. That tomorrow should come, and that I should be there. Just then, as knee-deep in the gorse he climbed the steep slope that led to the Republican lines, a partridge flew up from under his feet, exploding in a whir of wing-beats in the dark, and he felt a sudden breath-stopping fright. It is the suddenness, he thought. How can they move their wings that fast? She must be nesting now. I probably trod close to the eggs. If there were not this war, I would tie a handkerchief to the bush, and come back in the daytime and search out the nest, and I could take the eggs and put them under a setting hen, and when they hatched, we would have little partridges in the poultry yard, and I would watch them grow, and when they were grown, I'd use them for callers. I wouldn't blind them because they would be tame. Or do you suppose they would fly off? Probably. Then I would have to blind them. But I don't like to do that after I've raised them. I could clip the wings or tether them by one leg when I used them for calling. If there was no war, I would go with Eladio to get crayfish from that stream back there, by the fascist post. One time we got 4 dozen from that stream in a day. If we go to the Sierra de Gredos, after this of the bridge, there are fine streams there for trout and for crayfish also. I hope we go to Gredos, he thought. We could make a good life in Gredos in the summertime and in the fall, but it would be terribly cold in winter. But by winter, maybe we will have won the war. If our father had not been a Republican, both Eladio and I would be soldiers now with the fascists, and if one were a soldier with them, then there would be no problem. One would obey orders, and one would live or die, and in the end it would be however it would be. It was easier to live under a regime than to fight it. But this irregular fighting was a thing of much responsibility. There was much worry if you were one to worry. Eladio thinks more than I do. Also he worries. I believe truly in the cause, and I do not worry. But it is a life of much responsibility. I think that we are born into a time of great difficulty, he thought. I think any other time was probably easier. One suffers little, because all of us have been formed to resist suffering. They who suffer are unsuited to this climate. But it is a time of difficult decisions. The fascists attacked and made our decision for us. We fight to live. But I would like to have it so that I could tie a handkerchief to that bush back there, and come in the daylight, and take the eggs and put them under a hen, and be able to see the chicks of the partridge in my own courtyard. I would like such small and regular things. But you have no house, and no courtyard in your no house, he thought. You have no family but a brother who goes to battle tomorrow, and you own nothing but the wind and the sun and an empty belly. The wind is small, he thought, and there is no sun. You have 4 grenades in your pocket, but they are only good to throw away. You have a carbine on your back, but it is only good to give away bullets. You have a message to give away, and you're full of crap that you can give to the earth, he grinned in the dark. You can anoint it also with urine. Everything you have is to give. Thou art a phenomenon of philosophy, and an unfortunate man, he told himself, and grinned again. But for all his noble thinking a little while before, there was in him that reprieved feeling that had always come with the sound of rain in the village on the morning of the fiesta. Ahead of him now, at the top of the ridge, was the government position, where he knew he would be challenged. Chapter 35. Robert Jordan lay in the robe beside the girl Maria, who was still sleeping. He lay on his side, turned away from the girl, and he felt her long body against his back, and the touch of it now was just an irony. You, he raged at himself. Yes, you. You told yourself the first time you saw him that when he would be friendly,
would be when the treachery would come. You damned fool. You utter, blasted, damned fool. Chuck all that. That's not what you have to do now. What are the chances that he hid them or threw them away? Not so good. Besides, you'd never find them in the dark. He would have kept them. He took some dynamite, too. Oh, the dirty, vile, treacherous sod. The dirty, rotten crut. Why couldn't he have just mucked off and not have taken the exploder and the detonators? Why was I such an utter, goddamned fool as to leave them with that bloody woman? The smart, treacherous, ugly bastard. The dirty cabron. Cut it out and take it easy, he told himself. You had to take chances, and that was the best there was. You're just mucked, he told himself. You're mucked for good, and higher than a kite. Keep your damned head and get the anger out, and stop this cheap lamenting like a damned wailing wall. It's gone. God damn you, it's gone. Oh, damn the dirty swine to hell. You can muck your way out of it. You've got to. You know you've got to blow it if you have to stand there and... Cut out that stuff, too. Why don't you ask your grandfather? Oh, muck my grandfather, and muck this whole treacherous, muck-faced, mucking country and every mucking Spaniard in it, on either side, and to hell forever. Muck them to hell together. Largo, Prieto, Asensio, Miaja, Rojo, all of them. Muck every one of them to death to hell. Muck the whole treachery-ridden country. Muck their egotism and their selfishness and their egotism, and their conceit and their treachery. Muck them to hell and always. Muck them before we die for them. Muck them after we die for them. Muck them to death and hell. God muck Pablo. Pablo is all of them. God pity the Spanish people. Any leader they have will muck them. One good man, Pablo Iglesias, in 2,000 years, and everybody else mucking them. How do we know how he would have stood up in this war? I remember when I thought Largo was okay. Durruti was good, and his own people shot him there, at the Puente de los Franceses. Shot him because he wanted them to attack. Shot him in the glorious discipline of indiscipline. The cowardly swine. I'll muck them all to hell and be damned, and that Pablo that just mucked off with my exploder and my box of detonators, oh, muck him to deepest hell. But no, he's mucked us instead. They always muck you instead, from Cortez and Menendez de Avila down to Miaja. Look at what Miaja did to Kleber, the bald, egotistical swine. The stupid, egg-headed bastard. Muck all the insane, egotistical, treacherous swine that have always governed Spain and ruled her armies. Muck everybody but the people, and then be damned careful what they turn into when they have power. His rage began to thin as he exaggerated more and more and spread his scorn and contempt so widely and unjustly that he could no longer believe in it himself. If that were true, what are you here for? It's not true, and you know it. Look at all the good ones. Look at all the fine ones. He could not bear to be unjust. He hated injustice as he hated cruelty, and he lay in his rage that blinded his mind until gradually the anger died down, and the red, black, blinding, killing anger was all gone, and his mind now as quiet, empty calm and sharp, cold-seeing as a man is after he has had sexual intercourse with a woman that he does not love. And you poor rabbit, he leaned over and said to Maria, who smiled in her sleep and moved close against him. I would have struck thee there a while back if thou had spoken. What an animal a man is in a rage. He lay close to the girl now with his arms around her and his chin on her shoulder, and lying there he figured out exactly what he would have to do and how he would have to do it. And it isn't so bad, he thought. It really isn't so bad at all. I don't know whether anyone has ever done it before, but there will always be people who will do it from now on given a similar jam. If we do it, and if they hear about it. If they hear about it, yes. If they do not just wonder how it was we did it. We are too short of people, but there is no sense to worry about that. I will do the bridge with what we have. God, I'm glad I got over being angry. It was like not being able to breathe in a storm. That being angry is another damned luxury you can't afford. It's all figured out, Guapa, he said softly against Maria's shoulder. You haven't been bothered by any of it. You have not known about it. We'll be killed, but we'll blow the bridge. You have not had to worry about it. That isn't much of a wedding present. But is not a good night's sleep supposed to be priceless? You had a good night's sleep. See if you can wear that, like a ring on your finger. Sleep, Guapa. Sleep well, my beloved. I do not wake thee. That is all I can do for thee now."
He lay there holding her very lightly, feeling her breathe and feeling her heartbeat, and keeping track of the time on his wristwatch. Chapter 36. Andres had challenged at the government position. That is, he had lain down where the ground fell sharply away below the triple belt of wire and shouted up at the rock and earth parapet. There was no continual defensive line, and he could easily have passed this position in the dark and made his way farther into the government territory before running into someone who would challenge him, but it seemed safer and simpler to get it over here.
"Salud!" he had shouted. "Salud, milicianos!"
He heard a bolt snick as it was pulled back. Then, from farther down the parapet, a rifle fired. There was a crashing crack and a downward stab of yellow in the dark. Andres had flattened at the click, the top of his head hard against the ground.
"Don't shoot, comrades!" Andres shouted. "Don't shoot! I want to come in." "How many are you?" someone called from behind the parapet. "One. Me, alone." "Who are you?" "Andres Lopez of Conejos, from the band of Pablo, with a message." "Have you your rifle and equipment?" "Yes, man." "We can take in none without rifle and equipment," the voice said. "Nor in larger groups than 3. "I am alone," Andres shouted. "It is important. Let me come in."
He could hear them talking behind the parapet, but not what they were saying. Then the voice shouted again.
"How many are you?" "One. Me, alone. For the love of God."
They were talking behind the parapet again. Then the voice came.
"Listen, fascist." "I am not a fascist," Andres shouted. "I am a guerrillero from the band of Pablo. I come with a message for the general staff."
"He's crazy," he heard someone say. "Toss a bomb at him."
"Listen," Andres said. "I am alone. I am completely by myself. I obscenity in the midst of the holy mysteries that I am alone. Let me come in."
"He speaks like a Christian," he heard someone say, and laugh. Then someone else said, "The best thing is to toss a bomb down on him."
"No," Andres shouted. "That would be a great mistake. This is important. Let me come in."
It was for this reason that he had never enjoyed trips back and forth between the lines. Sometimes it was better than others, but it was never good.
"You are alone?"
the voice called down again.
"Me cago en la leche," Andres shouted. "How many times must I tell thee? I am alone." "Then if you should be alone, stand up and hold thy rifle over thy head."
Andres stood up and put the carbine above his head, holding it in both hands.
"Now come through the wire. We have thee covered with the machina," the voice called.
Andres was in the first zigzag belt of wire.
"I need my hands to get through the wire," he shouted. "Keep them up," the voice commanded. "I am held fast by the wire," Andres called.
"It would have been simpler to have thrown a bomb at him," a voice said.
"Let him sling his rifle," another voice said. "He cannot come through there with his hands above his head. Use a little reason."
"All these fascists are the same," the other voice said. "They demand one condition after another."
"Listen," Andres shouted. "I am no fascist, but a guerrillero from the band of Pablo. We've killed more fascists than the typhus."
"I have never heard of the band of Pablo," the man who was evidently in command of the post said. "Neither of Peter, nor of Paul, nor of any of the other saints nor apostles, nor of their bands. Sling thy rifle over thy shoulder, and use thy hands to come through the wire." "Before we loose the machina on thee," another shouted.
"Que poco amable sois," Andres said. "You're not very amiable."
He was working his way through the wire.
"Amables," someone shouted at him. "We are in a war, man." "It begins to appear so," Andres said. "What's he say?"
Andres heard a bolt click again.
"Nothing," he shouted. "I say nothing. Do not shoot until I get through this fornicating wire."
"Don't speak badly of our wire," someone shouted, "or we'll toss a bomb on you."
"Quiero decir, que buena alambrada," Andres shouted. "What beautiful wire! God in the latrine, what lovely wire! Soon I will be with thee, brothers."
"Throw a bomb at him," he heard the one voice say.
"I tell you, that's the soundest way to deal with the whole thing." "Brothers," Andres said.
He was wet through with sweat, and he knew the bomb advocate was perfectly capable of tossing a grenade at any moment.
"I have no importance."
"I believe it," the bomb man said.
"You are right," Andres said.
He was working carefully through the third belt of wire, and he was very close to the parapet.
"I have no importance of any kind, but the affair is serious. Muy serio."
"There is no more serious thing than liberty," the bomb man shouted. "Thou thinkest there is anything more serious than liberty?" he asked challengingly.
"No, man,"
Andres said, relieved. He knew now he was up against the crazies, the ones with the black and red scarves.
"Viva la libertad! Viva la FAI! Viva la CNT!"
they shouted back at him from the parapet.
"Viva el narco-sindicalismo and liberty! Viva nosotros!" Andres shouted. "Long life to us!"
"He is a co-religionary of ours," the bomb man said,
"and I might have killed him with this."
He looked at the grenade in his hand and was deeply moved as Andres climbed over the parapet. Putting his arms around him, the grenade still in one hand, so that it rested against Andres' shoulder blade as he embraced him, the bomb man kissed him on both cheeks.
"I am content that nothing happened to thee, brother," he said. "I am very content."
"Where is thy officer?" Andres asked.
"I command here,"
a man said. "Let me see thy papers." He took them into a dugout and looked at them with the light of a candle. There was the little square of folded silk with the colors of the Republic and the seal of the SIM in the center. There was the salvoconducto, or safe conduct pass, giving his name, age, height, birthplace, and mission that Robert Jordan had written out on a sheet from his notebook and sealed with the SIM rubber stamp. And there were the 4 folded sheets of the dispatch to Goltz, which were tied around with a cord and sealed with wax, and the impression of the metal SIM seal that was set in the top end of the wooden handle of the rubber stamp.
"This I have seen,"
the man in command of the post said, and handed back the piece of silk.
"This you all have, I know, but its possession proves nothing without this."
He lifted the salvoconducto and read it through again.
"Where were you born?"
"Villa Conejos," Andres said.
"And what do they raise there?"
"Melons," Andres said, "as all the world knows."
"Who do you know there?"
"Why, are you from there?"
"Nay, but I have been there. I am from Aranjuez."
"Ask me about anyone."
"Describe José Rincon."
"Who keeps the bodega?"
"Naturally."
"With a shaved head and a big belly and a cast in one eye."
"Then this is valid," the man said, and handed him back the paper. "But what do you do on their side?"
"Our father had installed himself at Villa Castin before the movement," Andres said, "down there beyond the mountains on the plain. It was there we were surprised by the movement. Since the movement I have fought with the band of Pablo. But I am in a great hurry, man, to take that dispatch."
"How goes it in the country of the fascists?" the man commanding asked. He was in no hurry.
"Today we had much tomate," Andres said proudly. "Today there was plenty of dust on the road all day. Today they wiped out the band of Sordo."
"And who is Sordo?" the other asked deprecatingly.
"The leader of one of the best bands in the mountains."
"All of you should come into the Republic and join the army," the officer said. "There is too much of this silly guerrilla nonsense going on. All of you should come in and submit to our libertarian discipline. Then when we wish to send out guerrillas, we would send them out as they are needed."
Andres was a man endowed with almost supreme patience. He had taken the coming in through the wire calmly. None of this examination had flustered him. He found it perfectly normal that this man should have no understanding of them, nor of what they were doing, and that he should talk idiocy was to be expected. That it should all go slowly should be expected too. But now he wished to go.
"Listen, compadre," he said. "It is very possible that you are right, but I have orders to deliver that dispatch to the general commanding the 35th Division, which makes an attack at daylight in these hills, and it is already late at night, and I must go."
"What attack? What do you know of an attack?"
"Nay, I know nothing, but I must go now to Navacerrada and go on from there. Wilt thou send me to thy commander, who will give me transport to go on from there? Send one with me now to respond to him that there be no delay."
"I distrust all of this greatly," he said. "It might have been better to have shot thee as thou approached the wire."
"You have seen my papers, comrade, and I have explained my mission,"
Andres told him patiently. "The papers can be forged," the officer said. "Any fascist could invent such a mission. I will go with thee myself to the commander."
"Good," Andres said, "that you should come, but that we should go quickly."
"Thou, Sanchez, thou commandest in my place," the officer said. "Thou knowest thy duties as well as I do. I take this so-called comrade to the commander." They started down the shallow trench behind the crest of the hill, and in the dark Andres smelt the foulness the defenders of the hill crest had made all through the bracken on that slope. He did not like these people who were like dangerous children, dirty, foul, undisciplined, kind, loving, silly, and ignorant, but always dangerous because they were armed. He, Andres, was without politics, except that he was for the Republic. He had heard these people talk many times, and he thought what they said was often beautiful and fine to hear, but he did not like them. It is not liberty not to bury the mess one makes, he thought. No animal has more liberty than the cat, but it buries the mess it makes. The cat is the best anarchist. Until they learn that from the cat, I cannot respect them. Ahead of him, the officer stopped suddenly. "You have your carabine still?" he said. "Yes," Andres said. "Why not?" "Give it to me," the officer said. "You could shoot me in the back with it." "Why?" Andres asked him. "Why would I shoot thee in the back?" "One never knows," the officer said. "I trust no one. Give me the carbine." Andres unslung it and handed it to him. "If it pleases thee to carry it," he said. "It is better," the officer said. "We are safer that way." They went on down the hill in the dark. Chapter 37. Now Robert Jordan lay with the girl, and he watched time passing on his wrist. It went slowly, almost imperceptibly, for it was a small watch and he could not see the second hand. But as he watched the minute hand, he found he could almost check its motion with his concentration. The girl's head was under his chin, and when he moved his head to look at the watch he felt the cropped head against his cheek, and it was as soft but as alive and silkily rolling as when a marten's fur rises under the caress of your hand when you spread the trap jaws open and lift the marten clear, and holding it, stroke the fur smooth. His throat swelled when his cheek moved against Maria's hair, and there was a hollow aching from his throat all through him as he held his arms around her. His head dropped, his eyes close to the watch, where the lance-pointed, luminous splinter moved slowly up the left face of the dial. He could see its movement clearly and steadily now, and he held Maria close now to slow it. He did not want to wake her, but he could not leave her alone now in this last time, and he put his lips behind her ear and moved them up along her neck, feeling the smooth skin and the soft touch of her hair on them. He could see the hand moving on the watch, and he held her tighter and ran the tip of his tongue along her cheek and onto the lobe of her ear and along the lovely convolutions to the sweet, firm rim at the top, and his tongue was trembling. He felt the trembling run through all of the hollow aching, and he saw the hand of the watch now mounting in sharp angle toward the top where the hour was. Now while she still slept he turned her head and put his lips to hers. They lay there, just touching lightly against the sleep-firm mouth, and he swung them softly across it, feeling them brush lightly. He turned himself toward her, and he felt her shiver along the long, light, lovely body, and then she sighed, sleeping, and then she, still sleeping, held him too, and then unsleeping, her lips were against his, firm and hard, and pressing, and he said, "But the pain," and she said, "Nay, there is no pain." "Rabbit, nay, speak not." "My rabbit, speak not, speak not." Then they were together so as the hand on the watch moved, unseen now. They knew that nothing could ever happen to the one that did not happen to the other, that no other thing could happen more than this, that this was all and always. This was what had been, and now, and whatever was to come. This that they were not to have, they were having. They were having now, and before, and always, and now, and now, and now. Oh, now, 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 the only now, and above all now, and there is no other now but thou, now, and now is thy prophet, now and forever now. Come now, now, for there is no now but now. Yes, now. Now, please now, only now, not anything else, only this now. And where are you, and where am I, and where is the other one, and not why, not ever why, only this, now. And on and always, please, then always now, for now always one, now, one only one.
There is no other one but one now, one going now, rising now, sailing now, leaving now, wheeling now, soaring now, away now, all the way now, all the way now. One and one is one, is one, is one, is one, is still one, is still one, is one descendingly, is one softly, is one longingly, is one kindly, is one happily, is one in goodness, is one to cherish, is one now on earth, with elbows against the cut and slept-on branches of the pine tree, with the smell of the pine boughs and the night. To earth conclusively now, and with the morning of the day to come. Then he said, for the other was only in his head, and he had said nothing, "Oh, Maria, I love thee, and I thank thee for this." Maria said, "Do not speak. It is better if we do not speak. I must tell thee, for it is a great thing. Nay, Rabbit." But she held him tight and turned her head away, and he asked softly, "Is it pain, Rabbit?" "Nay," she said. "It is that I am thankful too to have been another time in La Gloria." Then afterwards they lay quiet, side by side, all length of ankle, thigh, hip, and shoulder touching, Robert Jordan now with the watch where he could see it again, and Maria said, "We have had much good fortune." "Yes," he said, "we are people of much luck." "There is not time to sleep?" "No," he said, "it starts soon now." "Then if we must rise, let us go to get something to eat." "All right." Thou art not worried about anything?" "No." "Truly?" "No, not now." "But thou hast worried before?" "For a while." "Is it aught I can help?" "Nay," he said, "you have helped enough." "That was for me." "That was for us both," he said. "No one is there alone. Come, Rabbit, let us dress." But his mind, that was his best companion, was thinking La Gloria. She said La Gloria. It has nothing to do with glory, nor la gloire, that the French write and speak about. It is the thing that is in the Cante Hondo and in the Saetas. It is in Greco and in San Juan de la Cruz, of course, and in the others. I am no mystic, but to deny it is as ignorant as though you denied the telephone, or that the earth revolves around the sun, or that there are other planets than this. How little we know of what there is to know. I wish that I were going to live a long time instead of going to die today, because I have learned much about life in these 4 days. More, I think, than in all the other time. I'd like to be an old man and to really know. I wonder if you keep on learning, or if there's only a certain amount each man can understand. I thought I knew about so many things that I know nothing of. I wish there was more time. "You taught me a lot, Guapa," he said in English. "What did you say?" "I have learned much from thee." "Que va," she said. "It is thou who art educated." Educated, he thought. I have the very smallest beginnings of an education, the very small beginnings. If I die on this day, it is a waste, because I know a few things now. I wonder if you only learn them now because you are oversensitized because of the shortness of the time. There is no such thing as a shortness of time, though. You should have sense enough to know that, too. I have been all my life in these hills since I have been here. Anselmo is my oldest friend. I know him better than I know Charles, than I know Chubb, than I know Guy, than I know Mike, and I know them well. Augustine with his vile mouth is my brother, and I never had a brother. Maria is my true love and my wife. I never had a true love. I never had a wife. She is also my sister, and I never had a sister, and my daughter, and I never will have a daughter. I hate to leave a thing that is so good. He finished tying his rope-soled shoes. I find life very interesting, he said to Maria. She was sitting beside him on the robe, her hands clasped around her ankles. Someone moved the blanket aside from the entrance to the cave, and they both saw the light. It was night still, and here was no promise of morning except that as he looked up through the pines, he saw how low the stars had swung. The morning would be coming fast now in this month. "Roberto," Maria said. "Yes, Guapa." "In this of today, we will be together, will we not?" "After the start, yes." "Not at the start?" "No, thou wilt be with the horses." "I cannot be with thee?" "No, I have work that only I can do. and I would worry about thee. But you will come fast when it is done? Very fast, he said, and grinned in the dark. Come, Guapa, let us go and eat. And thy robe? Roll it up, if it pleases thee. It pleases me, she said. I will help thee. Nay, let me do it alone. She knelt to spread and roll the robe, then changed her mind and stood up and shook it so it flapped. Then she knelt down again to straighten it and roll it. Robert Jordan picked up the 2 packs, holding them carefully so that nothing would spill from the slits in them, and walked over through the pines to the cave mouth where the smoky blanket hung. It was 10 minutes to 3 by his watch when he pushed the blanket aside with his elbow and went into the cave. Chapter 38. They were in the cave, and the men were standing before the fire Maria was fanning. Pilar had coffee ready in a pot. She had not gone back to bed at all since she had roused Robert Jordan, and now she was sitting on a stool in the smoky cave, sewing the rip in one of Jordan's packs. The other pack was already sewed. The firelight lit up her face. "Take more of the stew," she said to Fernando. "What does it matter if thy belly should be full? There is no doctor to operate if you take a goring." "Don't speak that way, woman," Augustine said. "Thou hast the tongue of a great whore." He was leaning on the automatic rifle, its legs folded close against the fretted barrel. His pockets were full of grenades, a sack of pans hung from one shoulder, and a full bandolier of ammunition hung over the other shoulder. He was smoking a cigarette, and he held a bowl of coffee in one hand and blew smoke onto its surface as he raised it to his lips. "Thou art a walking hardware store," Pilar said to him. "Thou canst not walk 100 yards with all that." "Que va, woman," Augustine said. "It is all downhill." "There is a climb to the post," Fernando said, "before the downward slope commences." "I will climb it like a goat," Augustine said. "And thy brother?" he asked Eladio. "Thy famous brother has mucked off?" Eladio was standing against the wall. "Shut up," he said. He was nervous, and he knew they all knew it. He was always nervous and irritable before action. He moved from the wall to the table, and began filling his pockets with grenades from one of the rawhide-covered panniers that leaned open against the table leg. Robert Jordan squatted by the pannier beside him. He reached into the pannier and picked out 4 grenades. 3 were the oval mill-bomb type, serrated, heavy iron, with a spring level held down in position by a cotter pin with pulling rig attached. "Where did these come from?" he asked Eladio. "Those are from the Republic. The old man brought them." "How are they?" "Valen más que pesan," Eladio said. "They are worth a fortune apiece." "I brought those," Anselmo said. 60 in one pack. 90 pounds, Inglés." "Have you used those?" Robert Jordan asked Pilar. "Que va, have we used them?" the woman said. "It was with those Pablo slew the post at Otero." When she mentioned Pablo, Augustine started cursing. Robert Jordan saw the look on Pilar's face in the firelight. "Leave it," she said to Augustine sharply. "It does no good to talk." "Have they always exploded?" Robert Jordan held the gray-painted grenade in his hand, trying the bend of the cotter pin with his thumbnail. "Always," Eladio said. "There was not a dud in any of that lot we used." "And how quickly?" "In the distance one can throw it. Quickly enough." "And these?" He held up a soup tin-shaped bomb with a tape wrapping around a wire loop. "They are a garbage," Eladio told him. "They blow, yes, but it is all flash and no fragments." "But do they always blow?" "Que va, always," Pilar said. "There is no always, either with our munitions or theirs." "But you said the others always blew." "Not me," Pilar told him. "You asked another, not me. I have seen no always in any of that stuff." "They all blew," Eladio insisted. "Speak the truth, woman." "How do you know they all blew?" Pilar asked him. "It was Pablo who threw them. You killed no one at Otero." "That son of a great whore," Augustine began. "Leave it alone," Pilar said sharply. Then she went on. "They are all much the same, Inglés, but the corrugated ones are more simple." "I'd better use one of each on each set," Robert Jordan thought. "But the serrated type will lash easier and more securely." "Are you going to be throwing bombs, Inglés?" Augustine asked. "Why not?" Robert Jordan said. But crouched there, sorting out the grenades, what he was thinking was, "It is impossible. How I could have deceived myself about it I do not know.
We were as sunk when they attacked Sordo, as Sordo was sunk when the snow stopped. It is that you can't accept it. You have to go on and make a plan that you know is impossible to carry out. You made it, and now you know it is no good. It's no good now, in the morning. You can take either of the posts absolutely okay with what you've got here, but you can't take them both. You can't be sure of it, I mean. Don't deceive yourself, not when the daylight comes. Trying to take them both will never work. Pablo knew that all the time. I suppose he always intended to muck off, but he knew we were cooked when Sordo was attacked. You can't base an operation on the presumption that miracles are going to happen. You will kill them all off, and not even get your bridge blown if you have nothing better than what you have now. You will kill off Pilar, Anselmo, Augustine, Primitivo, this jumpy Eladio, the worthless gypsy, and old Fernando. And you won't get your bridge blown. Do you suppose there will be a miracle, and Goltz will get the message from Andres and stop it? If there isn't, you are going to kill them all off with those orders. Maria, too. You'll kill her, too, with those orders. Can't you even get her out of it? God damn Pablo to hell, he thought. No, don't get angry. Getting angry is as bad as getting scared. But instead of sleeping with your girl, you should have ridden all night through these hills with the woman to try to dig up enough people to make it work. Yes, he thought. And if anything happened to me so I was not here to blow it? Yes, that. That's why you weren't out. And you couldn't send anybody out because you couldn't run a chance of losing them and being short one more. You had to keep what you had and make a plan to do it with them. But your plan stinks. It stinks, I tell you. It was a night plan and it's morning now. Night plans aren't any good in the morning. The way you think at night is no good in the morning. So now you know it is no good. What if John Mosby did get away with things as impossible as this? Sure he did. Much more difficult. And remember, do not undervaluate the element of surprise. Remember that. Remember it isn't goofy if you can make it stick. But that is not the way you are supposed to make it. You should make it not only possible, but sure. But look at how it all has gone. Well, it was wrong in the first place, and such things accentuate disaster as a snowball rolls up wet snow. He looked up from where he was squatted by the table and saw Maria, and she smiled at him. He grinned back with the front of his face, and selected 4 more grenades and put them in his pockets. I could unscrew the detonators and just use them, he thought. But I don't think the fragmentation will have any bad effect. It will come instantaneously with the explosion of the charge, and it won't disperse it. At least I don't think it will. I'm sure it won't. Have a little confidence, he told himself. And you, last night, thinking about how you and your grandfather were so terrific, and your father was a coward. Show yourself a little confidence now. He grinned at Maria again, but the grin was still no deeper than the skin that felt tight over his cheekbones and his mouth. She thinks you're wonderful, he thought. I think you stink. And the Gloria and all that nonsense that you had wonderful ideas, didn't you? You had this world all taped, didn't you? The hell with all of that. Take it easy, he told himself. Don't get into a rage. That's just a way out, too. There are always ways out. You've got to bite on the nail now. There isn't any need to deny everything there's been just because you are going to lose it. Don't be like some damned snake with a broken back, biting at itself. And your back isn't broken either, you hound. Wait until you're hurt before you start to cry. Wait until the fight before you get angry. There's lots of time for it in a fight. It will be some use to you in a fight. Pilar came over to him with the bag. It is strong now, she said. Those grenades are very good, Ingles. You can have confidence in them. How do you feel, woman? She looked at him and shook her head and smiled. He wondered how far into her face the smile went. It looked deep enough. Good, she said. Dentro de la gravedad. Then she said, squatting by him, How does it seem to thee, now that it is really starting? That we are few, Robert Jordan said to her quickly. To me too, she said. Very few. Then she said, still to him alone, The Maria can hold the horses by herself. I am not needed for that. We will hobble them. They are cavalry horses, and the firing will not panic them. I will go to the lower post and do that which was the duty of Pablo. In this way we are one more. Good, he said. I thought you might wish to. Nay, Inglés, Pilar said, looking at him closely. Do not be worried. All will be well. Remember, they expect no such thing to come to them. Yes, Robert Jordan said. One other thing, Inglés, Pilar said as softly as her harsh whisper could be soft. In that thing of the hand. What thing of the hand? He said angrily. Nay, listen. Do not be angry, little boy. In regard to that thing of the hand, that is all gypsy nonsense that I make to give myself an importance. There is no such thing. Leave it alone, he said coldly. Nay, she said harshly and lovingly. It is just a lying nonsense that I make. I would not have thee worry in the day of battle. I am not worried, Robert Jordan said. Yes, Inglés, she said. Thou art very worried, for good cause. But all will be well, Inglés. It is for this that we are born. I don't need a political commissar, Robert Jordan told her. She smiled at him again, smiling fairly and truly with the harsh lips and the wide mouth, and said, I care for thee very much, Inglés. I don't want that now, he said. Ni tú, ni Dios. Yes, Pilar said in that husky whisper. I know. I only wish to tell thee. And do not worry. We will do all very well. Why not? Robert Jordan said, and the very thinnest edge of the skin in front of his face smiled. Of course we will. All will be well. When do we go? Pilar asked. Robert Jordan looked at his watch. Any time, he said. He handed one of the packs to Anselmo. How are you doing, old one? He asked. The old man was finishing whittling the last of a pile of wedges he had copied from a model Robert Jordan had given him. These were extra wedges in case they should be needed. Well, the old man said, and nodded. So far very well. He held his hand out. Look, he said, and smiled. His hands were perfectly steady. Bueno, ¿y qué? Robert Jordan said to him. I can always keep the whole hand steady. Point with one finger. Anselmo pointed. The finger was trembling. He looked at Robert Jordan and shook his head. Mine too, Robert Jordan showed him. Always. That is normal. Not for me, Fernando said. He put his right forefinger out to show them, then the left forefinger. Canst thou spit? Augustine asked him, and winked at Robert Jordan. Fernando hawked and spat proudly onto the floor of the cave, then rubbed it in the dirt with his foot. You filthy mule, Pilar said to him. Spit in the fire if thou must vaunt thy courage. I would not have spat on the floor, Pilar, if we were not leaving this place, Fernando said primly. Be careful where you spit today, Pilar told him. It may be some place you will not be leaving. That one speaks like a black cat, Augustine said. He had the nervous necessity to joke that is another form of what they all felt. I joke, said Pilar. Me too, said Augustine. But me cago en la leche, but I will be content when it starts. Where is the gypsy? Robert Jordan asked Eladio. With the horses, Eladio said. You can see him from the cave mouth. How is he? Eladio grinned. With much fear, he said. It reassured him to speak of the fear of another. Listen, Inglés, Pilar began. Robert Jordan looked toward her, and as he did he saw her mouth open, and the unbelieving look come on her face, and he swung toward the cave mouth, reaching for his pistol. There, holding the blanket aside with one hand, the short automatic rifle muzzle with its flash cone jutting above his shoulder, was Pablo, standing short, wide, bristly-faced, his small, red-rimmed eyes looking toward no one in particular. Thou, Pilar said to him, unbelieving. Thou. Me? Said Pablo, evenly. He came into the cave. Hola, Inglés, he said. I have 5 from the bands of Elias and Alejandro above with their horses. And the exploder and the detonators? Robert Jordan said. And the other material? I threw them down the gorge into the river, Pablo said, still looking at no one. But I've thought of a way to detonate using a grenade. So have I, Robert Jordan said. Have you a drink of anything? Pablo asked, wearily. Robert Jordan handed him the flask, and he swallowed fast, then wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. What passes with you? Pilar asked. Nada, Pablo said, wiping his mouth again. Nothing. I have come back. But what? Nothing. I had a moment of weakness. I went away, but I am come back. He turned to Robert Jordan. "En el fondo no soy cobarde," he said. "At bottom I am not a coward." "But you are very many other things," Robert Jordan thought. "Damned if you're not. But I'm glad to see you, you son of a bitch." 5 was all I could get from Elias and Alejandro, Pablo said. "I have ridden since I left here. 9 of you could never have done it, never. I knew that last night when the Inglés explained it, never. There are 7 men and a corporal at the lower post. Suppose there is an alarm or that they fight." He looked at Robert Jordan now. "When I left, I thought you would know that it was impossible and would give it up. Then after I'd thrown away thy material, I saw it in another manner." "I am glad to see thee," Robert Jordan said. He walked over to him. "We are all right with the grenades. That will work. The other does not matter now." "Nay," Pablo said, "I do nothing for thee. Thou art a thing of bad omen. All of this comes from thee. Sordo also. But after I'd thrown away thy material, I found myself too lonely." "Thy mother," Pilar said. "So I rode for the others to make it possible for it to be successful. I have brought the best that I could get. I have left them at the top so I could speak to you first. They think I am the leader." "Thou art," Pilar said, "if thee wishes." Pablo looked at her and said nothing. Then he said simply and quietly, "I have thought much since the thing of Sordo. I believe if we must finish together. But thou, Inglés, I hate thee for bringing this to us." "But Pablo," Fernando, his pockets full of grenades, a bandolier of cartridges over his shoulder, he still wiping in his pan of stew with a piece of bread, began, "Do you not believe the operation can be successful? Night before last you said you were convinced it would be." "Give him some more stew," Pilar said viciously to Maria. Then to Pablo, her eyes softening. "So you have come back, eh?" "Yes, woman," Pablo said. "Well, thou art welcome," Pilar said to him. "I did not think thou couldst be the ruin thou appeared to be." "Having done such a thing, there is a loneliness that cannot be borne," Pablo said to her quietly. "That cannot be borne," she mocked him. "That cannot be borne by thee for 15 minutes. Do not mock me, woman. I have come back." "And thou art welcome," she said. "Didst not hear me the first time? Drink thy coffee and let us go. So much theater tires me." "Is that coffee?" Pablo asked. "Certainly," Fernando said. "Give me some, Maria," Pablo said. "How art thou?" He did not look at her. "Well," Maria told him, and brought him a bowl of coffee. "Do you want stew?" Pablo shook his head. "No me gusta estar solo," Pablo went on, explaining to Pilar as though the others were not there. "I do not like to be alone, sabes? Yesterday all day alone working for the good of all I was not lonely. But last night, hombre, que mal lo pasé." "Thy predecessor, the famous Judas Iscariot, hanged himself," Pilar said. "Don't talk to me that way, woman," Pablo said. "Have you not seen? I am back. Don't talk of Judas nor nothing of that. I am back." "How are these people thee brought?" Pilar asked him. "Hast brought anything worth bringing?" "Son buenos," Pablo said. He took a chance and looked at Pilar squarely, then looked away. "Buenos y bobos, good ones and stupids, ready to die and all, a tu gusto, according to thy taste, the way you like them." Pablo looked Pilar in the eyes again, and this time he did not look away. He kept on looking at her squarely with his small, red-rimmed pig eyes. "Thou," she said, and her husky voice was fond again. "Thou. I suppose if a man has something once, always something of it remains." "Listo," Pablo said, looking at her squarely and flatly now. "I am ready for what the day brings." "I believe thou art back," Pilar said to him. "I believe it. But, hombre, thou wert a long way gone." "Lend me another swallow from thy bottle," Pablo said to Robert Jordan. "And then let us be going." Chapter 39. In the dark, they came up the hill through the timber to the narrow pass at the top. They were all loaded heavily, and they climbed slowly. The horses had loads, too, packed over the saddles.
"We can cut them loose, if it is necessary," Pilar had said. "But with that, if we can keep it, we can make another camp."
"And the rest of the ammunition?" Robert Jordan had asked as they lashed the packs.
"In those saddlebags."
Robert Jordan felt the weight of his heavy pack, the dragging on his neck from the pull of his jacket with its pockets full of grenades, the weight of his pistol against his thigh, and the bulging of his trouser pockets where the clips for the submachine gun were. In his mouth was the taste of the coffee, in his right hand he carried the submachine gun, and with his left hand he reached and pulled up the collar of his jacket to ease the pull of the pack straps.
"Inglés,"
Pablo said to him, walking close beside him in the dark. "What, man?"
"These I have brought. Think this is to be successful because I have brought them," Pablo said. "Do not say anything to disillusion them."
"Good," Robert Jordan said. "But let us make it successful."
"They have 5 horses, sabes?"
Pablo said, cautiously. "Good," said Robert Jordan. "We will keep all the horses together."
"Good,"
said Pablo, and nothing more. "I didn't think you had experienced any complete conversion on the road to Tarsus, old Pablo," Robert Jordan thought. "No, your coming back was miracle enough. I don't think there will ever be any problem about canonizing you."
"With those 5 I will deal with the lower post, as well as Sordo would have,"
Pablo said.
"I will cut the wire and fall back upon the bridge as we convened."
"We went over this all 10 minutes ago," Robert Jordan thought. "I wonder why this now?"
"There is a possibility of making it to Gredos," Pablo said. "Truly I have thought much of it."
"I believe you've had another flash in the last few minutes," Robert Jordan said to himself. "You have had another revelation. But you're not going to convince me that I am invited. No, Pablo, do not ask me to believe too much." Ever since Pablo had come into the cave and said he had 5 men, Robert Jordan felt increasingly better. Seeing Pablo again had broken the pattern of tragedy into which the whole operation had seemed grooved ever since the snow. And since Pablo had been back, he felt not that his luck had turned, since he did not believe in luck, but that the whole thing had turned for the better, and that now it was possible. Instead of the surety of failure, he felt confidence rising in him, as a tire begins to fill with air from a slow pump. There was little difference at first, although there was a definite beginning, as when the pump starts and the rubber of the tube crawls a little, but it came now as steadily as a tide rising, or the sap rising in a tree, until he began to feel the first edge of that negation of apprehension that often turned into actual happiness before action. This was the greatest gift that he had, the talent that fitted him for war, the ability not to ignore, but to despise whatever bad ending there could be. This quality was destroyed by too much responsibility for others, or the necessity of undertaking something ill-planned or badly conceived. For in such things the bad ending, failure, could not be ignored. It was not simply a possibility of harm to oneself, which could be ignored. He knew he himself was nothing, and he knew death was nothing. He knew that truly as he knew anything. In the last few days, he had learned that he himself, with another person, could be everything. But inside himself he knew that this was the exception. That we have had, he thought. In that I have been most fortunate. That was given to me perhaps because I never asked for it. That cannot be taken away, nor lost. But that is over and done with now, on this morning, and what there is to do now is our work. And you, he said to himself, I am glad to see you getting a little something back that was badly missing for a time. But you were pretty bad back there. I was ashamed enough of you, there for a while. Only I was you. There wasn't any me to judge you. We were all in bad shape, you and me, and both of us. Come on now. Quit thinking like a schizophrenic. One at a time now. You're all right again now. But listen, you must not think of the girl all day, ever. You can do nothing now to protect her, except to keep her out of it, and that you are doing. There are evidently going to be plenty of horses, if you can believe the signs. The best thing you can do for her is to do the job well, and fast, and get out, and thinking of her will only handicap you in this. So do not think of her ever. Having thought this out, he waited until Maria came up, walking with Pilar and Rafael and the horses. Hi, guapa, he said to her in the dark. How are you? I am well, Roberto, she said. Don't worry about anything, he said to her, and shifting the gun to his left hand, he put a hand on her shoulder. "I do not," she said. "It is all very well organized," he told her. "Raphael will be with thee, with the horses." "I would rather be with thee." "Nay, the horses is where thou art most useful." "Good," she said. "There I will be." Just then one of the horses whinnied, and from the open place below the opening through the rocks a horse answered, the neigh rising into a shrill, sharply broken quaver. Robert Jordan saw the bulk of the new horses ahead in the dark. He pressed forward and came up to them with Pablo. The men were standing by their mounts. "Salud," Robert Jordan said. "Salud," they answered in the dark. He could not see their faces. "This is the Inglés who comes with us," Pablo said. "The dynamiter." No one said anything to that. Perhaps they nodded in the dark. "Let us get going, Pablo," one man said. "Soon we will have the daylight on us." "Did you bring any more grenades?" another asked. "Plenty," said Pablo. "Supply yourselves when we leave the animals." "Then let us go," another said. "We've been waiting here half the night." "Hola, Pilar," another said as the woman came up. "Que me maten, if it is not Pepe," Pilar said huskily. "How are you, shepherd?" "Good," said the man. "Dentro de la gravedad." "What are you riding?" Pilar asked him. "The grey of Pablo," the man said. "It is much horse." "Come on," another man said. "Let us go. There is no good in gossiping here." "How art thou, Alicio?" Pilar said to him as he mounted. "How would I be?" he said rudely. "Come on, woman, we have work to do." Pablo mounted the big bay horse. "Keep thy mouth shut and follow me," he said. "I will lead you to the place where we will leave the horses." Chapter 40. During the time that Robert Jordan had slept through, the time he had spent planning the destruction of the bridge, and the time that he had been with Maria, Andres had made slow progress. Until he had reached the Republican lines, he had traveled across country and through the fascist lines as fast as a countryman in good physical condition who knew the country well could travel in the dark. But once inside the Republican lines, it went very slowly. In theory, he should only have had to show the safe conduct given him by Robert Jordan stamped with the seal of the SIM and the dispatch which bore the same seal, and be passed along toward his destination with the greatest speed. But first he had encountered the company commander in the front line, who had regarded the whole mission with owlishly grave suspicion. He had followed this company commander to battalion headquarters, where the battalion commander, who had been a barber before the movement, was filled with enthusiasm on hearing the account of his mission. This commander, who was named Gomez, cursed the company commander for his stupidity, patted Andres on the back, gave him a drink of bad brandy, and told him that he himself, the ex-barber, had always wanted to be a guerrillero. He had then roused his adjutant, turned over the battalion to him, and sent his orderly to wake up and bring his motorcyclist. Instead of sending Andres back to brigade headquarters with the motorcyclist, Gomez had decided to take him there himself in order to expedite things, and with Andres holding tight onto the seat ahead of him, they roared, bumping down the shell-pocked mountain road between the double row of big trees, the headlight of the motorcycle showing their whitewashed bases and the places on the trunks where the whitewash and the bark had been chipped and torn by shell fragments and bullets during the fighting along this road in the first summer of the movement. They turned into the little smashed-roof mountain resort town where brigade headquarters was, and Gomez had braked the motorcycle like a dirt track racer and leaned it against the wall of the house where a sleepy sentry came to attention as Gomez pushed by him into the big room where the walls were covered with maps, and a very sleepy officer with a green eye-shade sat at a desk with a reading lamp, 2 telephones, and a copy of Mundo Obrero. This officer looked up at Gomez and said, "What doest thou here? Have you never heard of the telephone?" "I must see the lieutenant colonel," Gomez said. "He is asleep," the officer said. "I could see the lights of that bicycle of thine for a mile coming down the road. Dost wish to bring on a shelling?" "Call the lieutenant colonel," Gomez said. "This is a matter of the utmost gravity." "He is asleep, I tell thee," the officer said. "What sort of a bandit is that with thee?" He nodded toward Andres.
He is a guerrillero from the other side of the lines, with a dispatch of the utmost importance for the General Goltz, who commands the attack that is to be made at dawn beyond Navacerrada," Gomez said excitedly and earnestly. "Rouse the Teniente Coronel for the love of God." The officer looked at him with his droopy eyes shaded by the green celluloid. "All of you are crazy," he said. "I know of no General Goltz, nor of no attack. Take this sportsman and get back to your battalion." "Rouse the Teniente Coronel, I say," Gomez said, and Andres saw his mouth tightening. "Go obscenity yourself," the officer said to him lazily, and turned away. Gomez took his heavy 9mm Star pistol out of its holster and shoved it against the officer's shoulder. "Rouse him, you fascist bastard," he said. "Rouse him, or I'll kill you." "Calm yourself," the officer said. "All you barbers are emotional." Andres saw Gomez's face draw with hate in the light of the reading lamp, but all he said was, "Rouse him." "Orderly," the officer called in a contemptuous voice. A soldier came to the door and saluted, and went out. "His fiancée is with him," the officer said, and went back to reading the paper. "It is certain he will be delighted to see you." "It is those like thee who obstruct all effort to win this war," Gomez said to the staff officer. The officer paid no attention to him. Then, as he read on, he remarked as though to himself, "What a curious periodical this is." "Why don't you read El Debate, then? That is your paper," Gomez said to him, naming the leading Catholic conservative organ published in Madrid before the movement. "Don't forget I am thy superior officer, and that a report by me on thee carries weight," the officer said without looking up. "I never read El Debate. Do not make false accusations." "No, you read ABC," Gomez said. "The army is still rotten with such as thee, with professionals such as thee. But it will not always be. We are caught between the ignorant and the cynical, but we will educate the one and eliminate the other." "Purge is the word you want," the officer said, still not looking up. "Here it reports the purging of more of thy famous Russians. They are purging more than the Epsom salts in this epoch." "By any name," Gomez said passionately, "by any name, so that such as thee are liquidated." "Liquidated," the officer said insolently, as though speaking to himself. "Another new word that has little of Castilian in it." "Shot, then," Gomez said. "That is Castilian. Canst understand it?" "Yes, man, but do not talk so loudly. There are others beside the Teniente Coronel asleep in this brigade staff, and thy emotion bores me. It was for that reason that I always shaved myself. I never liked the conversation." Gomez looked at Andres and shook his head. His eyes were shining with the moistness that rage and hatred can bring. But he shook his head and said nothing as he stored it all away for some time in the future. He had stored much in the year and a half in which he had risen to the command of a battalion in the Sierra, and now, as the lieutenant colonel came into the room in his pajamas, he drew himself stiff and saluted. The lieutenant colonel Miranda, who was a short, gray-faced man, who had been in the army all his life, who had lost the love of his wife in Madrid while he was losing his digestion in Morocco, and become a Republican when he found he could not divorce his wife — there was never any question of recovering his digestion — had entered the Civil War as a lieutenant colonel. He had only one ambition: to finish the war with the same rank. He had defended the Sierra well, and he wanted to be left alone there to defend it whenever it was attacked. He felt much healthier in the war, probably due to the forced curtailment of the number of meat courses. He had an enormous stock of sodium bicarbonate. He had his whiskey in the evening. His 23-year-old mistress was having a baby, as were nearly all the other girls who had started out as milicianas in the July of the year before, and now he came into the room, nodded in answer to Gomez's salute, and put out his hand. "What brings thee, Gomez?" he asked, and then to the officer at the desk, who was his chief of operation. "Give me a cigarette, please, Pepe." Gomez showed him Andres's papers and the dispatch. The lieutenant colonel looked at the salvoconducto quickly, looked at Andres, nodded and smiled, and then looked at the dispatch hungrily. He felt of the seal, tested it with his forefinger, then handed both the safe conduct and dispatch back to Andres. "Is the life very hard there in the hills?" he asked. "No, my lieutenant colonel," Andres said. "Did they tell thee where would be the closest point to find General Goltz's headquarters?" Navacerrada, my Lieutenant Colonel, Andres said. The Inglés said it would be somewhere close to Navacerrada, behind the lines to the right of there. What Inglés? The Lieutenant Colonel asked quietly. The Inglés who was with us as a dynamiter. The Lieutenant Colonel nodded. It was just another sudden, unexplained rarity of this war. The Inglés who was with us as a dynamiter. You had better take him, Gomez, on the motor, the Lieutenant Colonel said. Write them a very strong salvoconducto to the Estado Mayor of General Goltz for me to sign, he said to the officer in the green celluloid eyeshade. Write it on the machine, Pepe. Here are the details. He motioned for Andres to hand over his safe conduct, and put on 2 seals. He turned to Gomez. You will need something strong tonight. It is rightly so. People should be careful when an offensive is projected. I will give you something as strong as I can make it. Then to Andres very kindly he said, Dost wish anything, to eat or to drink? No, my Lieutenant Colonel, Andres said. I am not hungry. They gave me cognac at the last place of command, and more would make me seasick. Did you see any movement or activity opposite my front as you came through? The Lieutenant Colonel asked Andres politely. It was as usual, my Lieutenant Colonel. Quiet. Quiet. Did I not meet thee in Cercedilla about 3 months back? The Lieutenant Colonel asked. Yes, my Lieutenant Colonel. I thought so. The Lieutenant Colonel patted him on the shoulder. You were with the old man, Anselmo. How is he? He is well, my Lieutenant Colonel, Andres told him. Good. It makes me happy, the Lieutenant Colonel said. The officer showed him what he had typed, and he read it over and signed it. You must go now quickly, he said to Gomez and Andres. Be careful with the motor, he said to Gomez. Use your lights. Nothing will happen from a single motor, and you must be careful. My compliments to Comrade General Goltz. We met after Peguerinos. He shook hands with them both. Button the papers inside thy shirt, he said. There is much wind on a motor. After they went out, he went to a cabinet, took out a glass and a bottle, and poured himself some whiskey, and poured plain water into it from an earthenware crock that stood on the floor against the wall. Then, holding the glass and sipping the whiskey very slowly, he stood in front of the big map on the wall and studied the offensive possibilities in the country above Navacerrada. I am glad it is Goltz, and not me, he said finally to the officer who sat at the table. The officer did not answer, and looking away from the map and at the officer, the Lieutenant Colonel saw he was asleep with his head on his arms. The Lieutenant Colonel went over to the desk and pushed the 2 phones close together, so that one touched the officer's head on either side. Then he walked to the cupboard, poured himself another whiskey, put water in it, and went back to the map again. Andres, holding tight onto the seat where Gomez was forking the motor, bent his head against the wind as the motorcycle moved, noisily exploding, into the light-split darkness of the country road that opened ahead, sharp, with the high black of the poplars beside it, dimmed and yellow soft now as the road dipped into the fog along a steam bed, sharpening hard again as the road rose, and ahead of them at the crossroads the headlight showed the gray bulk of the empty trucks coming down from the mountains. Chapter 41. Pablo stopped and dismounted in the dark. Robert Jordan heard the creaking and the heavy breathing as they all dismounted, and the clinking of a bridle as a horse tossed his head. He smelled the horses and the unwashed and sour slept-in clothing smell of the new men, and the wood-smoky, sleep-stale smell of the others who had been in the cave. Pablo was standing close to him, and he smelled the brassy, dead wine smell that came from him, like the taste of a copper coin in your mouth. He lit a cigarette, cupping his hand to hide the light, pulled deep on it, and heard Pablo say very softly, "Get the grenade sack, Pilar, while we hobble these." "Augustine," Robert Jordan said in a whisper, "you and Anselmo come now with me to the bridge. Have you the sack of pans for the máquina?" "Yes," Augustine said. "Why not?" Robert Jordan went over to where Pilar was unpacking one of the horses with the help of Primitivo. "Listen, woman," he said softly. "What now?" she whispered huskily, swinging a cinch hook clear from under the horse's belly.
Thou understandest that there is to be no attack on the post until thou hearest the falling of the bombs." "How many times dost thou have to tell me?" Pilar said. "You are getting like an old woman, Inglés." "Only to check," Robert Jordan said. "And after the destruction of the post, you fall back onto the bridge and cover the road from above and my left flank." "The first time thou outlined it, I understood it as well as I will ever understand it," Pilar whispered to him. "Get thee about thy business." "That no one should make a move, nor fire a shot, nor throw a bomb, until the noise of the bombardment comes," Robert Jordan said softly. "Do not molest me more," Pilar whispered angrily. "I have understood this since we were at Sordos." Robert Jordan went to where Pablo was tying the horses. "I have only hobbled those which are liable to panic," Pablo said. "These are tied so a pull of the rope will release them. See?" "Good." "I will tell the girl and the gypsy how to handle them," Pablo said. His new men were standing in a group by themselves, leaning on their carbines. "Dost understand all?" Robert Jordan asked. "Why not?" Pablo said. "Destroy the post, cut the wire, fall back on the bridge, cover the bridge until thou blowest. And nothing to start until the commencement of the bombardment." "Thus it is." "Well then, much luck." Pablo grunted. Then he said, "Thou wilt cover us well with the máquina, and with thy small máquina when we come back, Inglés?" "De la primera," Robert Jordan said. "Off the top of the basket." "Then," Pablo said, "nothing more. But in that moment thou must be very careful, Inglés. It will not be simple to do that unless thou art very careful." "I will handle the máquina myself," Robert Jordan said to him. "Hast thou much experience? For I am of no mind to be shot by Augustine with his belly full of good intentions." "I have much experience, truly. And if Augustine uses either máquina, I will see that he keeps it way above thee. Above, and above." "Then nothing more," Pablo said. Then he said softly and confidentially, "There is still a lack of horses." The son of a bitch, Robert Jordan thought. Or does he think I did not understand him the first time? "I go on foot," he said. "The horses are thy affair." "Nay, there will be a horse for thee, Inglés," Pablo said softly. "There will be horses for all of us." "That is thy problem," Robert Jordan said. "Thou dost not have to count me. Hast enough rounds for thy new máquina?" "Yes," Pablo said. "All that the cavalryman carried. I have fired only 4 to try it. I tried it yesterday in the high hills." "We go now," Robert Jordan said. "We must be there early and well hidden." "We all go now," Pablo said. "Suerte, Inglés." "I wonder what the bastard is planning now," Robert Jordan said. "But I am pretty sure I know. Well, that is his, not mine. Thank God I do not know these new men." He put his hand out and said, "Suerte, Pablo," and their 2 hands gripped in the dark. Robert Jordan, when he put his hand out, expected that it would be like grasping something reptilian or touching a leper. He did not know what Pablo's hand would feel like, but in the dark, Pablo's hand gripped his hard and pressed it frankly, and he returned the grip. Pablo had a good hand in the dark, and feeling it gave Robert Jordan the strangest feeling he had felt that morning. We must be allies now, he thought. There was always much handshaking with allies, not to mention decorations and kissing on both cheeks, he thought. I'm glad we do not have to do that. I suppose all allies are like this. They always hate each other au fond. But this Pablo is a strange man. "Suerte, Pablo," he said, and gripped the strange, firm, purposeful hand hard. "I will cover thee well. Do not worry." "I am sorry for having taken thy material," Pablo said. "It was an equivocation." "But thou hast brought what we needed." "I do not hold this of the bridge against the Inglés," Pablo said. "I see a successful termination for it." "What are you two doing? Becoming maracones?" Pilar said suddenly beside them in the dark. "That is all thou hast lacked," she said to Pablo. "Get along, Inglés, and cut thy goodbyes short before this one steals the rest of thy explosive." "Thou dost not understand me, woman," Pablo said. "The Inglés and I understand one another." "Nobody understands thee, neither God nor thy mother," Pilar said, "nor I either. Get along, Inglés. Make thy goodbyes with thy cropped head and go.
Me cago en tu padre, but I begin to think thou art afraid to see the bull come out.
Thy mother, Robert Jordan said.
Thou never hadst one, Pilar whispered cheerfully. Now go, because I have a great desire to start this and get it over with.
Go with thy people, she said to Pablo.
Who knows how long their stern resolution is good for? Thou hast a couple that I would not trade thee for. Take them and go.
Robert Jordan slung his pack on his back and walked over to the horses to find Maria.
Goodbye, guapa, he said. I will see thee soon.
He had an unreal feeling about all of this now, as though he had said it all before, or as though it were a train that were going, especially as though it were a train, and he was standing on the platform of a railway station.
Goodbye, Roberto, she said. Take much care.
Of course, he said. He bent his head to kiss her, and his pack rolled forward against the back of his head so that his forehead bumped hers hard. As this happened, he knew this had happened before too. Don't cry, he said, awkward not only from the load.
I do not, she said. But come back quickly.
Do not worry when you hear the firing. There is bound to be much firing.
Nay, only come back quickly.
Goodbye, guapa, he said awkwardly.
Salud, Roberto.
Robert Jordan had not felt this young since he had taken the train at Red Lodge to go down to Billings to get the train there to go away to school for the first time. He had been afraid to go, and he did not want anyone to know it, and at the station, just before the conductor picked up the box he would step up on to reach the steps of the day coach, his father had kissed him goodbye and said, "May the Lord watch between thee and me, while we are absent the one from the other." His father had been a very religious man, and he had said it simply and sincerely. But his mustache had been moist, and his eyes were damp with emotion, and Robert Jordan had been so embarrassed by all of it, the damp religious sound of the prayer, and by his father kissing him goodbye, that he had felt suddenly so much older than his father and sorry for him that he could hardly bear it. After the train started, he had stood on the rear platform and watched the station and the water tower grow smaller and smaller, and the rails crossed by the ties narrowed toward a point where the station and the water tower stood now, minute and tiny, in the steady clicking that was taking him away. The brakeman said, "Dad seemed to take your going sort of hard, Bob." "Yes," he had said, watching the sagebrush that ran from the edge of the roadbed between the passing telegraph poles across to the streaming by dusty stretching of the road. He was looking for sage hens. "You don't mind going away to school?" "No," he had said, and it was true. It would not have been true before, but it was true that minute, and it was only now, at this parting, that he ever felt as young again as he had felt before that train left. He felt very young now, and very awkward, and he was saying goodbye as awkwardly as one can be when saying goodbye to a young girl when you are a boy in school, saying goodbye at the front porch, not knowing whether to kiss the girl or not. Then he knew it was not the goodbye he was being awkward about. It was the meeting he was going to. The goodbye was only a part of the awkwardness he felt about the meeting. "You're getting them again," he told himself. "But I suppose there is no one that does not feel that he is too young to do it." He would not put a name to it. "Come on," he said to himself, "come on. It is too early for your second childhood." "Goodbye, guapa," he said. "Goodbye, Rabbit." "Goodbye, my Roberto," she said, and he went over to where Anselmo and Augustine were standing and said, "Vámonos." Anselmo swung his heavy pack up. Augustine, fully loaded since the cave, was leaning against a tree, the automatic rifle jutting over the top of his load. "Good," he said. "Vámonos." The three of them started down the hill. "Buena suerte, Don Roberto," Fernando said, as the three of them passed him as they moved in single file between the trees. Fernando was crouched on his haunches a little way from where they passed, but he spoke with great dignity. "Buena suerte thyself, Fernando," Robert Jordan said. "In everything thou doest," Augustine said. "Thank you, Don Roberto," Fernando said, undisturbed by Augustine. "That one is a phenomenon, Inglés," Augustine whispered. "I believe thee," Robert Jordan said. "Can I help thee? Thou art loaded like a horse." "I am all right," Augustine said. "Man, but I am content we are started." "Speak softly," Anselmo said.
From now on speak little, and softly."
Walking carefully downhill, Anselmo in the lead, Augustine next, Robert Jordan placing his feet carefully so that he would not slip, feeling the dead pine needles under his rope-soled shoes, bumping a tree root with one foot and putting a hand forward and feeling the cold metal jut of the automatic rifle barrel and the folded legs of the tripod, then working sideways down the hill, his shoes sliding and grooving the forest floor, putting his left hand out again and touching the rough bark of a tree trunk, then as he braced himself, his hand feeling a smooth place, the base of the palm of his hand coming away sticky with the resinous sap where a blaze had been cut. They dropped down the steep wooded hillside to the point above the bridge where Robert Jordan and Anselmo had watched the first day. Now Anselmo was halted by a pine tree in the dark, and he took Robert Jordan's wrist and whispered, so low Jordan could hardly hear him, "Look, there is the fire in his brazier." It was a point of light below where Robert Jordan knew the bridge joined the road. "Here is where we watched," Anselmo said. He took Robert Jordan's hand and bent it down to touch a small, fresh blaze low on a tree trunk. "This I marked while thou watched. To the right is where thou wished to put the machina. We will place it there." "Good." They put the packs down behind the base of the pine trunks, and the two of them followed Anselmo over to the level place where there was a clump of seedling pines. "It is here," Anselmo said. "Just here." From here, with daylight, Robert Jordan, crouched behind the small trees, whispered to Augustine, "Thou wilt see a small stretch of road and the entrance to the bridge. Thou wilt see the length of the bridge and a small stretch of road at the other end, before it rounds the curve of the rocks." Augustine said nothing. "Here thou wilt lie while we prepare the exploding, and fire on anything that comes from above or below." "Where is that light?" Augustine asked. "In the sentry box at this end," Robert Jordan whispered. "Who deals with the sentries?" "The old man and I, as I told thee. But if we do not deal with them, thou must fire into the sentry boxes, and at them if thou seest them." "Yes, you told me that." "After the explosion, when the people of Pablo come around that corner, thou must fire over their heads if others come after them. Thou must fire high above them when they appear in any event that others must not come. Understandest thou?" "Why not? It is as thou saidst last night." "Hast any questions?" "Nay. I have 2 sacks. I can load them from above where it will not be seen, and bring them here." "But do no digging here. Thou must be as well hid as we were at the top." "Nay, I will bring the dirt in them in the dark. You will see. They will not show as I will fix them." "Thou art very close, sabes? In the daylight this clump shows clearly from below." "Do not worry, Inglés. Where goest thou?" "I go close below with the small machina of mine. The old man will cross the gorge now to be ready for the box of the other end. It faces in that direction." "Then nothing more," said Augustine. "Salud, Inglés. Hast thou tobacco?" "Thou canst not smoke, it is too close." "Nay, just to hold in the mouth. To smoke later." Robert Jordan gave him his cigarette case, and Augustine took 3 cigarettes and put them inside the front flap of his herdsman's flat cap. He spread the legs of his tripod with the gun muzzle in the low pines, and commenced unpacking his load by touch, and laying the things where he wanted them. "Nada más," he said. "Well, nothing more." Anselmo and Robert Jordan left him there, and went back to where the packs were. "Where had we best leave them?" Robert Jordan whispered. "I think here. But canst thou be sure of the sentry with thy small machina from here?" "Is this exactly where we were on that day?" "The same tree," Anselmo said, so low Jordan could barely hear him, and he knew he was speaking without moving his lips, as he had spoken that first day. "I marked it with my knife." Robert Jordan had the feeling again of it all having happened before, but this time it came from his own repetition of a query and Anselmo's answer. It had been the same with Augustine, who had asked a question about the sentries, although he knew the answer. "It is close enough. Even too close," he whispered. "But the light is behind us. We are all right here." "Then I will go now to cross the gorge and be in position at the other end," Anselmo said. Then he said, "Pardon me, Inglés, so that there is no mistake, in case I am stupid." "What?" breathed very softly.
"Only to repeat it, so that I will do it exactly."
"When I fire, thou wilt fire. When thy man is eliminated, cross the bridge to me. I will have the packs down there, and thou wilt do as I tell thee in the placing of the charges. Everything I will tell thee. If aught happens to me, do it thyself, as I showed thee. Take thy time, and do it well, wedging all securely with the wooden wedges, and lashing the grenades firmly."
"It is all clear to me," Anselmo said. "I remember it all. Now I go. Keep thee well covered, Inglés, when daylight comes."
"When thou firest," Robert Jordan said, "take a rest, and make very sure. Do not think of it as a man, but as a target. De acuerdo? Do not shoot at the whole man, but at a point. Shoot for the exact center of the belly, if he faces thee, at the middle of the back if he is looking away. Listen, old one. When I fire, if the man is sitting down, he will stand up before he runs or crouches. Shoot then. If he is still sitting down, shoot. Do not wait, but make sure. Get to within 50 yards. Thou art a hunter. Thou hast no problem." "I will do as thou orderest," Anselmo said. "Yes, I order it thus," Robert Jordan said. "I'm glad I remembered to make it an order," he thought. "That helps him out. That takes some of the curse off. I hope it does anyway. Some of it. I had forgotten about what he told me that first day about the killing." "It is thus I have ordered," he said. "Now go."
"Me voy," said Anselmo. "Until soon, Inglés."
"Until soon, old one," Robert Jordan said. He remembered his father in the railway station, and the wetness of that farewell, and he did not say salud, nor goodbye, nor good luck, nor anything like that. "Hast wiped the oil from the bore of thy gun, old one?" he whispered, "so it will not throw wild?"
"In the cave," Anselmo said. "I clean them all with the pull-through."
"Then until soon," Robert Jordan said, and the old man went off, noiseless on his rope-soled shoes, swinging wide through the trees. Robert Jordan lay on the pine-needle floor of the forest and listened to the first stirring in the branches of the pines of the wind that would come with daylight. He took the clip out of the submachine gun and worked the lock back and forth. Then he turned the gun, with the lock open, and in the dark he put the muzzle to his lips and blew through the barrel, the metal tasting greasy and oily as his tongue touched the edge of the bore. He laid the gun across his forearm, the action up so that no pine needles or rubbish could get in it, and shucked all the cartridges out of the clip with his thumb and onto the handkerchief he had spread in front of him. Then, feeling each cartridge in the dark and turning it in his fingers, he pressed and slid them one at a time back into the clip. Now the clip was heavy again in his hand, and he slid it back into the submachine gun and felt it click home. He lay on his belly behind the pine trunk, the gun across his left forearm, and watched the point of light below him. Sometimes he could not see it, and then he knew that the man in the sentry box had moved in front of the brazier. Robert Jordan lay there and waited for daylight. Chapter 42. During the time that Pablo had ridden back from the hills to the cave, and the time the band had dropped down to where they had left the horses, Andres had made rapid progress toward Goltz's headquarters. Where they came onto the main highroads to Navacerrada, on which the trucks were rolling back from the mountain, there was a control. But when Gomez showed the sentry at the control his safe conduct from the Lieutenant Colonel Miranda, the sentry put the light from a flashlight on it, showed it to the other sentry with him, then handed it back and saluted. "Siga," he said. "Continue, but without lights." The motorcycle roared again, and Andres was holding tight onto the forward seat, and they were moving along the highway, Gomez riding carefully in the traffic. None of the trucks had lights, and they were moving down the road in a long convoy. There were loaded trucks moving up the road, too, and all of them raised a dust that Andres could not see in that dark, but could only feel as a cloud that blew in his face, and that he could bite between his teeth. They were close behind the tailboard of a truck now, the motorcycle chugging. Then Gomez speeded up and passed it, and another, and another, and another, with the other trucks roaring and rolling down past them on the left. There was a motor car behind them now, and it blasted into the truck noise and the dust with its klaxon again and again. Then flashed on lights that showed the dust like a solid yellow cloud, and surged past them, in a whining rise of gears and a demanding, threatening bludgeoning of klaxoning. Then ahead all the trucks were stopped, and riding on, working his way ahead past ambulances, staff cars, an armored car, another, and a third, all halted like heavy metal gun-jutting turtles in the hot yet settled dust. They found another control, where there had been a smash-up. A truck, halting, had not been seen by the truck which followed it, and the following truck had run into it, smashing the rear of the first truck in and scattering cases of small arms ammunition over the road. One case had burst open on landing, and as Gomez and Andres stopped and wheeled the motorcycle forward through the stalled vehicles to show their safe conduct at the control, Andres walked over the brass hulls of the thousands of cartridges scattered across the road in the dust. The second truck had its radiator completely smashed in. The truck behind it was touching its tailgate. 100 more were piling up behind, and an overbooted officer was running back along the road, shouting to the drivers to back so that the smashed truck could be gotten off the road. There were too many trucks for them to be able to back unless the officer reached the end of the ever-mounting line and stopped it from increasing, and Andres saw him running, stumbling with his flashlight, shouting and cursing, and in the dark the trucks kept coming up. The man at the control would not give the safe conduct back. There were 2 of them, with rifles slung on their backs and flashlights in their hands, and they were shouting too. The one carrying the safe conduct in his hand crossed the road to a truck going in the downhill direction to tell it to proceed to the next control and tell them there to hold all trucks until his jam was straightened out. The truck driver listened and went on. Then, still holding the safe conduct, the control patrol came over, shouting to the truck driver whose load was spilled. "Leave it and get ahead for the love of God so we can clear this," he shouted at the driver. "My transmission is smashed," the driver who was bent over by the rear of his truck said. "Obscene your transmission. Go ahead, I say." "They do not go ahead when the differential is smashed," the driver told him, and bent down again. "Get thyself pulled, then. Get ahead so that we can get this other obscenity off the road." The driver looked at him sullenly as the control man shone the electric torch on the smashed rear of the truck. "Get ahead! Get ahead!" the man shouted, still holding the safe conduct pass in his hand. "And my paper?" Gomez spoke to him. "My safe conduct. We are in a hurry." "Take thy safe conduct to hell," the man said, and handing it to him ran across the road to halt a downcoming truck. "Turn thyself at the crossroads and put thyself in position to pull this wreck forward," he said to the driver. "My orders are—" "Obscenity, thy orders! Do as I say!" The driver let his truck into gear and rolled straight ahead down the road and was gone in the dust. As Gomez started the motorcycle ahead onto the now clear right-hand side of the road past the wrecked truck, Andres, holding tight again, saw the control guard halting another truck and the driver leaning from the cab and listening to him. Now they went fast, swooping along the road that mounted steadily toward the mountain. All forward traffic had been stalled at the control, and there were only the descending trucks passing on their left as the motorcycle climbed fast and steadily now until it began to overtake the mounting traffic which had gone on ahead before the disaster at the control. Still without lights, they passed 4 more armored cars, then a long line of trucks loaded with troops. The troops were silent in the dark, and at first Andres only felt their presence rising above him, bulking above the truck bodies through the dust as they passed. Then another staff came behind them, blasting with its klaxon and flicking its lights off and on, and each time the lights shone, Andres saw the troops, steel-helmeted, their rifles vertical, their machine guns pointed up against the dark sky, etched sharp against the night that they dropped into when the light flicked off. Once as he passed close to a troop truck and the lights flashed, he saw their faces fixed and sad in the sudden light. In their steel helmets, riding in the trucks in the dark towards something that they only knew was an attack, their faces were drawn with each man's own problem in the dark, and the light revealed them as they would not have looked in day, from shame to show it to each other, until the bombardment and the attack would commence, and no man would think about his face. Andres now passing them truck after truck, Gomez, still keeping successfully ahead of the following staff car, did not think any of this about their faces. He only thought, what an army, what equipment, what a mechanization, vaya gente, look at such people. Here we have the army of the Republic.
Look at them, camion after camion, all uniformed alike, all with casques of steel on their heads. Look at the machinas rising from the trucks against the coming of planes. Look at the army that has been builded. And as the motorcycle passed the high grey trucks full of troops, grey trucks with high square cabs and square ugly radiators, steadily mounting the road in the dust, and the flicking lights of the pursuing staff car, the red star of the army showing in the light when it passed over the tailgates, showing when the light came onto the sides of the dusty truck bodies as they passed, climbing steadily now, the air colder, and the road starting to turn in bends and switchbacks now, the trucks laboring and grinding, some steaming in the light flashes, the motorcycle laboring now too, and Andres clinging tight to the front seat as they climbed. Andres thought this ride on a motorcycle was mucho. He had never been on a motorcycle before, and now they were climbing a mountain in the midst of all the movement that was going to an attack, and as they climbed, he knew now there was no problem of ever being back in time for the assault on the posts. In this movement and confusion, he would be lucky to get back by the next night. He had never seen an offensive, or any of the preparations for one before, and as they rode up the road he marveled at the size and power of this army that the Republic had built. Now they rode on a long, slanting, rising stretch of road that ran across the face of the mountain, and the grade was so steep as they neared the top that Gomez told him to get down, and together they pushed the motorcycle up the last steep grade of the pass. At the left, just past the top, there was a loop of road where cars could turn, and there were lights winking in front of a big stone building that bulked long and dark against the night sky. "Let us go to ask there where the headquarters is," Gomez said to Andres, and they wheeled the motorcycle over to where 2 sentries stood in front of the closed door of the great stone building. Gomez leaned the motorcycle against the wall, as a motorcyclist in a leather suit, showing against the light from inside the building as the door opened, came out of the door with a dispatch case hung over his shoulder, a wooden-holstered Mauser pistol swung against his hip. As the light went off, he found his motorcycle in the dark by the door, pushed it until it sputtered and caught, then roared off up the road. At the door, Gomez spoke to one of the sentries. "Captain Gomez of the 65th Brigade," he said. "Can you tell me where to find the headquarters of General Goltz, commanding the 35th Division?" "It isn't here," the sentry said. "What is here?" "The Commandancia." "What Commandancia?" "Well, the Commandancia." "The Commandancia of what?" "Who art thou to ask so many questions?" the sentry said to Gomez in the dark. Here on the top of the pass, the sky was very clear with the stars out, and Andres, out of the dust now, could see quite clearly in the dark. Below them, where the road turned to the right, he could see clearly the outline of the trucks and cars that passed against the skyline. "I am Captain Rogelio Gomez, of the 1st Battalion of the 65th Brigade, and I ask where is the headquarters of General Goltz," Gomez said. The sentry opened the door a little way. "Call the corporal of the guard," he shouted inside. Just then a big staff car came up over the turn of the road and circled toward the big stone building where Andres and Gomez were standing, waiting for the corporal of the guard. It came toward them and stopped outside the door. A large man, old and heavy, in an oversized khaki beret, such as chasseurs à pied wear in the French army, wearing an overcoat, carrying a map case and wearing a pistol strapped around his greatcoat, got out of the back of the car with 2 other men in the uniform of the International Brigades. He spoke in French, which Andres did not understand, and of which Gomez, who had been a barber, knew only a few words, to his chauffeur, telling him to get the car away from the door and into shelter. As he came into the door with the other 2 officers, Gomez saw his face clearly in the light, and recognized him. He had seen him at political meetings, and he had often read articles by him in Mundo Obrero, translated from the French. He recognized his bushy eyebrows, his watery gray eyes, his chin and the double chin under it, and he knew him for one of France's great modern revolutionary figures who had led the mutiny of the French Navy in the Black Sea. Gomez knew this man's high political place in the International Brigades, and he knew this man would know where Goltz's headquarters were and be able to direct him there. He did not know what this man had become with time, disappointment, bitterness both domestic and political, and thwarted ambition, and that to question him was one of the most dangerous things that any man could do. Knowing nothing of this, he stepped forward into the path of this man, saluted with his clenched fist, and said, "Comrade Marty, we are the bearers of a dispatch for General Goltz. Can you direct us to his headquarters? It is urgent."
The tall, heavy old man looked at Gomez with his outthrust head and considered him carefully with his watery eyes. Even here at the front, in the light of a bare electric bulb, he having just come in from driving in an open car on a brisk night, his grey face had a look of decay. His face looked as though it were modelled from the waste material you find under the claws of a very old lion.
"You have what, comrade?"
he asked Gomez, speaking Spanish with a strong Catalan accent. His eyes glanced sideways at Andres, slid over him, and went back to Gomez.
"A dispatch for General Goltz, to be delivered at his headquarters, Comrade Marty." "Where is it from, comrade?"
"From behind the fascist lines," Gomez said. Andre Marty extended his hand for the dispatch and the other papers. He glanced at them and put them in his pocket.
"Arrest them both," he said to the corporal of the guard. "Have them searched, and bring them to me when I send for them."
With the dispatch in his pocket, he strode on into the interior of the big stone house. Outside in the guard-room, Gomez and Andres were being searched by the guard.
"What passes with that man?"
Gomez said to one of the guards.
"Está loco," the guard said. "He is crazy."
"No, he is a political figure of great importance," Gomez said. "He is the chief commissar of the international brigades."
"A pesar de eso, está loco," the corporal of the guard said. "All the same, he's crazy. What do you behind the fascist lines?"
"This comrade is a guerrilla from there," Gomez told him, while the man searched him. "He brings a dispatch to General Goltz. Guard well my papers. Be careful with that money and that bullet on the string. It is from my first wound at Guadarrama."
"Don't worry," the corporal said. "Everything will be in this drawer. Why didn't you ask me where Goltz was?"
"We tried to. I asked the sentry and he called you."
"But then came the crazy and you asked him. No one should ask him anything. He is crazy. Thy Goltz is up the road 3 kilometers from here, and to the right in the rocks of the forest."
"Can you not let us go to him now?"
"Nay, it would be my head. I must take thee to the crazy. Besides, he has thy dispatch."
"Can you not tell someone?"
"Yes," the corporal said. "I will tell the first responsible one I see. All know that he is crazy."
"I had always taken him for a great figure," Gomez said, "for one of the glories of France."
"He may be a glory and all," the corporal said, and put his hand on Andres's shoulder. "But he is crazy as a bedbug. He has a mania for shooting people."
"Truly shooting them?"
"Como lo oyes," the corporal said. "That old one kills more than the bubonic plague. Mala más que la peste bubonica. But he doesn't kill fascists like we do. Que va, not in joke. Mata bichos raros. He kills rare things. Trotskyites, divagationers, any type of rare beasts."
Andres did not understand any of this.
"When we were at Escorial, we shot I don't know how many for him," the corporal said. "We always furnished the firing party. The men of the brigades would not shoot their own men, especially the French. To avoid difficulties, it is always us who do it. We shot French, we have shot Belgians, we have shot others of diverse nationality, of all types. Tiene mania de fusilar gente, always for political things. He's crazy. Purifica más que el Salvarsan. He purifies more than Salvarsan."
"But you will tell someone of this dispatch?"
"Yes, man, surely. I know every one of these 2 brigades. Everyone comes through here. I know even up to and through the Russians, although only a few speak Spanish. We will keep this crazy from shooting Spaniards."
"But the dispatch?"
"The dispatch, too. Do not worry, comrade. We know how to deal with this crazy. He is only dangerous with his own people. We understand him now."
"Bring in the 2 prisoners,"
came the voice of Andre Marty.
"Queréis echar un trago?"
the corporal asked. "Do you want a drink?"
"Why not?"
The corporal took a bottle of anise from a cupboard, and both Gomez and Andres drank. So did the corporal. He wiped his mouth on his hand. "Vámonos," he said. They went out of the guard-room with the swallowed burn of the anise warming their mouths, their bellies and their hearts, and walked down the hall and entered the room where Marty sat behind a long table, his map spread in front of him,
his red and blue pencil with which he played at being a general officer in his hand. To Andres it was only one more thing. There had been many tonight. There were always many. If your papers were in order and your heart was good, you were in no danger. Eventually they turned you loose and you were on your way. But the Inglés had said to hurry. He knew now he could never get back for the bridge, but they had a dispatch to deliver, and this old man there at the table had put it in his pocket.
"Stand there,"
Marty said without looking up.
"Listen, Comrade Marty,"
Gomez broke out, the anise fortifying his anger.
"Once tonight we have been impeded by the ignorance of the anarchists, then by the sloth of a bureaucratic fascist, now by the over-suspicion of a communist." "Close your mouth," Marty said without looking up. "This is not a meeting." "Comrade Marty, this is a matter of utmost urgence," Gomez said, "of the greatest importance."
The corporal and the soldier with them were taking a lively interest in this, as though they were at a play they had seen many times, but whose excellent moments they could always savor.
"Everything is of urgence," Marty said. "All things are of importance."
Now he looked up at them, holding the pencil.
"How did you know Goltz was here? Do you understand how serious it is to come asking for an individual general before an attack? How could you know such a general would be here?"
"Tell him to," Gomez said to Andres.
"Comrade General,"
Andres started. Andre Marty did not correct him in the mistake in rank. "I was given that packet on the other side of the lines."
"On the other side of the lines?"
Marty said.
"Yes, I heard him say you came from the fascist lines."
"It was given to me, Comrade General, by an Inglés named Roberto, who had come to us as a dynamiter for this of the bridge. Understandeth?"
"Continue thy story,"
Marty said to Andres, using the term story as you would say lie, falsehood, or fabrication.
"Well, Comrade General, the Inglés told me to bring it to the General Goltz with all speed. He makes an attack in these hills now on this day, and all we ask is to take it to him now promptly, if it pleases the Comrade General."
Marty shook his head again. He was looking at Andres, but he was not seeing him. Goltz, he thought, in a mixture of horror and exultation, as a man might feel hearing that a business enemy had been killed in a particularly nasty motor accident, or that someone you hated but whose probity you had never doubted had been guilty of defalcation. That Goltz should be one of them, too. That Goltz should be in such obvious communication with the fascists. Goltz that he had known for nearly 20 years, Goltz who had captured the gold train that winter with Lukács in Siberia. Goltz who had fought against Kolchak and in Poland, in the Caucasus, in China and here since the 1st October. But he had been close to Tukhachevsky. To Voroshilov, yes, too, but to Tukhachevsky. And to who else? Here to Kharkov, of course, and to Lukács. But all the Hungarians had been intriguers. He hated Gaul. Goltz hated Gaul. Remember that. Make a note of that. Goltz had always hated Gaul. But he favors Putz. Remember that. And Duval is his chief of staff. See what stems from that. You've heard him say Kopek's a fool. That is definitive. That exists. And now this dispatch from the fascist lines. Only by pruning out of these rotten branches can the tree remain healthy and grow. The rot must become apparent, for it is to be destroyed. But Goltz, of all men, that Goltz should be one of the traitors. He knew that you could trust no one, ever. Not your wife, not your brother, not your oldest comrade. No one, ever. "Take them away," he said to the guards. "Guard them carefully." The corporal looked at the soldier. This had been very quiet for one of Marty's performances. "Comrade Marty," Gomez said, "do not be insane. Listen to me, a loyal officer and comrade. That is a dispatch that must be delivered. This comrade has brought it through the fascist lines to give to Comrade General Goltz." "Take them away," Marty said, now kindly, to the guard. He was sorry for them as human beings if it should be necessary to liquidate them, but it was the tragedy of Goltz that oppressed him. That it should be Goltz, he thought. He would take the fascist communication at once to Varlov. No, better he would take it to Goltz himself and watch him as he received it. That was what he would do. How could he be sure of Varlov if Goltz was one of them? No, this was a thing to be very careful about. Andres turned to Gomez. "You mean he is not going to send the dispatch?" he asked, unbelieving. "Don't you see?"
Gomez said. Me cago en su puta madre, André said. Está loco. Yes, Gomez said. He is crazy. You are crazy. Here? Crazy, he shouted at Marty, who was back now bending over the map with his red and blue pencil. Hear me, you crazy murderer? Take them away, Marty said to the guard. Their minds are unhinged by their great guilt. There was a phrase the corporal recognized. He had heard that before. You crazy murderer, Gomez shouted. Hijo de la gran puta, Andrés said to him. Loco! The stupidity of this man angered him. If he was a crazy, let him be removed as a crazy. Let the dispatch be taken from his pocket. God damn this crazy to hell. His heavy Spanish anger was rising out of his usual calm and good temper. In a little while it would blind him. Marty, looking at his map, shook his head sadly as the guards took Gomez and Andrés out. The guards had enjoyed hearing him cursed, but on the whole they had been disappointed in the performance. They had seen much better ones. André Marty did not mind the men cursing him. So many men had cursed him at the end. He was always genuinely sorry for them as human beings. He always told himself that, and it was one of the last true ideas that was left to him, that had ever been his own. He sat there, his mustache and his eyes focused on the map that he never truly understood, on the brown tracing of the contours that were traced fine and concentric as a spider's web. He could see the heights and the valleys from the contours, but he never really understood why it should be this height and why this valley was the one. But at the General Staff, where, because of the system of political commissars, he could intervene as the political head of the brigades, he would put his finger on such and such a numbered, brown, thin-lined, encircled spot among the greens of woods cut by the lines of roads that parallel the never-casual winding of a river, and say, "There, that is the point of weakness." Gall and Kopik, who were men of politics and of ambition, would agree, and later men who never saw the map, but heard the number of the hill before they left their starting place and had the earth of diggings on it pointed out, would climb its side to find their death along its slope, or being halted by machine guns placed in olive groves, would never get up it at all. Or on other fronts they might scale it easily and be no better off than they had been before. But when Marty put his finger on the map in Goltz's staff, the scar-headed, white-faced general's jaw muscles would tighten, and he would think, "I should shoot you, André Marty, before I let you put that grey, rotten finger on a contour map of mine. Damn you to hell for all the men you've killed by interfering in matters you know nothing of. Damn the day they named tractor factories and villages and cooperatives for you, so that you are a symbol that I cannot touch. Go and suspect and exhort and intervene and denounce and butcher some other place, and leave my staff alone." But instead of saying that, Goltz would only lean back away from the leaning bulk, the pushing finger, the watery grey eyes, the grey-white mustache, and the bad breath, and say, "Yes, Comrade Marty, I see your point. It is not well taken, however, and I do not agree. You can try to go over my head if you like, yes. You can make it a party matter, as you say, but I do not agree." So now André Marty sat working over his map at the bare table with the raw light on the unshaded electric light bulb over his head, the over-wide beret pulled forward to shade his eyes, referring to the mimeographed copy of the orders for the attack, and slowly and laboriously working them out on the map, as a young officer might work a problem at a staff college. He was engaged in war. In his mind he was commanding troops. He had the right to interfere, and this he believed to constitute command. So he sat there, with Robert Jordan's dispatch to Goltz in his pocket, and Gomez and Andrés waited in the guardroom, and Robert Jordan lay in the woods above the bridge. It is doubtful if the outcome of Andrés's mission would have been any different if he and Gomez had been allowed to proceed without André Marty's hindrance. There was no one at the front with sufficient authority to cancel the attack. The machinery had been in motion much too long for it to be stopped suddenly now. There is a great inertia about all military operations of any size, but once this inertia has been overcome and movement is underway, they are almost as hard to arrest as to initiate. But on this night, the old man, his beret pulled forward, was still sitting at the table with his map when the door opened and Kharkov, the Russian journalist, came in with 2 other Russians in civilian clothes, leather coats and caps. The corporal of the guard closed the door reluctantly behind them. Kharkov had been the first responsible man he had been able to communicate with. "Tovarich Marty," said Kharkov in his politely disdainful, lisping voice, and smiled, showing his bad teeth. Marty stood up. He did not like Kharkov, but Kharkov, coming from Pravda and in direct communication with Stalin, was at this moment one of the 3 most important men in Spain. "Tovarich Kharkov," he said. "You are preparing the attack?" Kharkov said insolently, nodding toward the map. "I am studying it," Marty answered. "Are you attacking? Or is it Goltz?" Kharkov asked smoothly. "I am only a commissar, as you know," Marty told him. "No," Kharkov said. "You are modest. You are really a general. You have your map and your field glasses. But were you not an admiral once, Comrade Marty?" "I was a gunner's mate," said Marty. It was a lie. He had really been a chief yeoman at the time of the mutiny. But he thought now, always, that he had been a gunner's mate. "Ah, I thought you were a first-class yeoman," Kharkov said. "I always get my facts wrong. It is the mark of the journalist." The other Russians had taken no part in the conversation. They were both looking over Marty's shoulder at the map and occasionally making a remark to each other in their own language. Marty and Kharkov spoke French after the first greeting. "It is better not to get the facts wrong in Pravda," Marty said. He said it brusquely to build himself up again. Kharkov always punctured him. The French word is dégonflé, and Marty was worried and made wary by him. It was hard, when Kharkov spoke, to remember with what importance he, André Marty, came from the Central Committee of the French Communist Party. It was hard to remember, too, that he was untouchable. Kharkov seemed always to touch him so lightly, and whenever he wished. Now Kharkov said, "I usually correct them before I send them to Pravda. I am quite accurate in Pravda. Tell me, Comrade Marty, have you heard anything of any message coming through for Goltz from one of our partisan group operating toward Segovia? There is an American comrade there named Jordan that we should have heard from. There have been reports of fighting there behind the fascist lines. He would have sent a message through to Goltz." "An American?" Marty asked. Andres had said in Inglés. So that is what it was. So he had been mistaken. Why had those fools spoken to him anyway? "Yes," Kharkov looked at him contemptuously. "A young American of slight political development, but a great way with the Spaniards and a fine partisan record. Just give me the dispatch, Comrade Marty. It has been delayed enough." "What dispatch?" Marty asked. It was a very stupid thing to say, and he knew it. But he was not able to admit he was wrong that quickly, and he said it anyway, to delay the moment of humiliation, not accepting any humiliation. "And the safe conduct pass," Kharkov said through his bad teeth. André Marty put his hand in his pocket and laid the dispatch on the table. He looked Kharkov squarely in the eye. All right, he was wrong, and there was nothing he could do about it now, but he was not accepting any humiliation. "And the safe conduct pass?" Kharkov said, softly. Marty laid it beside the dispatch. "Comrade Corporal," Kharkov called in Spanish. The corporal opened the door and came in. He looked quickly at André Marty, who stared back at him like an old boar which had been brought to bay by hounds. There was no fear on Marty's face, and no humiliation. He was only angry, and he was only temporarily at bay. He knew these dogs could never hold him. "Take these to the 2 comrades in the guard-room and direct them to General Goltz's headquarters," Kharkov said. "There has been too much delay." The corporal went out, and Marty looked after him, then looked at Kharkov. "Tovarish Marty," Kharkov said, "I am going to find out just how untouchable you are." Marty looked straight at him and said nothing. "Don't start to have any plans about the corporal either," Kharkov went on. "It was not the corporal. I saw the 2 men in the guard-room, and they spoke to me." This was a lie. "I hope all men always will speak to me. This was the truth, although it was the corporal who had spoken. But Kharkov had this belief in the good which could come from his own accessibility and the humanizing possibility of benevolent intervention. It was the one thing he was never cynical about. "You know, when I'm in the USSR, people write to me in Pravda when there is an injustice in a town in Azerbaijan. Did you know that? They say, 'Kharkov will help us.'" Andrei Marty looked at him with no expression on his face except anger and dislike. There was nothing in his mind now but that Kharkov had done something against him. All right. Kharkov, power and all, could watch out. "This is something else," Kharkov went on, "but it is the same principle. I am going to find out just how untouchable you are, Comrade Marty. I would like to know if it could not be possible to change the name of that tractor factory." Andrei Marty looked away from him and back to the map. "What did young Jordan say?" Kharkov asked him. "I did not read it," Andrei Marty said. "Et maintenant fiche-moi la paix, Comrade Kharkov." "Good," said Kharkov. "I leave you to your military labors." He stepped out of the room and walked to the guard-room. Andres and Gomez were already gone, and he stood there a moment, looking up the road and at the mountain-tops beyond that showed now in the first grey of daylight. "We must get on up there," he thought. "It will be soon now." Andres and Gomez were on the motorcycle on the road again, and it was getting light. Now Andres, holding again to the back of the seat ahead of him, as the motorcycle climbed turn after switchback turn in a faint grey mist that lay over the top of the pass, felt the motorcycle speed under him, then skid and stop, and they were standing by the motorcycle on a long downslope of road, and in the woods on their left were tanks covered with pine branches. There were troops here all through the woods. Andres saw men carrying the long poles of stretchers over their shoulders. 3 staff cars were off the road to the right, in under the trees, with branches laid against their sides and other pine branches over their tops. Gomez wheeled the motorcycle up to one of them. He leaned it against a pine tree and spoke to the chauffeur who was sitting by the car, his back against a tree. "I'll take you to him," the chauffeur said. "Put thy moto out of sight and cover it with these." He pointed to a pile of cut branches. With the sun just starting to come through the high branches of the pine trees, Gomez and Andres followed the chauffeur, whose name was Vicente, through the pines across the road and up the slope to the entrance of a dugout from the roof of which signal wires ran on up over the wooded slope. They stood outside while the chauffeur went in, and Andres admired the construction of the dugout, which showed only as a hole in the hillside, with no dirt scattered about, but which he could see from the entrance was both deep and profound, with men moving around in it freely with no need to duck their heads under the heavy timbered roof. Vicente, the chauffeur, came out. "He is up above where they are deploying for the attack," he said. "I gave it to his chief of staff. He signed for it. Here." He handed Gomez the receipted envelope. Gomez gave it to Andres, who looked at it and put it inside his shirt. "What is the name of him who signed?" he asked. "Duval," Vicente said. "Good," said Andres. "He was one of the 3 to whom I might give it." "Should we wait for an answer?" Gomez asked Andres. "It might be best, though where I will find the Inglés and the others after that of the bridge, neither God knows." "Come, wait with me," Vicente said, "until the general returns, and I will get thee coffee. Thou must be hungry." "And these tanks," Gomez said to him. They were passing the branch-covered, mud-colored tanks, each with 2 deep-ridged tracks over the pine needles, showing where they had swung and backed from the road. Their 45mm guns jutted horizontally under the branches, and the drivers and gunners in their leather coats and ridged helmets sat with their backs against the trees or lay sleeping on the ground. "These are the reserve," Vicente said. "Also these troops are in reserve. Those who commenced the attack are above." "They are many," Andres said. "Yes," Vicente said. "It is a full division." Inside the dugout, Duval, holding the opened dispatch from Robert Jordan in his left hand, glancing at his wristwatch on the same hand, reading the dispatch for the 4th time, each time feeling the sweat come out from under his armpit and run down his flank, said into the telephone, "Get me position Segovia, then. He's left? Get me position Avila." He kept on with the phone. It wasn't any good. He had talked to both brigades. Goltz had been up to inspect the dispositions for the attack, and was on his way to an observation post. He called the observation post, and he was not there. "Get me planes 1, Duval said, suddenly taking all responsibility. He would take responsibility for holding it up. It was better to hold it up. You could not send them to a surprise attack against an enemy that was waiting for it. You couldn't do it. It was just murder. You couldn't. You mustn't, no matter what. They could shoot him if they wanted. He would call the airfield directly and get the bombardment cancelled. But suppose it's just a holding attack. Suppose we were supposed to draw off all that material and those forces. Suppose that is what it is for. They never tell you it is a holding attack when you make it. "Cancel the call to planes 1, he told the signaller. "Get me the 69th Brigade observation post." He was still calling there when he heard the first sound of the planes. It was just then he got through to the observation post. "Yes?" Goltz said, quietly. He was sitting leaning back against the sandbag, his feet against a rock. A cigarette hung from his lower lip, and he was looking up and over his shoulder while he was talking. He was seeing the expanding wedges of threes, silver and thundering in the sky, that were coming over the far shoulder of the mountain where the first sun was striking. He watched them come shining and beautiful in the sun. He saw the twin circles of light where the sun shone on the propellers as they came. "Yes," he said into the telephone, speaking in French because it was Duval on the wire. "Nous sommes foutus. Oui. Comme toujours. Oui. C'est dommage. Oui. It's a shame it came too late." His eyes, watching the planes coming, were very proud. He saw the red wing markings now, and he watched their steady, stately, roaring advance. This was how it could be. These were our planes. They had come, crated on ships, from the Black Sea, through the Straits of Marmora, through the Dardanelles, through the Mediterranean, and to here, unloaded lovingly at Alicante, assembled ably, tested and found perfect, and now flown in lovely, hammering precision, the V's tight and pure as they came now, high and silver in the morning sun, to blast those ridges across there, and blow them roaring high, so that we can go through. Goltz knew that once they had passed overhead and on, the bombs would fall, looking like porpoises in the air as they tumbled, and then the ridge-tops would spout and roar in jumping clouds and disappear in one great blowing cloud. Then the tanks would grind, clanking up those two slopes, and after them would go his 2 brigades. And if it had been a surprise, they could go on, and down, and over and through, pausing, cleaning up, dealing with, much to do, much to be done intelligently, with the tanks helping, with the tanks wheeling and returning, giving covering fire, and others bringing the attackers up, then slipping on and over and through, and pushing down beyond. This was how it would be if there was no treason, and if all did what they should. There were the 2 ridges, and there were the tanks ahead, and there were his 2 good brigades ready to leave the woods, and here came the planes now. Everything he had to do had been done as it should be. But as he watched the planes, almost up to him now, he felt sick at his stomach, for he knew from having heard Jordan's dispatch over the phone that there would be no one on those 2 ridges. They'd be withdrawn a little way below, in narrow trenches to escape the fragments, or hiding in the timber, and when the bombers passed, they'd get back up there with their machine guns and their automatic weapons, and the anti-tank guns Jordan had said went up the road, and it would be one famous balls-up more. But the planes, now coming deafeningly, were how it could have been, and Goltz, watching them, looking up, said into the telephone, "No, rien à faire, rien. Faut pas penser. Faut accepter." Goltz watched the planes with his hard, proud eyes that knew how things could be, and how they would be instead, and said, proud of how they could be, believing in how they could be, even if they never were, "Bon, nous ferons notre petit possible," and hung up. But Duval did not hear him. Sitting at the table holding the receiver, all he heard was the roar of the planes, and he thought, now, maybe this time, listen to them come. Maybe the bombers will blow them all off. Maybe we will get a breakthrough. Maybe he will get the reserves he asked for. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the time. Go on. Come on.
Go on."
The roar was such that he could not hear what he was thinking. Chapter 43. Robert Jordan lay behind the trunk of a pine tree on the slope of the hill above the road and the bridge, and watched it become daylight. He loved this hour of the day always, and now he watched it, feeling it gray within him, as though he were a part of the slow lightning that comes before the rising of the sun. When solid things darken and space lightens, and the lights that have shone in the night go yellow and then fade as the day comes. The pine trunks below him were hard and clear now, their trunks solid and brown, and the road was shiny with a wisp of mist over it. The dew had wet him, and the forest floor was soft, and he felt the give of the brown, dropped pine needles under his elbows. Below he saw through the light mist that rose from the stream bed the steel of the bridge, straight and rigid across the gap, with the wooden sentry boxes at each end. But as he looked, the structure of the bridge was still spidery and fine in the mist that hung over the stream. He saw the sentry now, in his box as he stood, his back with the hanging blanket coat, topped by the steel cask on his head, showing as he leaned forward over the hole-punched petrol tin of the brazier, warming his hands. Robert Jordan heard the stream, far down in the rocks, and he saw a faint, thin smoke that rose from the sentry box. He looked at his watch and thought, I wonder if Andres got through to Goltz. If we are going to blow it, I would like to breathe very slowly and slow up the time again and feel it. Do you think he made it, Andres? And if he did, would they call it off? If they had time to call it off? Que va, do not worry. They will or they won't. There are no more decisions, and in a little while you will know. Suppose the attack is successful. Goltz said it could be, that there was a possibility. With our tanks coming down that road, the people coming through from the right and down and past La Granja, and the whole left of the mountains turned. Why don't you ever think of how it is to win? You've been on the defensive for so long that you can't think of that. Sure. But that was before all that stuff went up this road. That was before all the planes came. Don't be so naive. But remember this, that as long as we can hold them here, we keep the fascists tied up. They can't attack any other country until they finish with us, and they can never finish with us. If the French help at all, if only they leave the frontier open, and if we get planes from America, they can never finish with us. Never, if we get anything at all. These people will fight forever if they're well armed. No, you must not expect victory here, not for several years maybe. This is just a holding attack. You must not get illusions about it now. Suppose we get a breakthrough today. This is our first big attack. Keep your sense of proportion. But what if we should have it? Don't get excited, he told himself. Remember what went up the road. You've done what you could about that. We should have portable short-wave sets, though. We will in time. But we haven't yet. You just watch now, and do what you should. Today is only one day in all the days that will ever be. But what will happen in all the other days that ever come can depend on what you do today. It's been that way all this year. It's been that way so many times. All of this war is that way. You are getting very pompous in the early morning, he told himself. Look there, what's coming now. He saw the two men in blanket capes and steel helmets come around the corner of the road, walking toward the bridge, their rifles slung over their shoulders. One stopped at the far end of the bridge and was out of sight in the sentry box. The other came on across the bridge, walking slowly and heavily. He stopped on the bridge and spat into the gorge, then came on slowly to the near end of the bridge, where the other sentry spoke to him, and then started off back over the bridge. The sentry who was relieved walked faster than the other had done. Because he's going to coffee, Robert Jordan thought. But he too spat down into the gorge. I wonder if that is superstition, Robert Jordan thought. I'll have to take me a spit in that gorge too. If I can spit by then. No, it can't be very powerful medicine. It can't work. I'll have to prove it doesn't work before I am out there.
The new sentry had gone inside the box and sat down. His rifle with the bayonet fixed was leaning against the wall. Robert Jordan took his glasses from his shirt pocket and turned the eyepieces until the end of the bridge showed sharp and gray painted metal clear. Then he moved them onto the sentry box. The sentry sat, leaning against the wall. His helmet hung on a peg, and his face showed clearly. Robert Jordan saw he was the same man who had been there on guard 2 days before, in the afternoon watch. He was wearing the same knitted stocking cap, and he had not shaved. His cheeks were sunken, and his cheekbones prominent. He had bushy eyebrows that grew together in the center. He looked sleepy, and as Robert Jordan watched him, he yawned. Then he took out a tobacco pouch and a packet of papers, and rolled himself a cigarette. He tried to make a lighter work, and finally put it in his pocket, and went over to the brazier, leaned over, reached inside, brought up a piece of charcoal, juggled it in one hand while he blew on it, then lit the cigarette and tossed the lump of charcoal back into the brazier. Robert Jordan, looking through the Zeiss 8-power glasses, watched his face as he leaned against the wall of the sentry box, drawing on the cigarette. Then he took the glasses down, folded them together, and put them in his pocket. "I won't look at him again," he told himself. He lay there and watched the road and tried not to think at all. A squirrel chittered from a pine tree below him, and Robert Jordan watched the squirrel come down the tree trunk, stopping on his way down to turn his head and look toward where the man was watching. He saw the squirrel's eyes, small and bright, and watched his tail jerk in excitement. Then the squirrel crossed to another tree, moving on the ground in long, small-pawed, tail-exaggerated bounds. On the tree trunk he looked back at Robert Jordan, then pulled himself around the trunk and out of sight. Then Robert Jordan heard the squirrel chitter from a high branch of the pine tree, and he watched him there, spread flat along the branch, his tail jerking. Robert Jordan looked down through the pines to the sentry box again. He would like to have had the squirrel with him in his pocket. He would like to have had anything that he could touch. He rubbed his elbows against the pine needles, but it was not the same. Nobody knows how lonely you can be when you do this. Me, though, I know. I hope that Rabbit will get out of this all right. Stop that now. Yes, sure. But I can hope that, and I do. That I blow it well and that she gets out all right. Good. Sure. Just that. That is all I want now. He lay there now and looked away from the road and the sentry box and across to the far mountain. Just do not think at all, he told himself. He lay there quietly and watched the morning come. It was a fine early summer morning, and it came very fast now in the end of May. Once a motorcyclist in a leather coat and all-leather helmet with an automatic rifle in a holster by his left leg came across the bridge and went on up the road. Once an ambulance crossed the bridge, passed below him, and went up the road. But that was all. He smelled the pines and he heard the stream, and the bridge showed clear now and beautiful in the morning light. He lay there behind the pine tree, with the submachine gun across his left forearm, and he never looked at the sentry box again, until long after it seemed that it was never coming, that nothing could happen on such a lovely late May morning. He heard the sudden, clustered thudding of the bombs. As he heard the bombs, the first thumping noise of them, before the echo of them came back in thunder from the mountain, Robert Jordan drew in a long breath and lifted the submachine gun from where it lay. His arm felt stiff from its weight, and his fingers were heavy with reluctance. The man in the sentry box stood up when he heard the bombs. Robert Jordan saw him reach for his rifle and step forward out of the box, listening. He stood in the road with the sun shining on him. The knitted cap was on the side of his head, and the sun was on his unshaved face as he looked up into the sky toward where the planes were bombing. There was no mist on the road now, and Robert Jordan saw the man, clearly and sharply, standing there on the road, looking up at the sky. The sun shone bright on him through the trees. Robert Jordan felt his own breath tight now, as though a strand of wire bound his chest, and steadying his elbows, feeling the corrugations of the forward grip against his fingers, he put the oblong of the foresight, settled now in the notch of the rear, onto the center of the man's chest, and squeezed the trigger gently. He felt the quick, liquid, spastic lurching of the gun against his shoulder,
and on the road the man, looking surprised and hurt, slid forward on his knees, and his forehead doubled to the road. His rifle fell by him, and lay there with one of the man's fingers twisted through the trigger guard, his wrist bent forward. The rifle lay, bayonet forward, on the road. Robert Jordan looked away from the man lying with his head doubled under on the road to the bridge, and the sentry box at the other end. He could not see the other sentry, and he looked down the slope to the right, where he knew Augustine was hidden. Then he heard Anselmo shoot, the shot smashing an echo back from the gorge. Then he heard him shoot again. With that second shot came the cracking boom of grenades from around the corner below the bridge. Then there was the noise of grenades from well up the road to the left. Then he heard rifle firing up the road, and from below came the noise of Pablo's cavalry automatic rifle, spat, 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 spatting into the noise of grenades. He saw Anselmo scrambling down the steep cut to the far end of the bridge, and he slung the submachine gun over his shoulder and picked up the 2 heavy packs from behind the pine trunks, and with one in each hand, the packs pulling his arms so that he felt the tendons would pull out of his shoulders, he ran lurching down the steep slope to the road. As he ran, he heard Augustine shouting, "Buena caza, Inglés! Buena caza!" And he thought, "Nice hunting like hell, nice hunting." And just then he heard Anselmo shoot at the far end of the bridge, the noise of the shot clanging in the steel girders. He passed the sentry where he lay, and ran onto the bridge, the packs swinging. The old man came running toward him, holding his carbine in one hand. "Sin novedad," he shouted. "There's nothing wrong. Tuve que rematarlo. I had to finish him." Robert Jordan, kneeling, opening the packs in the center of the bridge, taking out his material, saw that tears were running down Anselmo's cheeks through the gray beard stubble. "Yo maté uno también," he said to Anselmo. "I killed one too," and jerked his head toward where the sentry lay hunched over in the road at the end of the bridge. "Yes, man, yes," Anselmo said. "We have to kill them, and we kill them." Robert Jordan was climbing down into the framework of the bridge. The girders were cold and wet with dew under his hands, and he climbed carefully, feeling the sun on his back, bracing himself in a bridge truss, hearing the noise of the tumbling water below him, hearing firing, too much firing, up the road at the upper post. He was sweating heavily now, and it was cool under the bridge. He had a coil of wire around one arm, and a pair of pliers hung by a thong from his wrist. "Hand me that down, a package at a time, viejo," he called up to Anselmo. The old man leaned far over the edge, handing down the oblong blocks of explosive, and Robert Jordan reached up for them, shoved them in where he wanted them, packed them close, braced them. "Wedges, viejo! Give me wedges!" smelling the fresh shingle smell of the new whittled wedges as he tapped them in tight to hold the charge between the girders. Now as he worked, placing, bracing, wedging, lashing tight with wire, thinking only of demolition, working fast and skillfully as a surgeon works, he heard a rattle of firing from below on the road. Then there was the noise of a grenade. Then another, booming through the rushing noise the water made. Then it was quiet from that direction. "Damn," he thought. "I wonder what hit them then." There was still firing up the road at the upper post. Too damned much firing, and he was lashing 2 grenades side by side on top of the braced blocks of explosive, winding wire over their corrugations so they would hold tight and firm, and lashing it tight, twisting it with the pliers. He felt of the whole thing, and then, to make it more solid, tapped in a wedge above the grenades that blocked the whole charge firmly in against the steel. "The other side now, viejo!" he shouted up to Anselmo, and climbed across through the trestling, like a bloody Tarzan in a rolled steel forest, he thought, and then coming out from under the dark, the stream tumbling below him, he looked up and saw Anselmo's face as he reached the packages of explosive down to him. "Goddamn good face," he thought. "Not crying now. That's all to the good. And one side done. This side now and we're done. This will drop it like what all. Come on, don't get excited. Do it. Clean and fast as the last one. Don't fumble with it. Take your time. Don't try to do it faster than you can. You can't lose now. Nobody can keep you from blowing one side now. You're doing it just the way you should. This is a cool place. Christ, it feels cool as a wine cellar. And there's no crap. Usually working under a stone bridge, it's full of crap. This is a dream bridge. A bloody dream bridge.
It's the old man on top who's in a bad spot. Don't try to do it faster than you can. I wish that shooting would be over up above. Give me some wedges, viejo. I don't like that shooting still. Pilar has got in trouble there. Some of the post must have been out back or behind the mill. They're still shooting. That means there's somebody still at the mill. And all that damned sawdust. Those big piles of sawdust. Sawdust, when it's old and packed, is good stuff to fight behind. There must be several of them still. It's quiet below with Pablo. I wonder what the second flare-up was. It must have been a car or a motorcyclist. I hope to God they don't have any armored cars come up, or any tanks. Go on. Put it in just as fast as you can and wedge it tight, and lash it fast. You're shaking, like a goddamn woman. What the hell is the matter with you? You're trying to do it too fast. I'll bet that goddamn woman up above isn't shaking. That Pilar. Maybe she is too. She sounds as though she were in plenty trouble. She'll shake if she gets in enough. Like everybody bloody else. He leaned out and up into the sunlight, and as he reached his hand up to take what Anselmo handed him, his head now above the noise of the falling water, the firing increased sharply up the road, and then the noise of grenades again, then more grenades. They rushed the sawmill then. It's lucky I've got this stuff in blocks, he thought, instead of sticks. What the hell, it's just neater. Although a lousy canvas sack full of jelly would be quicker. 2 sacks. No, one of that would do. And if we just had detonators and the old exploder. That son of a bitch threw my exploder in the river. That old box and the places that it's been. In this river he threw it. That bastard Pablo. He gave them hell there below just now. Give me some more of that, viejo. The old man's doing very well. He's in quite a place up there. He hated to shoot that sentry. So did I, but I didn't think about it. Nor do I think about it now. You have to do that. But then Anselmo got a cripple. I know about cripples. I think that killing a man with an automatic weapon makes it easier. I mean on the one doing it. It is different. After the first touch, it is it that does it, not you. Save that to go into some other time. You and your head. You have a nice thinking head, old Jordan. Roll, Jordan, roll. They used to yell that at football when you lugged the ball. Do you know the damned Jordan is really not much bigger than that creek down there below? At the source, you mean. So is anything else at the source. This is a place here under this bridge, a home away from home. Come on, Jordan, pull yourself together. This is serious, Jordan. Don't you understand? Serious. It's less so all the time. Look at that other side. ¿Para qué? I'm all right now, however she goes. As Maine goes, so goes the nation. As Jordan goes, so go the bloody Israelites. The bridge, I mean. As Jordan goes, so goes the bloody bridge. Other way around, really. Give me some more of that, Anselmo, old boy, he said. The old man nodded. Almost through, Robert Jordan said. The old man nodded again. Finishing wiring the grenades down, he no longer heard the firing from up the road. Suddenly he was working only with the noise of the stream. He looked down and saw it boiling up white below him, through the boulders and then dropping down to a clear, pebbled pool, where one of the wedges he had dropped swung around in the current. As he looked, a trout rose for some insect and made a circle on the surface close to where the chip was turning. As he twisted the wire tight with the pliers that held these 2 grenades in place, he saw through the metal of the bridge the sunlight on the green slope of the mountain. It was brown 3 days ago, he thought. Out from the cool dark under the bridge, he leaned into the bright sun and shouted to Anselmo's bending face. "Give me the big coil of wire." The old man handed it down. "For God's sake, don't loosen them any yet. This will pull them. I wish you could string them through." But with the length of wire you are using, it's okay, Robert Jordan thought, as he felt the cotter pins that held the rings that would release the levers on the hand grenades. He checked that the grenades lashed on their sides had room for the levers to spring when the pins were pulled. The wire that lashed them ran through under the levers. Then he attached a length of wire to one ring, wired it onto the main wire that ran to the ring of the outside grenade, paid off some slack from the coil, and passed it around a steel brace, and then handed the coil up to Anselmo. "Hold it carefully," he said. He climbed up onto the bridge, took the coil from the old man, and walked back as fast as he could pay out wire,
toward where the sentry was slumped in the road, leaning over the side of the bridge and paying out wire from the coil as he walked. "Bring the sacks!" he shouted to Anselmo as he walked backwards. As he passed, he stooped down and picked up the submachine gun and slung it over his shoulder again. It was then, looking up from paying out wire, that he saw well up the road those who were coming back from the upper post. There were 4 of them, he saw, and then he had to watch his wire so it would be clear and not foul against any of the outer work of the bridge. Eladio was not with them. Robert Jordan carried the wire clear past the end of the bridge, took a loop around the last stanchion, and then ran along the road until he stopped beside a stone marker. He cut the wire and handed it to Anselmo. "Hold this, viejo," he said. "Now walk back with me to the bridge. Take up on it as you walk." "No, I will." At the bridge he pulled the wire back out through the hitch so it now ran clear and unfouled to the grenade rings, and handed it, stretching alongside the bridge but running quite clear, to Anselmo. "Take this back to that high stone," he said. "Hold it easily but firmly. Do not put any force on it. When thou pullest hard, the bridge will blow. Comprendes?" "Yes." "Treat it softly, but do not let it sag so it will foul. Keep it lightly firm but not pulling until thou pullest. Comprendes?" "Yes." "When thou pullest, really pull. Do not jerk." Robert Jordan, while he spoke, was looking up the road at the remainder of Pilar's band. They were close now, and he saw Primitivo and Raphael were supporting Fernando. He looked to be shot through the groin, for he was holding himself there with both hands, while the man and the boy held him on either side. His right leg was dragging, the side of his shoe scraping on the road as they walked him. Pilar was climbing the bank into the timber, carrying 3 rifles. Robert Jordan could not see her face, but her head was up, and she was climbing as fast as she could. "How does it go?" Primitivo called. "Good. We're almost finished," Robert Jordan shouted back. There was no need to ask how it went with them. As he looked away, the 3 were on the edge of the road, and Fernando was shaking his head as they tried to get him up the bank. "Give me a rifle here," Robert Jordan heard him say in a choky voice. "No, hombre, we will get thee to the horses." "What would I do with a horse?" Fernando said. "I am very well here." Robert Jordan did not hear the rest, for he was speaking to Anselmo. "Blow if the tanks come," he said, "but only if they come onto it. Blow it if armored cars come, if they come onto it. Anything else Pablo will stop." "I will not blow it with thee beneath it." "Take no account of me. Blow it if thou needest to. I fix the other wire and come back. Then we will blow it together." He started running for the center of the bridge. Anselmo saw Robert Jordan run up the bridge, coil of wire over his arms, pliers hanging from one wrist, and the submachine gun slung over his back. He saw him climb down under the rail of the bridge and out of sight. Anselmo held the wire in his hand, his right hand, and he crouched behind the stone marker and looked down the road and across the bridge. Halfway between him and the bridge was the sentry, who had settled now closer to the road, sinking closer onto the smooth road surface as the sun weighed on his back. His rifle lying on the road, the bayonet fixed, pointed straight toward Anselmo. The old man looked past him along the surface of the bridge crossed by the shadows of the bridge rail to where the road swung to the left along the gorge and then turned out of sight behind the rocky wall. He looked at the far sentry box, with the sun shining on it, and then, conscious of the wire in his hand, he turned his head to where Fernando was speaking to Primitivo and the gypsy. "Leave me here," Fernando said. "It hurts much, and there is much hemorrhage inside. I feel it in the inside when I move." "Let us get thee up the slope," Primitivo said. "Put thy arms around our shoulders, and we will take thy legs." "It is inutile," Fernando said. "Put me here behind a stone. I am as useful here as above." "But when we go," Primitivo said. "Leave me here," Fernando said. "There is no question of my traveling with this. Thus it gives 1 horse more. I am very well here. Certainly they will come soon." "We can take thee up the hill," the gypsy said. "Easily." He was, naturally, in a deadly hurry to be gone, as was Primitivo, but they had brought him this far. "Nay," Fernando said. "I am very well here. What passes with Eladio?" The gypsy put his finger on his head to show where the wound had been. "Here," he said. "After thee, when we made the rush." "Leave me," Fernando said. Anselmo could see he was suffering much. He held both hands against his groin now, and put his head back against the bank, his legs straight out before him. His face was grey and sweating. "Leave me now, please, for a favor," he said. His eyes were shut with pain, the edges of the lips twitching. "I find myself very well here." "Here is a rifle and cartridges," Primitivo said. "Is it mine?" Fernando asked, his eyes shut. "Nay, the Pilar has thine," Primitivo said. "This is mine." "I would prefer my own," Fernando said. "I am more accustomed to it." "I will bring it to thee," the gypsy lied to him. "Keep this until it comes." "I am in a very good position here," Fernando said, "both for up the road and for the bridge." He opened his eyes, turned his head and looked across the bridge, then shut them as the pain came. The gypsy tapped his head and motioned with his thumb to Primitivo for them to be off. "Then we will be down for thee," Primitivo said, and started up the slope after the gypsy, who was climbing fast. Fernando lay back against the bank. In front of him was one of the whitewashed stones that mark the edge of the road. His head was in the shadow, but the sun shone on his plugged and bandaged wound, and on his hands that were cupped over it. His legs and his feet also were in the sun. The rifle lay beside him, and there were 3 clips of cartridges shining in the sun beside the rifle. A fly crawled on his hands, but the small tickling did not come through the pain. "Fernando!" Anselmo called to him from where he crouched, holding the wire. He had made a loop in the end of the wire and twisted it close so he could hold it in his fist. "Fernando!" he called again. Fernando opened his eyes and looked at him. "How does it go?" Fernando asked. "Very good," Anselmo said. "Now in a minute we will be blowing it." "I am pleased. Anything you need me for, advise me," Fernando said, and shut his eyes again, and the pain lurched in him. Anselmo looked away from him and out onto the bridge. He was watching for the first sight of the coil of wire being handed up onto the bridge, and for the Inglese's sunburnt head and face to follow it, as he would pull himself up the side. At the same time he was watching beyond the bridge for anything to come around the far corner of the road. He did not feel afraid now at all, and he had not been afraid all the day. It goes so fast, and it is so normal, he thought. I hated the shooting of the guard, and it made me an emotion, but that is past now. How could the Inglese say that the shooting of a man is like the shooting of an animal? In all hunting, I have had an elation and no feeling of wrong. But to shoot a man gives a feeling as though one had struck one's own brother when you are grown men. And to shoot him various times to kill him? Nay, do not think of that. That gave thee too much emotion, and thee ran blubbering down the bridge like a woman. That is over, he told himself, and thou canst try to atone for it as for the others. But now thou has what thou asked for last night coming home across the hills. Thou art in battle, and thou hast no problem. If I die on this morning, now it is all right. Then he looked at Fernando lying there against the bank with his hands cupped over the groove of his hip, his lips blue, his eyes tight shut, breathing heavily and slowly, and he thought, if I die, may it be quickly. Nay, I said I would ask nothing more if I were granted what I needed for today, so I will not ask. Understand? I ask nothing, nothing in any way. Give me what I asked for, and I leave all the rest according to discretion. He listened to the noise that came, far away, of the battle at the pass, and he said to himself, truly this is a great day. I should realize and know what a day this is. But there was no lift or any excitement in his heart. That was all gone, and there was nothing but a calmness. And now, as he crouched behind the marker stone with the looped wire in his hand, and another loop of it around his wrist, and the gravel beside the road under his knees, he was not lonely, nor did he feel in any way alone. He was one with the wire in his hand, and one with the bridge, and one with the charges the Inglese had placed. He was one with the Inglese still working under the bridge, and he was one with all of the battle, and with the Republic. But there was no excitement. It was all calm now, and the sun beat down on his neck and on his shoulders as he crouched, and as he looked up he saw the high, cloudless sky, and the slope of the mountain rising beyond the river, and he was not happy, but he was neither lonely nor afraid. Up the hill slope, Pilar lay behind a tree watching the road that came down from the pass. She had 3 loaded rifles by her, and she handed one to Primitivo as he dropped down beside her. "Get down there," she said.
Behind that tree. Thou, gypsy, over there." She pointed to another tree below. "Is he dead?" "Nay, not yet," Primitivo said. "It was bad luck," Pilar said. "If we had had 2 more, it need not have happened. He should have crawled around the sawdust pile. Is he all right there where he is?" Primitivo shook his head. "When the Inglés blows the bridge, will fragments come this far?" the gypsy asked from behind his tree. "I don't know," Pilar said, "but Augustine with the machina is closer than thee. The Inglés would not have placed him there if it were too close." "But I remember with the blowing of the train, the lamp of the engine blew by over my head, and pieces of steel flew by like swallows." "Thou hast poetic memories," Pilar said. "Like swallows, joder, they were like wash boilers. Listen, gypsy, thou hast comported thyself well today. Now do not let thy fear catch up with thee." "Well, I only asked if it would blow this far so I might keep well behind the tree trunk," the gypsy said. "Keep it thus," Pilar told him. "How many have we killed?" "Pues 5 for us, 2 here. Canst thou not see the other at the far end? Look there, toward the bridge. See the box? Look, dost see?" He pointed. "Then there were 8 below for Pablo. I watched that post for the Inglés." Pilar grunted. Then she said violently and raging, "What passes with that Inglés? What is he obscenitying off under that bridge? Vaya mandanga! Is he building a bridge or blowing one?" She raised her head and looked down at Anselmo crouching behind the stone marker. "Hey, viejo!" she shouted. "What passes with thy obscenity of an Inglés?" "Patience, woman," Anselmo called up, holding the wire lightly but firmly. "He is terminating his work." "But what in the name of the great horde does he take so much time about?" "Es muy concienzudo," Anselmo shouted. "It is a scientific labor." "I obscenity in the milk of science," Pilar raged to the gypsy. "Let the filth-faced obscenity blow it, and be done." "Maria!" she shouted in her deep voice up the hill. "Thy Inglés!" And she shouted a flood of obscenity about Jordan's imaginary actions under the bridge. "Calm yourself, woman," Anselmo called from the road. "He is doing an enormous work. He is finishing it now." "The hell with it," Pilar raged. "It is speed that counts." Just then, they all heard firing start down the road where Pablo was holding the post he had taken. Pilar stopped cursing and listened. "Aye," she said. "Aye, aye. That's it." Robert Jordan heard it as he swung the coil of wire up onto the bridge with one hand and then pulled himself up after it. As his knees rested on the edge of the iron of the bridge and his hands were on the surface, he heard the machine gun firing around the bend below. It was a different sound from Pablo's automatic rifle. He got to his feet, leaned over, passed his coil of wire clear, and commenced to pay out wire as he walked backwards and sideways along the bridge. He heard the firing, and as he walked he felt it in the pit of his stomach as though it echoed on his own diaphragm. It was closer now as he walked, and he looked back at the bend of the road, but it was still clear of any car, or tank, or men. It was still clear when he was halfway to the end of the bridge. It was still clear when he was 3/4 of the way, his wire running clear and unfouled, and it was still clear as he climbed around behind the sentry box, holding his wire out to keep it from catching on the ironwork. Then he was on the road, and it was still clear below on the road, and then he was moving fast backwards up the little washed-out gully by the lower side of the road, as an outfielder goes backwards for a long fly ball, keeping the wire taut, and now he was almost opposite Anselmo's stone, and it was still clear below the bridge. Then he heard the truck coming down the road, and he saw it over his shoulder just coming onto the long slope, and he swung his wrist once around the wire and yelled to Anselmo, "Blow her!" And he dug his heels in and leaned back hard onto the tension of the wire with a turn of it around his wrist, and the noise of the truck was coming behind, and ahead there was the road with the dead sentry and the long bridge and the stretch of road below, still clear, and then there was a cracking roar, and the middle of the bridge rose up in the air like a wave breaking, and he felt the blast from the explosion roll back against him as he dove on his face in the pebbly gully with his hands holding tight over his head. His face was down against the pebbles as the bridge settled where it had risen, and the familiar yellow smell of it rolled over him in acrid smoke, and then it commenced to rain pieces of steel. After the steel stopped falling, he was still alive, and he raised his head and looked across the bridge.
The center section of it was gone. There were jagged pieces of steel on the bridge, with their bright, new, torn edges and ends, and these were all over the road. The truck had stopped up the road about 100 yards. The driver and the 2 men who had been with him were running toward a culvert. Fernando was still lying against the bank, and he was still breathing, his arms straight by his sides, his hands relaxed. Anselmo lay face down behind the white marking stone. His left arm was doubled under his head, and his right arm was stretched straight out. The loop of wire was still around his right fist. Robert Jordan got to his feet, crossed the road, knelt by him, and made sure that he was dead. He did not turn him over to see what the piece of steel had done. He was dead, and that was all. He looked very small dead, Robert Jordan thought. He looked small and gray-headed, and Robert Jordan thought, I wonder how he ever carried such big loads if that is the size he really was. Then he saw the shape of the calves and the thighs in the tight, gray herdsman's breeches and the worn soles of the rope-soled shoes, and he picked up Anselmo's carbine and the 2 sacks, practically empty now, and went over and picked up the rifle that lay beside Fernando. He kicked a jagged piece of steel off the surface of the road. Then he swung the 2 rifles over his shoulder, holding them by the muzzles, and started up the slope into the timber. He did not look back, nor did he even look across the bridge at the road. They were still firing around the bend below, but he cared nothing about that now. He was coughing from the TNT fumes, and he felt numb all through himself. He put one of the rifles down by Pilar where she lay behind the tree. She looked and saw that made 3 rifles that she had again. "You are too high up here," he said. "There's a truck up the road where you can't see it. They thought it was planes. You better get further down. I'm going down with Augustine to cover Pablo." "The old one?" she asked him, looking at his face. "Dead." He coughed again, rackingly, and spat on the ground. "Thy bridge is blown, Inglés." Pilar looked at him. "Don't forget that." "I don't forget anything," he said. "You have a big voice," he said to Pilar. "I have heard thee bellow. Shout up to the Maria, and tell her that I am all right." "We lost 2 at the sawmill," Pilar said, trying to make him understand. "So I saw," Robert Jordan said. "Did you do something stupid?" "Go and obscenity thyself, Inglés," Pilar said. "Fernando and Eladio are men too." "Why don't you go up with the horses?" Robert Jordan said. "I can cover here better than thee." "Thou art to cover Pablo." "The hell with Pablo. Let him cover himself with mierda." "Nay, Inglés. He came back. He has fought much below there. Thou hast not listened? He is fighting now, against something bad. Do you not hear? I'll cover him. But obscenity all of you, thou and Pablo both." "Inglés," Pilar said, "calm thyself. I have been with thee in this as no one could be. Pablo did thee a wrong, but he returned. If I had had the exploder, the old man would not have been killed. I could have blown it from here." If, Pilar said. The anger and the emptiness and the hate that had come with the letdown after the bridge, when he had looked up from where he had lain, and crouching seen Anselmo dead, were still all through him. In him, too, was despair from the sorrow that soldiers turn to hatred in order that they may continue to be soldiers. Now it was over. He was lonely, detached, and unelated, and he hated everyone he saw. "If there had been no snow," Pilar said. And then, not suddenly, as a physical release could have been, if the woman would have put her arm around him, say, but slowly and from his head he began to accept it and let the hate go out. Sure, the snow. That had done it. The snow. Done it to others. Once you saw it again as it was to others, once you got rid of your own self, the always ridding of self that you had to do in war, where there could be no self, where your self is only to be lost. Then, from his losing of it, he heard Pilar say, "Sordo." "What?" he said. "Sordo." "Yes," Robert Jordan said. He grinned at her, a cracked, stiff, too-tightened, facial tendoned grin. "Forget it. I was wrong. I am sorry, woman. Let us do this well and all together. And the bridge is blown, as thou sayest." "Yes. Thou must think of things in their place." "Then I go now to Augustine. Put thy gypsy much farther down so that he can see well up the road. Give those guns to Primitivo, and take this machina. Let me show thee."
Keep the machina, Pilar said. We will not be here any time. Pablo should come now, and we will be going. Raphael, Robert Jordan said, come down here with me. Here, good. See those coming out of the culvert? There above the truck? Coming toward the truck? Hit me one of those. Sit. Take it easy. The gypsy aimed carefully and fired, and as he jerked the bolt back and ejected the shell, Robert Jordan said, Over. You threw against the rock above. See the rock dust? Lower by 2 feet. Now, careful. They're running. Good. Sigue tirando. I got one, the gypsy said. The man was down in the road halfway between the culvert and the truck. The other 2 did not stop to drag him. They ran for the culvert and ducked in. Don't shoot at him, Robert Jordan said. Shoot for the top part of a front tire on the truck. So if you miss, you'll hit the engine. Good. He watched with the glasses. A little lower. Good. You shoot like hell. Mucho. Mucho. Shoot me the top of the radiator. Anywhere on the radiator. Thou art a champion. Look. Don't let anything come past that point there. See? Watch me break the windshield in the truck, the gypsy said happily. Nay, the truck is already sick, Robert Jordan said. Hold thy fire until anything comes down the road. Start firing when it is opposite the culvert. Try to hit the driver. That you should all fire then. He spoke to Pilar, who had come farther down the slope with Primitivo. You are wonderfully placed here. See how that steepness guards thy flank? That you should get about thy business with Augustine, Pilar said. Desist from thy lecture. I have seen terrain in my time. Put Primitivo farther up there, Robert Jordan said. There. See, man? This side of where the bank steepens? Leave me, said Pilar. Get along, Inglés. Thou and thy perfection. Here there is no problem. Just then, they heard the planes. Maria had been with the horses for a long time, but they were no comfort to her, nor was she any to them. From where she was in the forest, she could not see the road, nor could she see the bridge, and when the firing started, she put her arm around the neck of the big, white-faced bay stallion that she had gentled and brought gifts to many times when the horses had been in the corral and the trees below the camp. But her nervousness made the big stallion nervous too, and he jerked his head, his nostrils widening at the firing and the noise of the bombs. Maria could not keep still, and she walked around, patting and gentling the horses and making them all more nervous and agitated. She tried to think of the firing not as just a terrible thing that was happening, but to realize that it was Pablo below with the new men and Pilar with the others above, and that she must not worry nor get into a panic, but must have confidence in Roberto. But she could not do this, and all the firing above and below the bridge, and the distant sound of the battle that rolled down from the pass, like the noise of a far-off storm, with a dried, rolling rattle in it, and the irregular beat of the bombs, was simply a horrible thing that almost kept her from breathing. Then later she heard Pilar's big voice from away, below on the hillside, shouting up some obscenity to her that she could not understand. And she thought, oh God, no, no. Don't talk like that with him in peril. Don't offend anyone and make useless risks. Don't give any provocation. Then she commenced to pray for Roberto quickly and automatically as she had done at school, saying the prayers as fast as she could and counting them on the fingers of her left hand, praying by tens of each of the 2 prayers she was repeating. Then the bridge blew, and one horse snapped his halter when he rose and jerked his head at the cracking roar, and he went off through the trees. Maria caught him finally and brought him back, shivering, trembling, his chest dark with sweat, the saddle down, and coming back through the trees, she heard shooting below, and she thought, I cannot stand this longer. I cannot live not knowing any longer. I cannot breathe, and my mouth is so dry. And I am afraid, and I am no good, and I frighten the horses, and only caught this horse by hazard, because he knocked the saddle down against a tree, and caught himself kicking into the stirrups, and now as I get the saddle up, oh God, I do not know. I cannot bear it. Oh, please have him be all right, for all my heart, and all of me is at the bridge. The Republic is one thing, and we must win is another thing, but oh, sweet blessed Virgin, bring him back to me from the bridge, and I will do anything thou sayest ever. Because I am not here. There isn't any me. I am only with him. Take care of him for me, and that will be me, and then I will do the things for thee, and he will not mind. Nor will it be against the Republic.
Oh, please forgive me, for I am very confused. I am too confused now. But if thou takest care of him, I will do whatever is right. I will do what he says and what you say. With the two of me I will do it. But this now, not knowing, I cannot endure." Then the horse tied again, she with the saddle up now, the blanket smoothed, hauling tight on the cinch, she heard the big, deep voice from the timber below.
"Maria! Maria! Thy Inglés is all right. Hear me? All right. Sin no elad."
Maria held the saddle with both hands and pressed her cropped head hard against it and cried. She heard the deep voice shouting again, and she turned from the saddle and shouted, choking, "Yes, thank you," then choking again, "Thank you. Thank you very much." When they heard the planes, they all looked up, and the planes were coming from Segovia, very high in the sky, silvery in the high sky, their drumming rising over all the other sounds.
"Those," Pilar said. "There has only lacked those."
Robert Jordan put his arm on her shoulders as he watched them. "Nay, woman," he said, "those do not come for us. Those have no time for us. Calm thyself."
"I hate them."
"Me too. But now I must go to Augustine." He circled the hillside through the pines, and all the time there was the throbbing, drumming of the planes, and across the shattered bridge on the road below, around the bend of the road, there was the intermittent hammering fire of a heavy machine gun. Robert Jordan dropped down to where Augustine lay in the clump of scrub pines behind the automatic rifle, and more planes were coming all the time.
"What passes below?" Augustine said. "What is Pablo doing? Doesn't he know the bridge is gone?"
"Maybe he can't leave."
"Then let us leave. The hell with him."
"He will come now if he is able," Robert Jordan said. "We should see him now."
"I have not heard him," Augustine said. "Not for 5 minutes. No. There. Listen. There he is. That's him."
There was a burst of the spotting fire of the cavalry submachine gun, then another, then another. "That's the bastard," Robert Jordan said. He watched still more planes coming over in the high, cloudless blue sky, and he watched Augustine's face as he looked up at them. Then he looked down at the shattered bridge and across to the stretch of road which still was clear. He coughed and spat and listened to the heavy machine gun hammer again below the bend. It sounded to be in the same place that it was before.
"And what's that?" Augustine asked. "What the unnameable is that?"
"It has been going since before I blew the bridge," Robert Jordan said. He looked down at the bridge now, and he could see the stream through the torn gap where the center had fallen, hanging like a bent steel apron. He heard the first of the planes that had gone over now, bombing up above at the pass, and more were still coming. The noise of their motors filled all the high sky, and looking up, he saw their pursuit, minute and tiny, circling and wheeling high above them. "I don't think they ever crossed the lines the other morning," Primitivo said. "They must have swung off to the west, and then come back. They could not be making an attack if they had seen these." "Most of these are new," Robert Jordan said. He had the feeling of something that had started normally, and had then brought great, outsized, giant repercussions. It was as though you had thrown a stone, and the stone made a ripple, and the ripple returned roaring and toppling as a tidal wave. Or as though you shouted, and the echo came back in rolls and peals of thunder, and the thunder was deadly. Or as though you struck one man, and he fell, and as far as you could see, other men rose up, all armed and armored. He was glad he was not with Goltz up at the pass. Lying there, by Augustine, watching the planes going over, listening for firing behind him, watching the road below where he knew he would see something, but not what it would be, he still felt numb with the surprise that he had not been killed at the bridge. He had accepted being killed so completely that all of this now seemed unreal. "Shake out of that," he said to himself. "Get rid of that. There is much, much, much to be done today." But it would not leave him, and he felt consciously all of this becoming like a dream. "You swallowed too much of that smoke," he told himself.
but he knew it was not that. He could feel solidly how unreal it all was through the absolute reality, and he looked down at the bridge and then back to the sentry lying on the road, to where Anselmo lay, to Fernando against the bank, and back up the smooth, brown road to the stalled truck, and still it was unreal. "You better sell out your part of you quickly," he told himself. "You're like one of those cocks in the pit, where nobody has seen the wound given, and it doesn't show, and he is already going cold with it." "Nuts," he said to himself. "You are a little groggy is all, and you have a letdown after responsibility is all. Take it easy." Then Augustine grabbed his arm and pointed, and he looked across the gorge and saw Pablo. They saw Pablo come running around the corner of the bend in the road. At the sheer rock where the road went out of sight, they saw him stop and lean against the rock and fire back up the road. Robert Jordan saw Pablo, short, heavy, and stocky, his cap gone, leaning against the rock wall and firing the short cavalry automatic rifle, and he could see the bright flicker of the cascading brass hulls as the sun caught them. They saw Pablo crouch and fire another burst. Then, without looking back, he came running, short, bow-legged, fast, his head bent down straight toward the bridge. Robert Jordan had pushed Augustine over, and he had the stock of the big automatic rifle against his shoulder and was sighting on the bend of the road. His own submachine gun lay by his left hand. It was not accurate enough for that range. As Pablo came toward them, Robert Jordan sighted on the bend, but nothing came. Pablo had reached the bridge, looked over his shoulder once, glanced at the bridge, and then turned to his left and gone down into the gorge and out of sight. Robert Jordan was still watching the bend, and nothing had come in sight. Augustine got up on one knee. He could see Pablo climbing down into the gorge like a goat. There had been no noise of firing below since they had first seen Pablo. "You see anything up above? On the rocks above?" Robert Jordan asked. "Nothing." Robert Jordan watched the bend of the road. He knew the wall just below that was too steep for anyone to climb, but below it eased and someone might have circled up above. If things had been unreal before, they were suddenly real enough now. It was as though a reflex lens camera had been suddenly brought into focus. It was then he saw the low-bodied, angled snout and squat green, gray, and brown-splashed turret with the projecting machine gun come around the bend into the bright sun. He fired on it, and he could hear the spang against the steel. The little Whippet tank scuttled back behind the rock wall. Watching the corner, Robert Jordan saw the nose just reappear, then the edge of the turret showed, and the turret swung so that the gun was pointing down the road. "It seems like a mouse coming out of his hole," Augustine said. "Look, Inglés." "He has little confidence," Robert Jordan said. "This is the big insect Pablo has been fighting," Augustine said. "Hit him again, Inglés." "Nay, I cannot hurt him. I don't want him to see where we are." The tank commenced to fire down the road. The bullets hit the road surface and sung off, and now they were pinging and clanging in the iron of the bridge. It was the same machine gun they had heard below. "Cabrón," Augustine said. "Is that the famous tanks, Inglés?" "That's a baby one." "Cabrón. If I had a baby bottle full of gasoline, I would climb up there and set fire to him. What will he do, Inglés?" "After a while he will have another look." "And these are what men fear," Augustine said. "Look, Inglés, he's re-killing the sentries." "Since he has no other target," Robert Jordan said. "Do not reproach him." But he was thinking, sure, make fun of him. But suppose it was you, way back here in your own country, and they held you up with firing on the main road. Then a bridge was blown. Wouldn't you think it was mined ahead, or that there was a trap? Sure you would. He's done all right. He's waiting for something else to come up. He's engaging the enemy. It's only us, but he can't tell that. Look at the little bastard. The little tank had nosed a little farther around the corner. Just then Augustine saw Pablo coming over the edge of the gorge, pulling himself over on hands and knees, his bristly face running with sweat. "Here comes the son of a bitch," he said. "Who? Pablo?" Robert Jordan looked, saw Pablo, and then he commenced firing at the part of the camouflaged turret of the tank where he knew the slit above the machine gun would be. The little tank whirred backwards, scuttling out of sight,
and Robert Jordan picked up the automatic rifle, clamped the tripod against the barrel, and swung the gun with its still hot muzzle over his shoulder. The muzzle was so hot it burned his shoulder, and he shoved it far behind him, turning the stock flat in his hand. "Bring the sack of pans, and my little machina," he shouted, "and come running." Robert Jordan ran up the hill through the pines. Augustine was close behind him, and behind him Pablo was coming. "Pilar!" Jordan shouted across the hill. "Come on, woman!" The three of them were going as fast as they could up the steep slope. They could not run any more because the grade was too severe, and Pablo, who had no load but the light cavalry submachine gun, had closed up with the other two. "And thy people?" Augustine said to Pablo out of his dry mouth. "All dead," Pablo said. He was almost unable to breathe. Augustine turned his head and looked at him. "We have plenty of horses now, Inglés," Pablo panted. "Good," Robert Jordan said. The murderous bastard, he thought. "What did you encounter?" "Everything," Pablo said. He was breathing in lunges. "What passed with Pilar?" "She lost Fernando and the brother." "Eladio," Augustine said. "And thou?" Pablo asked. "I lost Anselmo." "There are a lot of horses," Pablo said. "Even for the baggage." Augustine bit his lip, looked at Robert Jordan, and shook his head. Below them, out of sight through the trees, they heard the tank firing on the road and bridge again. Robert Jordan jerked his head. "What passed with that?" he said to Pablo. He did not like to look at Pablo, nor to smell him, but he wanted to hear him. "I could not leave with that there," Pablo said. "We were barricaded at the lower bend of the post. Finally it went back to look for something, and I came." "What were you shooting at the bend?" Augustine asked bluntly. Pablo looked at him, started to grin, thought better of it, and said nothing. "Did you shoot them all?" Augustine asked. Robert Jordan was thinking, "Keep your mouth shut. It is none of your business now. They have done all that you could expect and more. This is an intertribal matter. Don't make moral judgments. What do you expect from a murderer? You're working with a murderer. Keep your mouth shut. You knew enough about him before. This is nothing new." "But you dirty bastard," he thought. "You dirty, rotten bastard." His chest was aching with climbing as though it would split after the running, and ahead now through the trees he saw the horses. "Go ahead," Augustine was saying. "Why do you not say you shot them?" "Shut up," Pablo said. "I have fought much today and well. Ask the Inglés." "And now get us through today," Robert Jordan said, "for it is thee who has the plan for this." "I have a good plan," Pablo said. "With a little luck we will be all right." He was beginning to breathe better. "You're not going to kill any of us, are you?" Augustine said. "For I will kill thee now." "Shut up," Pablo said. "I have to look after thy interest, and that of the band. This is war. One cannot do what one would wish." "Cabron," said Augustine. "You take all the prizes." "Tell me what thou encountered below," Robert Jordan said to Pablo. "Everything," Pablo repeated. He was still breathing as though it were tearing his chest, but he could talk steadily now, and his face and head were running with sweat, and his shoulders and chest were soaked with it. He looked at Robert Jordan cautiously, to see if he were really friendly, and then he grinned. "Everything," he said again. "First we took the post, then came a motorcyclist, then another, then an ambulance, then a camion, then the tank, just before thou didst the bridge." "Then?" "The tank could not hurt us, but we could not leave, for it commanded the road. Then it went away, and I came." "And thy people?" Augustine put in, still looking for trouble. "Shut up." Pablo looked at him squarely, and his face was the face of a man who had fought well before any other thing had happened. "They were not of our band." Now they could see the horses tied to the trees, the sun coming down on them through the pine branches, and them tossing their heads and kicking against the botflies, and Robert Jordan saw Maria, and the next thing he was holding her, tight, with the automatic rifle leaning against his side, the flash cone pressing against his ribs, and Maria saying, "Thou, Roberto, oh thou." "Yes, Rabbit, my good, good Rabbit, now we go." "Art thou here, truly?" "Yes, truly." "Oh, thou." He had never thought that you could know that there was a woman if there was battle, nor that any part of you could know it, or respond to it, nor that if there was a woman, that she should have breasts small, round, and tight, against you through a shirt, nor that they, the breasts, could know about the two of them in battle. But it was true, and he thought, good. That's good. I would not have believed that, and he held her to him once hard, but he did not look at her, and then he slapped her where he never had slapped her, and said, Mount, mount, get on that saddle, guapa. Then they were untying the halters, and Robert Jordan had given the automatic rifle back to Augustine and slung his own submachine gun over his back, and he was putting bombs out of his pockets into the saddlebags, and he stuffed one empty pack inside the other and tied that one behind his saddle. Then Pilar came up, so breathless from the climb she could not talk, but only motioned. Then Pablo stuffed 3 hobbles he had in his hand into a saddlebag, stood up and said, "Que tal, woman?" And she only nodded, and then they were all mounting. Robert Jordan was on the big gray he had first seen in the snow of the morning of the day before, and he felt that it was much horse between his legs and under his hands. He was wearing rope-soled shoes, and the stirrups were a little too short. His submachine gun was slung over his shoulder, his pockets were full of clips, and he was sitting reloading the one used clip, the reins under one arm, tight, watching Pilar mount into a strange sort of seat on top of the duffel lashed onto the saddle of the buckskin. "Cut that stuff loose, for God's sake," Primitivo said. "Thou wilt fall, and the horse cannot carry it." "Shut up," said Pilar. "We go to make a life with this." "Canst ride like that, woman?" Pablo asked her, from the Guardia Civil saddle on the great bay horse. "Like any milk peddler," Pilar told him. "How do you go, old one?" "Straight down, across the road, up the far slope and into the timber where it narrows." "Across the road!" Augustine wheeled beside him, kicking his soft-heeled canvas shoes against the stiff, unresponding belly of one of the horses Pablo had recruited in the night. "Yes, man, it is the only way," Pablo said. He handed him one of the lead ropes. Primitivo and the gypsy had the others. "Thou canst come at the end if thou will, Inglés," Pablo said. "We cross high enough to be out of range of that máquina, but we will go separately, and riding much, and then be together when it narrows above." "Good," said Robert Jordan. They rode down through the timber toward the edge of the road. Robert Jordan rode just behind Maria. He could not ride beside her for the timber. He caressed the gray once with his thigh muscles, and then held him steady as they dropped down fast and sliding through the pines, telling the gray with his thighs as they dropped down what the spurs would have told him if they had been on level ground. "Thou," he said to Maria, "go second as they cross the road. First is not so bad, though it seems bad. Second is good. It is later that they are always watching for." "But thou—" "I will go suddenly. There will be no problem. It is the places in line that are bad." He was watching the round, bristly head of Pablo, sunk in his shoulders as he rode, his automatic rifle slung over his shoulder. He was watching Pilar, her head bare, her shoulders broad, her knees higher than her thighs as her heels hooked into the bundles. She looked back at him once and shook her head. "Pass the Pilar before you cross the road," Robert Jordan said to Maria. Then he was looking through the thinning trees, and he saw the oiled dark of the road below, and beyond it the green slope of the hillside. "We are above the culvert," he saw, and just below the height where the road drops down straight toward the bridge in that long sweep. "We are around 800 yards above the bridge. That is not out of range for the Fiat in that little tank, if they have come up the bridge." "Maria," he said, "pass the Pilar before we reach the road, and ride wide up that slope." She looked back at him but did not say anything. He did not look at her except to see that she had understood. "Comprendes?" he asked her. She nodded. "Move up," he said. She shook her head. "Move up!" "Nay," she told him, turning around and shaking her head. "I go in the order that I am to go." Just then, Pablo dug both his spurs into the big bay, and he plunged down the last pine-needled slope and crossed the road in a pounding, sparking of shod hooves. The others came behind him, and Robert Jordan saw them crossing the road and slamming on up the green slope, and heard the machine gun hammer at the bridge. Then he heard a noise come sweesh, crack, boom. The boom was a sharp crack that widened in the cracking, and on the hillside he saw a small fountain of earth rise with a plume of gray smoke. Sweesh, crack, boom.
It came again, the swishing like the noise of a rocket, and there was another up-pulsing of dirt and smoke farther up the hillside. Ahead of him, the gypsy was stopped beside the road in the shelter of the last trees. He looked ahead at the slope, and then he looked back toward Robert Jordan. "Go ahead, Raphael," Robert Jordan said. "Gallop, man!" The gypsy was holding the lead rope with the pack-horse, pulling his head taut behind him. "Drop the pack-horse and gallop," Robert Jordan said. He saw the gypsy's hand extended behind him, rising higher and higher, seeming to take forever as his heels kicked into the horse he was riding, and the rope came taut, then dropped, and he was across the road, and Robert Jordan was kneeing against a frightened pack-horse that bumped back into him as the gypsy crossed the hard, dark road, and he heard his horse's hooves clumping as he galloped up the slope. Wheesh, crack! The flat trajectory of the shell came, and he saw the gypsy jink like a running boar as the earth spouted the little black and gray geyser ahead of him. He watched him galloping, slow and reaching now, up the long green slope, and the gun threw behind him and ahead of him, and he was under the fold of the hill with the others. "I can't take the damned pack-horse," Robert Jordan thought, "though I wish I could keep the son of a bitch on my off-side. I'd like to have him between me and that 47mm they're throwing with. By God, I'll try to get him up there anyway." He rode up to the pack-horse, caught hold of the hackamore, and then, holding the rope, the horse trotting behind him, rode 50 yards up through the trees. At the edge of the trees he looked down the road past the truck to the bridge. He could see men out on the bridge, and behind it looked like a traffic jam on the road. Robert Jordan looked around, saw what he wanted finally, and reached up and broke a dead limb from a pine tree. He dropped the hackamore, edged the pack-horse up to the slope that slanted down to the road, and then hit him hard across the rump with the tree branch. "Go on, you son of a bitch," he said, and threw the dead branch after him as the pack-horse crossed the road and started up the slope. The branch hit him, and the horse broke from a run into a gallop. Robert Jordan rode 30 yards farther up the road. Beyond that the bank was too steep. The gun was firing now with the rocket whish and the cracking, dirt-spouting boom. "Come on, you big gray fascist bastard," Robert Jordan said to the horse, and put him down the slope in a sliding plunge. Then he was out in the open, over the road that was so hard, under the hooves he felt the pound of it come up all the way to his shoulders, his neck and his teeth, onto the smooth of the slope, the hooves finding it, cutting it, pounding it, reaching, throwing, going, and he looked down across the slope to where the bridge showed now at a new angle he had never seen. It crossed in profile now, without foreshortening, and in the center was the broken place, and behind it on the road was the little tank, and behind the little tank was a big tank, with a gun that flashed now yellow bright as a mirror, and the screech as the air ripped apart seemed almost over the gray neck that stretched ahead of him, and he turned his head as the dirt fountained up the hillside. The pack-horse was ahead of him, swinging too far to the right, and slowing down, and Robert Jordan, galloping, his head turned a little toward the bridge, saw the line of trucks halted behind the turn that showed now clearly as he was gaining height, and he saw the bright yellow flash that signaled the instant whish and boom, and the shell fell short, but he heard the metal sailing from where the dirt rose. He saw them all ahead in the edge of the timber, watching him, and he said, "Arre, caballo! Go on, horse!" and felt his big horse's chest surging with the steepening of the slope, and saw the gray neck stretching and the gray ears ahead, and he reached and patted the wet gray neck, and he looked back at the bridge and saw the bright flash from the heavy, squat, mud-colored tank there on the road, and that he did not hear any whish, but only a banging, acrid, smelling clang like a boiler being ripped apart, and he was under the gray horse, and the gray horse was kicking, and he was trying to pull out from under the weight. He could move all right. He could move toward the right, but his left leg stayed perfectly flat under the horse as he moved to the right. It was as though there was a new joint in it, not the hip joint, but another one that went sideways like a hinge. Then he knew what it was all right, and just then the gray horse kneed himself up, and Robert Jordan's right leg, that had kicked the stirrup loose just as it should, slipped clear over the saddle and came down beside him, and he felt with his 2 hands of his thigh bone, where the left leg lay flat against the ground, and his hands both felt the sharp bone, and where it pressed against the skin. The gray horse was standing almost over him, and he could see his ribs heaving.
The grass was green where he sat, and there were meadow flowers in it, and he looked down the slope across to the road, and the bridge, and the gorge, and the road, and saw the tank, and waited for the next flash. It came almost at once, with again no wish, and in the burst of it, with the smell of the high explosive, the dirt clods scattering, and the steel whirring off, he saw the big grey horse sit quietly down beside him, as though it were a horse in a circus. And then, looking at the horse sitting there, he heard the sound the horse was making. Then Primitivo and Augustine had him under the armpits, and were dragging him up the last slope, and the new joint in his leg let it swing any way the ground swung it. Once a shell whished close over them, and they dropped him and fell flat, but the dirt scattered over them, and the metal sung off, and they picked him up again. And then they had him up to the shelter of the long draw in the timber where the horses were, and Maria, Pilar, and Pablo were standing over him. Maria was kneeling by him and saying, "Roberto, what hast thou?" He said, sweating heavily, "The left leg is broken, Guapa." "We will bind it up," Pilar said. "Thou canst ride that." She pointed to one of the horses that was packed. "Cut off the load." Robert Jordan saw Pablo shake his head, and he nodded at him. "Get along," he said. Then he said, "Listen, Pablo, come here." The sweat-streaked, bristly face bent down by him, and Robert Jordan smelt the full smell of Pablo. "Let us speak," he said to Pilar and Maria. "I have to speak to Pablo." "Does it hurt much?" Pablo asked. He was bending close over Robert Jordan. "No, I think the nerve is crushed. Listen, get along. I am mucked, see? I will talk to the girl for a moment. When I say to take her, take her. She will want to stay. I will only speak to her for a moment." "Clearly there is not much time," Pablo said. "Clearly. I think you would do better in the Republic," Robert Jordan said. "Nay, I am for Gredos." "Use thy head." "Talk to her now," Pablo said. "There is little time." "I am sorry thou hast this, Inglés." "Since I have it," Robert Jordan said. "Let us not speak of it, but use thy head. Thou hast much head. Use it." "Why would I not?" said Pablo. "Talk now fast, Inglés. There is no time." Pablo went over to the nearest tree and watched down the slope, across the slope, and up the road across the gorge. Pablo was looking at the grey horse on the slope with true regret on his face, and Pilar and Maria were with Robert Jordan, where he sat against the tree trunk. "Slit the trouser, will thee?" he said to Pilar. Maria crouched by him and did not speak. The sun was on her hair, and her face was twisted as a child's contorts before it cries, but she was not crying. Pilar took her knife and slit his trouser leg down below the left-hand pocket. Robert Jordan spread the cloth with his hands and looked at the stretch of his thigh. 10 inches below the hip joint there was a pointed, purple swelling, like a sharp-peaked little tent, and as he touched it with his fingers, he could feel the snapped-off thigh bone tight against the skin. His leg was lying at an odd angle. He looked up at Pilar. Her face had the same expression as Maria's. "Anda," he said to her. "Go." She went away with her head down without saying anything, nor looking back, and Robert Jordan could see her shoulders shaking. "Guapa," he said to Maria, and took hold of her 2 hands. "Listen. We will not be going to Madrid." Then she started to cry. "No, Guapa, don't," he said. "Listen. We will not go to Madrid now, but I go always with thee, wherever thou goest. Understand?" She said nothing, and pushed her head against his cheek with her arms around him. "Listen to this well, Rabbit," he said. He knew there was a great hurry, and he was sweating very much, but this had to be said and understood. "Thou wilt go now, Rabbit, but I go with thee. As long as there is one of us, there is both of us. Do you understand?" "Nay, I stay with thee." "Nay, Rabbit, what I do now I do alone. I could not do it well with thee. If thou goest, then I go too. Do you not see how it is? Whichever one there is both." "I will stay with thee." "Nay, Rabbit, listen. That people cannot do together. Each one must do it alone. But if thou goest, then I go with thee. It is in that way that I go too. Thou wilt go now, I know, for thou art good and kind. Thou wilt go now for us both." "But it is easier if I stay with thee," she said. "It is better for me." "Yes, therefore go for a favor. Do it for me, since it is what thou canst do.
"But you don't understand, Roberto. What about me? It is worse for me to go." "Surely," he said, "it is harder for thee. But I am thee also now." She said nothing. He looked at her, and he was sweating heavily, and he spoke now, trying harder to do something than he had ever tried in all his life. "Now you will go for both of us," he said. "You must not be selfish, Rabbit. You must do your duty now." She shook her head. "You are me now," he said. "Surely thou must feel it, Rabbit." "Rabbit, listen," he said. "Truly thus I go too. I swear it to thee." She said nothing. "Now you see it," he said. "Now I see it is clear. Now thou wilt go. Good. Now you are going. Now you have said you will go." She had said nothing. "Now I thank thee for it. Now you are going well and fast and far, and we both go in thee. Now put thy hand here. Now put thy head down. Nay, put it down. That is right. Now I put my hand there. Good. Thou art so good. Now do not think more. Now art thou doing what thou should. Now thou art obeying, not me, but us both, the me in thee. Now you go for us both, truly. We both go in thee now. This I have promised thee. Thou art very good to go, and very kind." He jerked his head at Pablo, who was half looking at him from the tree, and Pablo started over. He motioned with his thumb to Pilar. "We will go to Madrid another time, Rabbit," he said. "Truly. Now stand up and go, and we both go. Stand up. See?" "No," she said, and held him tight around the neck. He spoke now still calmly and reasonably, but with great authority. "Stand up," he said. "Thou art me too now. Thou art all there will be of me. Stand up." She stood up slowly, crying, and with her head down. Then she dropped quickly beside him, and then stood up again, slowly and tiredly, as he said, "Stand up, guapa." Pilar was holding her by the arm, and she was standing there. "Vámonos," Pilar said. "Dost lack anything, Inglés?" She looked at him and shook her head. "No," he said, and went on talking to Maria. "There is no goodbye, guapa, because we are not apart. That it should be good in the Gredos. Go now. Go good." "Nay," he spoke now still calmly and reasonably, as Pilar walked the girl along. "Do not turn around. Put thy foot in. Yes, thy foot in. Help her up," he said to Pilar. "Get her in the saddle. Swing up now." He turned his head, sweating, and looked down the slope, then back toward where the girl was in the saddle with Pilar by her, and Pablo just behind. "Now go," he said. "Go." She started to look around. "Don't look around," Robert Jordan said. "Go." And Pablo hit the horse across the crupper with a hobbling strap, and it looked as though Maria tried to slip from the saddle, but Pilar and Pablo were riding close up against her, and Pilar was holding her, and the 3 horses were going up the draw. "Roberto!" Maria turned and shouted. "Let me stay! Let me stay!" "I am with thee," Robert Jordan shouted. "I am with thee now. We are both there. Go!" Then they were out of sight around the corner of the draw, and he was soaking wet with sweat and looking at nothing. Augustine was standing by him. "Do you want me to shoot thee, Inglés?" he asked, leaning down close. "Quieres? It is nothing." "No hace falta," Robert Jordan said. "Get along. I am very well here." "Me cago en la leche que me han dado," Augustine said. He was crying, so he could not see Robert Jordan clearly. "Salud, Inglés." "Salud, old one," Robert Jordan said. He was looking down the slope now. "Look well after the cropped head, wilt thou?" "There is no problem," Augustine said. "Thou hast what thou needest?" "There are very few shells for this machina, so I will keep it," Robert Jordan said. "Thou canst now get more, for that other and the one of Pablo, yes." "I cleaned out the barrel," Augustine said, "where thou plugged it in the dirt with the fall." "What became of the pack-horse?" "The gypsy caught it." Augustine was on the horse now, but he did not want to go. He leaned far over toward the tree where Robert Jordan lay. "Go on, viejo," Robert Jordan said to him. "In war there are many things like this." "Que puta es la guerra,"
Augustine said.
War is a bitchery.
Yes, man, yes. But get on with thee.
Salud, Inglés,
Augustine said, clenching his right fist.
Salud, Robert Jordan said. But get along, man.
Augustine wheeled his horse and brought his right fist down, as though he cursed again with the motion of it, and rode up the draw. All the others had been out of sight long before. He looked back where the draw turned in the timber, and waved his fist. Robert Jordan waved, and then Augustine, too, was out of sight. Robert Jordan looked down the green slope of the hillside to the road and the bridge. I'm as well this way as any, he thought. It wouldn't be worth risking getting over on my belly yet, not as close as that thing was to the surface, and I can see better this way. He felt empty and drained and exhausted from all of it and from them going, and his mouth tasted of bile. Now, finally and at last, there was no problem. However all of it had been, and however all of it would ever be now, for him, no longer was there any problem. They were all gone now, and he was alone with his back against a tree. He looked down across the green slope, seeing the gray horse where Augustine had shot him, and on down the slope to the road with the timber-covered country behind it. Then he looked at the bridge, and across the bridge, and watched the activity on the bridge and the road. He could see the trucks now, all down the lower road. The gray of the trucks showed through the trees. Then he looked back up the road to where it came down over the hill. They will be coming soon now, he thought. Pilar will take care of her as well as anyone can. You know that. Pablo must have a sound plan, or he would not have tried it. You do not have to worry about Pablo. It does no good to think about Maria. Try to believe what you told her. That is the best. And who says it is not true? Not you. You don't say it, any more than you would say the things did not happen that happened. Stay with what you believe now. Don't get cynical. The time is too short, and you have just sent her away. Each one does what he can. You can do nothing for yourself, but perhaps you can do something for another. Well, we had all our luck in 4 days. Not 4 days. It was afternoon when I first got there, and it will not be noon today. That makes not quite 3 days and 3 nights. Keep it accurate, he said. Quite accurate. I think you better get down now, he thought. You better get fixed around some way where you will be useful, instead of leaning against this tree like a tramp. You have had much luck. There are many worse things than this. Everyone has to do this, one day or another. You are not afraid of it once you know you have to do it, are you? No, he said truly. It was lucky the nerve was crushed, though. I cannot even feel that there is anything below the break. He touched the lower part of his leg, and it was as though it were not part of his body. He looked down the hill slope again, and he thought, I hate to leave it, is all. I hate to leave it very much, and I hope I have done some good in it. I have tried to, with what talent I had. Have, you mean. All right, have. I have fought for what I believed in for a year now. If we win here, we will win everywhere. The world is a fine place and worth the fighting for, and I hate very much to leave it. And you had a lot of luck, he told himself, to have had such a good life. You've had just as good a life as grandfather's, though not as long. You've had as good a life as anyone because of these last days. You do not want to complain when you have been so lucky. I wish there was some way to pass on what I've learned, though. Christ, I was learning fast there at the end. I'd like to talk to Kharkov. That is in Madrid, just over the hills there, and down across the plain, down out of the gray rocks and the pines, the heather and the gorse, across the yellow high plateau you see it rising white and beautiful. That part is just as true as Pilar's old women drinking the blood down at the slaughterhouse. There's no one thing that's true. It's all true. The way the plains are beautiful, whether they are ours or theirs. The hell they are, he thought. You take it easy now, he said. Get turned over now while you still have time. Listen, one thing. Do you remember? Pilar in the hand? Do you believe that crap? No, he said. Not with everything that's happened? No, I don't believe it. She was nice about it early this morning before the show started. She was afraid maybe I believed it. I don't, though. But she does. They see something, or they feel something, like a bird dog. What about extrasensory perception? What about obscenity, he said. She wouldn't say goodbye, he thought, because she knew if she did, Maria would never go. That Pilar. Get yourself turned over, Jordan. But he was reluctant to try it. Then he remembered that he had the small flask in his hip pocket, and he thought, I'll take a good spot of the giant killer, and then I'll try it. But the flask was not there when he felt for it. Then he felt that much more alone, because he knew there was not going to be even that. I guess I'd counted on that, he said. Do you suppose Pablo took it? Don't be silly. You must have lost it at the bridge. Come on now, Jordan, he said. Over you go. Then he took hold of his left leg with both hands and pulled on it hard, pulling toward the foot while he lay down beside the tree he had been resting his back against. Then, lying flat and pulling hard on the leg, so the broken end of the bone would not come up and cut through the thigh, he turned slowly around on his rump until the back of his head was facing downhill. Then, with his broken leg, held by both hands uphill, he put the sole of his right foot against the instep of his left foot and pressed hard while he rolled, sweating, over onto his face and chest. He got onto his elbows, stretched the left leg well behind him with both hands, and a far, sweating push with the right foot. And there he was. He felt with his fingers on the left thigh, and it was all right. The bone end had not punctured the skin, and the broken end was well into the muscle now. The big nerve must have been truly smashed when that damned horse rolled on it, he thought. It truly doesn't hurt at all, except now in certain changes of positions. That's when the bone pinches something else, you see, he said. You see what luck is? You didn't need the giant killer at all. He reached over for the submachine gun, took the clip out that was in the magazine, felt in his pocket for clips, opened the action and looked through the barrel, put the clip back into the groove of the magazine until it clicked, and then looked down the hill slope. Maybe half an hour, he thought. Now take it easy. Then he looked at the hillside, and he looked at the pines, and he tried not to think at all. Then he looked at the stream, and he remembered how it had been under the bridge in the cool of the shadow. I wish they would come, he thought. I do not want to get in any sort of mixed-up state before they come. Who do you suppose has it easier, ones with religion, or just taking it straight? It comforts them very much, but we know there is no thing to fear. It is only missing it that's bad. Dying is only bad when it takes a long time and hurts so much that it humiliates you. That is where you have all the luck, see? You don't have any of that. It's wonderful they've got away. I don't mind this at all now they are away. It is sort of the way I said. It is really very much that way. Look how different it would be if they were all scattered out across that hill where that gray horse is, or if we were all cooped up here waiting for it. No, they're gone. They're away. Now if the attack were only a success. What do you want? Everything. I want everything, and I will take whatever I get. If this attack is no good, another one will be. I never noticed when the planes came back. God, that was lucky I could make her go. I'd like to tell Grandfather about this one. I'll bet he never had to go over and find his people and do a show like this. How do you know? He may have done 50. No, he said, be accurate. Nobody did any 50 like this one. Nobody did 5. Nobody did 1, maybe not just like this. Sure, they must have. I wish they would come now, he said. I wish they would come right now because the leg is starting to hurt now. It must be the swelling. We were going awfully good when that thing hit us, he thought. But it was only luck it didn't come while I was under the bridge. When a thing is wrong, something's bound to happen. You were bitched when they gave Goltz those orders. That was what you knew, and it was probably that which Pilar felt. But later on we will have these things much better organized. We ought to have portable shortwave transmitters. Yes, there's a lot of things we ought to have. I ought to carry a spare leg, too. He grinned at that sweatily because the leg, where the big nerve had been bruised by the fall, was hurting badly now. "Oh, let them come," he said. "I don't want to do that business that my father did. I will do it all right, but I'd much prefer not to have to. I'm against that. Don't think about that. Don't think at all. I wish the bastards would come," he said. "I wish so very much they'd come." His leg was hurting very badly now. The pain had started suddenly with the swelling after he had moved, and he said, "Maybe I'll just do it now. I guess I'm not awfully good at pain. Listen, if I do that now, you wouldn't misunderstand, would you?" "Who are you talking to?" "Nobody," he said. "Grandfather, I guess. No, nobody. Oh, bloody it. I wish that they would come. Listen, I may have to do that because if I pass out or anything like that, I am no good at all, and if they bring me to, they will ask me a lot of questions and do things and all, and that is no good. It's much best not to have them do those things. So why wouldn't it be all right to just do it now, and then the whole thing would be over with? Because, oh, listen. Yes, listen. Let them come now." "You're not good at this, Jordan," he said. "Not so good at this." "And who is so good at this?" "I don't know, and I don't really care right now. But you are not." "That's right. You're not at all." "Oh, not at all, at all. I think it would be all right to do it now, don't you?" "No, it isn't. Because there is something you can do yet. As long as you know what it is, you have to do it. As long as you remember what it is, you have to wait for that. Come on, let them come. Let them come, let them come." "Think about them being away," he said. "Think about them going through the timber. Think about them crossing a creek. Think about them riding through the heather. Think about them going up the slope. Think about them okay, tonight. Think about them traveling all night. Think about them hiding up tomorrow. Think about them. God damn it, think about them." "That's just as far as I can think about them," he said. "Think about Montana. I can't. Think about Madrid. I can't. Think about a cool drink of water. All right. That's what it will be like a cool drink of water. You're a liar. It will just be nothing. That's all it will be, just nothing. Then do it. Do it. Do it now. It's all right to do it now. Go on and do it now. No, you have to wait. What for? You know all right. Then wait." "I can't wait any longer now," he said. "If I wait any longer, I'll pass out. I know because I've felt it starting to go 3 times now, and I've held it. I held it all right, but I don't know about any more. What I think is you've got an internal hemorrhage there from where that thigh bone's cut around inside, especially on that turning business. That makes the swelling, and that's what weakens you and makes you start to pass. It would be all right to do it now. Really, I'm telling you that it would be all right. And if you wait and hold them up even a little while, or just get the officer, that may make all the difference. One thing well done can make—" "All right," he said. And he lay very quietly and tried to hold on to himself that he felt slipping away from himself, as you feel snow starting to slip sometimes on a mountain slope, and he said, now quietly, "Then let me last until they come." Robert Jordan's luck held very good, because he saw just then the cavalry ride out of the timber and cross the road. He watched them coming riding up the slope. He saw the trooper who stopped by the gray horse and shouted to the officer who rode over to him. He watched them both looking down at the gray horse. They recognized him, of course. He and his rider had been missing since the early morning of the day before. Robert Jordan saw them there on the slope, close to him now, and below he saw the road and the bridge and the long lines of vehicles below it. He was completely integrated now, and he took a good long look at everything. Then he looked up at the sky. There were big white clouds in it. He touched the palm of his hand against the pine needles where he lay, and he touched the bark of the pine trunk that he lay behind. Then he rested easily as he could with his 2 elbows in the pine needles and the muzzle of the submachine gun resting against the trunk of the pine tree. As the officer came trotting now on the trail of the horses of the band, he would pass 20 yards below where Robert Jordan lay. At that distance there would be no problem. The officer was Lieutenant Berendo. He had come up from La Granja when they had been ordered up after the first report of the attack on the lower post. They had ridden hard and had then had to swing back, because the bridge had been blown, to cross the gorge high above and come around through the timber. Their horses were wet and blown, and they had to be urged into the trot. Lieutenant Berendo, watching the trail, came riding up, his thin face serious and grave. His submachine gun lay across his saddle in the crook of his left arm. Robert Jordan lay behind the tree, holding on to himself very carefully and delicately to keep his hands steady. He was waiting until the officer reached the sunlit place where the first trees of the pine forest joined the green slope of the meadow. He could feel his heart beating against the pine needle floor of the forest.
For Whom the Bell Tolls was written by Ernest Hemingway and read by Campbell Scott. The recording engineer was Paul Fowley. Editing and post-production by Common Mode, Paul Fowley, technical director. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. The associate producer was Travis Tunn, with additional assistance from Ellen Hurst and Sam Perwin. For Whom the Bell Tolls was produced and directed by Carol Shapiro. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. For Whom the Bell Tolls is available in hardcover and paperback from Scribner. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, The Old Man and the Sea, A Farewell to Arms, A Movable Feast, and other works from Ernest Hemingway. Look for them wherever books and audiobooks are sold.